This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire.
Mr. Malloy, this is Mia Harper. I'd like to meet with you to discuss your case.
Set my heart afire. With crimson secrets and forbidden bliss, can't stay still, don't stop that thrill. My bones crave your skin, temptation within, mistakes ignite the silence. Nightmares creep while you and me repeat.
All right.
This bittersweet heat.
All right. So, Kari Lake, there was some audio released of Kari Lake and I forget what the guy's name is. 1 second. And Jeff Dewitt talking about a bribery that happened with Kari Lake. People trying to get Kari Lake to drop out of the race. Here, let's listen to that right now.
Is there a number at which
I can be bought.
not be bought?
That's what it's about.
You can take a pause for a couple of years.
No.
And then go right back to what you're doing.
No. 10 million, 20 million, 30, no. A billion, no. This is not about money. This is about our country. I think it's disturbing that they would even, that anybody would think this is.
No, to be fair, even me, I'll say this. I want a fresh face right now for the reason that I've never seen anyone, I can't think of a single person in a federal race who lost, ran in and won. I can't think of it. If you can think of it, let me know.
I am not going to let these people who hate our country tell me not to run. You should call them and tell them to get behind me. So what's going on? What is, I'm assuming this is our friend.
This is back east.
Yeah, I wonder who these people,
There
who
are
is
very
they?
powerful people that want to keep you out.
I know they do.
Who is they?
But they're willing to put their money where their mouth is in a big way. So, this conversation never happened.
This is crazy stuff. They should want me. I'm a great candidate. People love me. These people are corrupt.
Well, maybe you're right.
They are right. They are corrupt.
This never happened. Don't go. Do it ever though. I'll get myself in trouble. This, if you say no, which is fine, it's your choice. Don't tell people. I know.
They're gonna try to have me murdered.
Today's world, man. If that stuff that came out last week is right about the cartel stuff, man. They said the cartel's operating in 50 states right now, like all 50. You know? So
what's going on? Who is it? What?
forget the who. Let me just tell you the what. Let's just say there are people calling around saying, "Gosh, no, they can't read this. Never repeat this." You say no, don't. You say, "I got offered to buy out." Don't use it. Because then we lose our ability to get things done in the future.
Here's my problem. rather than just say, let's work with her, she's a great candidate. Because they don't own me. And it pisses me off.
Yeah, I said I don't know it's about ownership.
It's about control.
I don't know it's about control. It's about being on the team. I guess that's, you know what I mean?
They want to be on the team.
They want you to be on their team.
But,
Just, you know?
but if they're pushing a globalist agenda, I can't do that. So what do they want? What do they want me to do?
You want to stay out for 2 years. But, I'll tell you what I can offer you. But, I said you can do whatever she wants. Talking head, isn't it? So, the ask of me was, it's kind of funny. So the ask I got today from back east was, you guys just stay between us. Is there any companies out there or something that could just put her on the payroll and give her, to keep her out? And I said, well, what do you want to do? Like, whatever we need to do.
This is about defeating Trump. And I think that's a bad, bad thing for our country. DeSantis is not America first. Mm-hmm. This is about the final death blow to Trump. And I don't think that's good for our country.
And you know I love Trump. I love Trump.
It's not good for our country, Jeff.
It's not. But at the same time, I'm not even sure Trump can win again. I don't know that he can win again.
I think
what
he
it really
can.
comes down to for a lot of people, it's not really about like control or agenda. It's just about the ability to raise money to win. You know, if you really want to know, all of politics boils down to money. And even on their end, like what makes them the most money?
I know. All these consultants don't want their payday to end. And I don't want to make a deal with these kind of people. This is a hill worth dying on. I'm not, if they're going to steal the election to make me and our movement go away, I'm not letting them do that. I owe it to the people of Arizona to carry their torch and their voice.
Or you don't go away, but you pause.
This is the battles right now, Jeff.
Pause.
No, the battle is right now. The battle is right now, and we don't have time to pause on this battle.
I really do wonder who he's talking about, who they is, though.
What, you can't scratch their back. It's not afraid of you.
Yeah.
You don't have anything to offer them. And they're sitting around people that have stuff to offer them. You know what I mean? It's just, it's a back scratching club. That's all DC is. It's a big back scratching club. You're in no position to scratch anybody's back, and you've already made it known that if you get there, you're not going to scratch anybody's back. I don't scratch people's back. You know, I've been on the outs with a lot of people for a long time because I don't scratch backs. You know, where are we in 2 years if they steal the election again?
Listen to what you're saying. Why don't we do...
Who's eating right now? It's really ruining the audio.
do something about it so that we the people can pick our...
What can we do?
I'm not willing to accept that. And I'm going to be the biggest pain in these people's... Go back and tell them that. I'm running, and I'm going to be the biggest pain in their...
I'm willing to tell them that.
And they're going to have to kill me
Jeez.
to stop me.
I know. Look. And
You don't have to tell me.
I think it goes on longer than that. Because there's this part.
Tell them I'm not flattered. I'm offended that they...
Don't tell anybody we had this conversation.
I'm offended that they
Oh, maybe we did hear this.
don't care about our country more.
I actually wish you'd just give me a counter offer this big. Give me a counter.
I can't be bought.
Come on.
I can't.
All right, I'll do it.
Okay, bye-bye.
But again, it's like...
You know what it is? The people don't get to choose their elected officials unless they're pre-approved by the swamp. And the swamp doesn't pre-approve of me.
You need a strong party to help
I think you should go public with this and then say, hey,
No.
these people don't want to, they don't want,
And
they're...
then I turn my key in my car and I just...
No.
I like that.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I mean, maybe he's being a little facetious, but, like, that still is crazy.
Well, I heard you break the story, and I had actually heard of this a couple of months ago. But
the big story now is this audio of Kari Lake. So let's go to Mary, who's in Arizona, where Lake is running for senator. Mary, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Hi, Owen. Oh my gosh, it's such a pleasure to speak with you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we've got you loud and clear.
Wonderful. Well, yes, so I heard you break the story, and I had actually heard of this a couple of months ago, but I am a precinct committeeman here in Maricopa County in Arizona, and the person that Kari Lake is referring to is Jeff DeWitt. And he is actually known to bribe other people. He actually tried to bribe the head of the MCRC here in Arizona, and with a $1,000 bribe. And there's a lot of infighting, unfortunately, in the MCRC here in Arizona. There's a rogue rhino group of which Jeff DeWitt is in full support of. And basically, there was some infighting, and there was a bribery claim that happened to the head of the MCRC. So, yes, it's Jeff DeWitt here in Arizona is causing the problem. So when Kari Lake mentioned his name in the video, I was like, yep, that's him. So I just wanted to call and let you know. So it's not some, made-up person. He exists.
So you're telling me that there's deep corruption in Maricopa County and bribery is commonplace?
Apparently so, yeah. I'm a precinct committeeman, as I said, and we actually just had our Maricopa County-wide precinct committeeman meeting just a couple of weeks ago. And this new bribery allegation that came out where the head of the MCRC was bribed, he actually mentioned it in the meeting. And so, yes, unfortunately, we are full of rhinos here in Maricopa County, and we actually have a petition out to get rid of Jeff DeWitt. And so it's been circulating around all the PCs and trying to get some other residents to sign it as well. But he has done nothing good for the party here in Arizona, and we are trying our absolute best to get rid of the rhinos.
Wow, Mary. Thank you for that very important phone call and that inside information.
The second American Revolution is happening now right in front of you. And you're tuned in InfoWars.
I'll tell you what, Steve Bannon has to say.
But the second biggest story in the world, and a huge story, is the bribing of Kari Lake. The bribing of Kari Lake. And it's not Kari's responsibility to do this. We're going to get her on. She's called for the resignation of Jeff DeWitt, who's the chairman of the Arizona GOP. And but Jeff was just the messenger. DeWitt was just the messenger. Mm-hmm. He's delivering the message. The thing that is most important to us is who was the message from? Because this gets to the heart of the problem. What's the problem we have here? The problem is we fought a revolution against an empire that was at the beginning stages of about to take off. With America and with India, they were going to become a global empire that dwarfed the Roman Empire. Mm-hmm. We opted out at the beginning. Why did we opt out at the beginning? The framers understood they had a deadbeat landed aristocracy that was worthless, okay, that would be in their business, and you'd be working for them. And in addition, this worthless landed aristocracy called the Crown and all the folks around it gave out monopolistic charters to things like the British East India Company to have monopolistic power. So you had the worst of both worlds. You had an aristocracy and an oligarchy made up not of a meritocracy, of a bunch of basically a collection of deadbeats living off land they'd either taken or stolen from other people over thousands of years. And they gave charters to have monopolistic power to who are going to be the new overlords. In our revolutionary generation, who are a combination of real estate speculators, crafty and smart lawyers, and let's say this, smugglers, kind of that freebooter energy that was in the United States, had to take this primordial forest and turn it into something. That's what they fought for. They would come back today and see what we have allowed to happen. We have allowed it to happen. And you know how it happened? The controlled opposition of the Murdoch News Network, the Wall Street Journal, all that combined had, quote unquote, conservatives vote to support this. So now we have a concentration of wealth that would blow the framers away. Between Wall Street and the tech oligarchs in Silicon Valley, they have complete and total control of the nation. And they have a system set up through the Federal Reserve that, guess what, you don't actually own and you don't have any control over, that continues to print money to support them. And you have in Washington, D.C., the fiscal irresponsibility and malfeasance of these puppets up here on Capitol Hill that continue to have unlimited spending in $2 and $2.5 trillion per year. You are nothing but a debt slave. And this is why people under 35 or 40 are waking up. This is why Trump leads with all this bad stuff about Trump. He leads by 1 or 2 points on MSNBC last night. Their heads blown about why? Because, as I have said now for a decade, you're nothing but a Russian serf. You don't own anything, and you're not going to own anything. You're just on the wheel, baby. They give you a credit card. They give you a little bit of credit. You're not going to own a home. You're not going to get any stake in this society. You're not going to really own any equities. You're going to work, and you're going to work. And by the way, you're not going to have Social Security because they want to take that away. You're not going to have Medicare because they want to take that away. You're on the wheel. You're on the wheel, and all you're going to do is spin on the wheel. You're going to spin on the wheel to the day you go back to ashes to ashes. That is your fate. That is your destiny as a citizen of the most powerful nation in the history of mankind. The most powerful nation in the history of mankind. And that is your fate. Oh, but by the way, your tax dollars get to go pay for the madness. This is like a Greek tragedy. Your tax dollars and the little bit you've saved into your savings for your pensions that you had to do privately, the private equity and the venture capital, are all used to destroy you. Are all used to ship the high-value added jobs that your kids and your grandkids should be working in happily and have great family formation. No, they're going to be in Asia so that the Lao Beijing, the noble people of China, who are slaves, because that's how the system works, they are slaves. This is built about modern slavery, debt slavery here and real slavery there. Short commercial break. We're going to get Kari Lake up. This is why you have to understand the system.
Eastern. So I guess we'll go watch that when she goes live. What time would that be here? 6 o'clock, right? No. Why the fuck did you break me? I thought that you were talking about that you needed to hit up here. Alright, let's go here. Let's watch Ben Shapiro's video about the debate that he had with Destiny. Oh, skipped it. There we go.
I'm still the only person to ever beat Donald Trump, and I'm looking forward to do it again.
You look to be in piss poor shape, but if you truly mean what you're saying, that you could beat Donald Trump in the general election, and you think that you're what's best for America, and you want to unify America and not divide them, then call on your Department of Justice to drop all charges and let the people of this country decide the fate of the future of the country in November.
Well, folks, last night was the New Hampshire primary, and as expected, Donald Trump blew away the field. This, of course, was not a giant shock. The polling just before this particular primary had Donald Trump up 20-plus points in many of the polls. Donald Trump actually went and visited a bunch of the sites, big crowds there, and he was very Trumpy. Here's what it sounded like.
You have a big crowd here. Are you pretty confident here?
I'm very confident. I mean, this is it. Look, we just stopped here. We stopped at a polling site. We picked it at random. We may stop at one more. And nobody knew we were coming. This is pretty amazing.
Mr. President, is it said that she's staying in through Super Tuesday?
I don't care.
Is she a threat to you?
No. And I don't care if she stays in. Let her do whatever she wants. It doesn't matter. I can just say that there's never been a movement like this. Make America great again. In the history of our country, I just stopped here, and I figured I'd see 3 or 4 people and maybe walk inside. And you see a crowd like this, and this is organic.
So he wins. The primaries are over. They're over after Iowa. I'm not sure what else there is to say about that. It does raise the question of just why Nikki Haley failed to resonate as sort of the anti-Trump candidate. Now, part of it is that there just isn't an anti-Trump wing of the Republican Party sufficient to actually overcome the pro-Trump wing of the Republican Party. When Donald Trump became the nominee in 2016, everybody came home, and then everybody came home again in 2020, and everybody's coming home again in 2024. That is not a giant shock. That is, in fact, the way politics works. And so people who are looking at his results in, say, New Hampshire in 2016 and saying he was going to replicate his 35% in New Hampshire in 2024 are ignoring the fact that in the intervening period, he became the president of the United States and then ran another election cycle, and now is running yet a third election cycle. But the outsized animus for Nikki Haley that you see on some parts of the right, and I do think it's outsized, part of that is because if you oppose Trump, there's a part of the base that just is angry at you for having opposed Trump, and a lot of it has to do with that. I mean, Nikki Haley, again, was his UN ambassador. She was somebody who worked for him. She's somebody who's praised his presidency. And so the idea that she's some sort of wild anti-Trump force, I think, is wrong. But what Nikki Haley does have is an affect problem that is out of, I would say, pattern with the modern Republican Party. The Republican Party at this point is covered a lot of ground. And one of the biggest pieces of ground we covered is the debate between Biden and Trump. And so I want to play a little bit of that for you right here, because I think that this is going to be the debate.
There we go.
You get an extra 3 months of ExpressVPN for free. Just go to expressvpn.com/Ben. That's expressvpn.com/Ben to get 3 extra months of ExpressVPN for free. Again, expressvpn.com/Ben. It is the world's best VPN. I've used it for years. You should use it as well. Protect your data because it is your data today. expressvpn.com/Ben. Okay, so about a week and a half ago, I sat down with a liberal streamer named Stephen Bennell. He calls himself Destiny Online. He's got a big following online. And frankly, I really hadn't heard much about him or viewed his videos much until I agreed to debate him on Lex Friedman's show. And you can listen to the entire debate over at Lex's YouTube channel, and it's really, I think, worth the listen. It's a couple of hours long. The reason it's sort of fascinating is because we covered a lot of ground. And one of the biggest pieces of ground we covered is the debate between Biden and Trump. And so I want to play a little bit of that for you right here, because I think that this is going to be the debate, obviously, going into the 2024 election, is this debate between Biden and Trump. The debate did not center particularly much on Joe Biden's record, because the truth is that Joe Biden's record is deeply flawed, and we're going to get to more of that in just one second. Instead, it centered on the central contention that is being made by people who are voting for Biden, which is that Donald Trump ought to be ruled out just right away. Just right off the bat, Donald Trump cannot be president of the United States because he's just too scary. He's too divisive. He's too tyrannical. So what Destiny said was that Donald Trump is the most divisive political figure in American history. And what I pointed out to Stephen is that Joe Biden is in many ways more divisive. Why? Because when Donald Trump came into office, Donald Trump was expected to be divisive. There weren't any secrets about Donald Trump being a divisive character. He came into office. He did not have a positive approval rating for but maybe 2 days of his entire presidency. Joe Biden was expected to be a person who united the country.
Did you just see what happened to the last guy who did that? Oof. Is he gonna lock his stack in? Five. There we go.
That's what I had to say.
Can I ask you, like, for our head of state, our chief executive, shouldn't rhetoric be arguably one of the most important things that he does?
I mean, the answer would be yes. And now I've been given a choice between a person who I think in calibrated ways says things that are divisive and a person who in uncalibrated ways says things that are divisive. And so the evidence that Joe Biden is divisive is every poll taken since essentially August of 2021. He is, by all available metrics, incredibly divisive. A huge percentage of Americans are deeply unhappy, not only with his performance, but don't believe he's a uniter.
And this is one of the things that I think that Democrats ought to keep in mind, is that Democrats are thinking, just right off the bat, that Donald Trump is so divisive because of his rhetoric and all the things he says. But are people disappointed with Trump, or is Trump kind of what he always was? Because one of the feelings I get is that people are deeply disappointed in Joe Biden. That's a very difficult feeling to shake. If you're disappointed in a political candidate, you tend to turn away from that political candidate. That was actually the story of the 2012 election. Between 2008 and 2012, Barack Obama actually lost votes. He's the first incumbent president to lose votes and somehow retain the presidency. Now, why did that happen? How could he retain the presidency? And the answer is, he got people who were largely unenthusiastic about voting to vote. And that was particularly true for black voters in swing states. A performance that has not yet been replicated by any Democrat, Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden. When it comes to presidents who are expected to unite and then
you're gonna have us both lose now? Fucking idiot, bro. That was annoying.
divide. American people don't like that. They kind of would rather know what they're getting than be disappointed in a promise that is unfulfilled. There is no promise that Trump has made that is unfulfilled, good and bad.
Yeah.
But Joe Biden came into office on the wings of eagles. Joe Biden came into office pledging that he was going to unite the country. He was going to bring honor and the adults back to the White House. And instead, he has provided terrible leadership and divisive rhetoric and speeches in which he labels half the country terrible and awful and threats to democracy. We also talked about the idea of tyranny. So Stephen focused a lot on January 6th. He focused a lot on the idea that Trump would, if he could, be a tyrant. And the point that I made is that Donald Trump, you know, would he exercise power if he could exercise power in ways that I would not like? Sure, he has said that he would. I mean, he recently went on a Twitter spree, or a Truth Social spree, in which he claimed that the president has what he called absolute immunity, like for any crime ever. So do I think that he would effectuate that if he could? Sure. Is he going to do any of that? No, he's not. Here's how I explained it to Stephen when we were talking about, you know, which character is more tyrannical.
Joe Biden has used executive power in ways that far outstrip
Every
anything that
president has been stretching executive power.
I mean,
That's
Joe Biden is going like Joe Biden has gone well beyond anything Trump even remotely attempted to maintain via just pure executive power. I mean, Joe Biden literally used.
Yeah, I mean, if Trump would have sent the military in if he really was that bad during 2020, during the BLM riots and stuff. So.
The Occupational Safety and Hazard Administration to try to cram down vax mandates on 80 million Americans. That's insane.
Sure,
he
but
literally
why-
said,
but why
I cannot
give-
relieve student loan debt, and then tried to relieve hundreds of billions of dollars in
Yeah,
student
but what
loan
happened
debt.
to that?
It got struck down by the Supreme Court, and then they still did it. They still did it. Biden brags about it.
And so, again, I think that a lot of the points that are being used against Trump are not actually dispositive. And I think that really is the name of the game for Democrats. If they cannot kill Trump right off the bat, if they can't kill his candidacy right off the bat, they got a problem. Because what exactly is the fuel they are going to add to the fire between now and November? What exactly is the information that's going to come out about Trump that's going to change anything? I don't really see it. And the biggest problem of all for Joe Biden is not just that he is bad on policy, which again, we'll get to in a moment. The biggest problem for Joe Biden is that there is a conflict of visions between Joe Biden's view of the world and what the American people think. He is guided by an upper crust liberal elite, a coterie that does not think like the rest of the United States thinks, and that refuses to kind of engage in the conversations that the rest of Americans are engaged in. There's a poll that I want to get to in just 1 second that explains where a lot of the Democratic Party agenda is coming from, and it is not coming from the same place that most Americans are coming from. We'll get to that momentarily. First, in a world filled with uncertainty, you need to be prepared for any possibility. What you actually need is My Patriot Supply. My Patriot Supply is your trusted partner for emergency preparedness. They're the country's largest preparedness company. They're more than equipped to stock your shelves. So whether it's a natural disaster or a sudden emergency or unforeseen circumstances, My Patriot Supply's high-quality food storage solutions ensure you and your loved ones are always well-fed no matter what comes your way. If you want to be prepared for anything, you need to visit preparewithben.com. Right now, you get $200.
We have a lot to get to here today. I'll tell you about the problem is I give too much. I care too much.
You do, yes.
I was in my own personal hell. It was a moral quandary this morning, but here's a quick rundown as to what we'll be getting into. Nikki Haley works for China, you know that. But we have an update for you. Who is Hero 121? We did that piece yesterday. Is it related to rapey.is.co.su? They keep changing it.
They changed it, yeah.
And I know some people saying, well, hold on a second, there's some stuff, there might be some information missing. Absolutely. We have received a letter from a lawyer. Gerald, you have to jump in if at any point I say anything that gets me in trouble. And the problem here is we held some things back because we knew that there were other mistruths, if that's a word. And we have the receipts today. The plot thickens, and it's concerning. So that man right there, he's the one who taught us how to do this. And you hold back some of your strongest cards. So we have that here today. And we appreciate your support. We'll talk about the New Hampshire primary. This guy, Yuval Harari, his TED Talk at the WEF went viral. He's also gay.
Is he?
Well,
Unrelated
one
news.
could guess. His accent doesn't make any sense. It's like half Persian, maybe German, and a lot of homosexual. It's just all swirled into one. And then we have some Kari Lake audio regarding bribery. Not her, someone else, by the way. So we'll have her on the show tomorrow.
Didn't bribe anybody.
My question for you, what was your biggest takeaway from, the primary yesterday and then yesterday's story with Hero 121? I have to stay by the book when we talk about this segment.
Really do.
Look, when your lawyers go, hey, look at me. Look at me. Whoa, you stick to this exact wording and you'll be right. Don't get cute with it. That's what we have to do today. So, CEO Captain Morgan, how are you, sir?
I'm doing well.
And then right before going live, there was a new development that just took place.
It was, and we'll tell everybody about that. Look, I'm doing great. Like, this is
saucy.
Yes, indeed. We'll give you some updates about some of the behind the scenes. Obviously, we can't tell everybody everything, but it is very interesting information. So,
yes.
How are you doing?
Well, I have a
You're
flu.
sick, yeah.
I have a flu. It's been going. It's been just tearing through this.
So
entire
worse
place.
than COVID.
Yes.
Worse than COVID.
Significantly worse than COVID.
Okay, yeah.
Significantly more likely to die from it than COVID.
Yes.
So, and when you hear this,
Maybe. Dump that.
you know who it is. In third chair, May 11th, the Count Basie Center for the Arts in Red Bank, New Jersey. Yeah. Go see the funniest man alive.
Let's see.
Point, get your ass off YouTube. Before anything else, we'll talk about New Hampshire later. I just want to keep running this clip because this is a disqualifier. Nikki Haley deserves to be nowhere near that podium. Here's why.
I told them that if they would do this, that South Carolina would wrap their arms around them and take care of them. I now officially work for you. There is nothing that you can need that we won't make sure that we deliver.
That clip needs to be on a loop like a morphine drip.
Yes.
Works for China.
That. Stop. Go. Not today, but I'm tracking with you, Mel Gibson head. Look, that to me is just as bad as smoking crack with underage prostitutes. The I work for you, China, especially considering what we know about them buying up American land, them wanting to subvert Western culture. That needs to be shared you know what? I'm going to make it a policy. I'm going to fit that into the show somehow every day between now and South Carolina, which will result in domestic battery. She's going to lose South Carolina.
She's going to get beaten in her home state.
It'll be like a Lifetime film.
Blue Star Airline, wasn't that in Wall Street?
Blue Star was, yes.
Yes. I didn't hear the word because I'm half deaf. I heard Wall Street.
And canceled.
Well, you know, Nick, some of us don't judge a man by his size of his wallet! So. Everyone quotes the greed is good. That's the line of the movie.
I love the elevator scene.
Yes, elevator scene with Martin Sheen before he also was in 9/11.
Nobody yell. I like greed is good better. I'm just saying. I'm a greed is good.
That's because you're a prick. Now. Okay. A lot to get to. I'll tell a story, Michael, about how Nick DiPaolo almost spilled coffee all over himself. And I didn't need to stop it.
You saved his life.
All right,
I saved his
let's
life.
get off
I saved
of
his life.
here.
I think you're
Before we go to Ukraine, can I ask about Israel? So you're both mostly in agreement, but what is
I don't know if I'd say that.
Okay, but as I'm learning, what is Israel doing right? What is Israel doing wrong in this very specific current war in Gaza?
I mean, frankly, I think that what Israel's doing wrong is if I were Israel, okay, like, again, America's interests are not coincident with Israel's interests. If I were an Israeli leader, I would have swiveled up and out and knocked the bleep out of Hezbollah early.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
So I would have. Yoav Gallant, who's the defense minister of Israel, was encouraging Netanyahu, who's the prime minister, and the war cabinet, including Benny Gantz. So whenever people talk about the Netanyahu government, that's not what's in place right now. There's a unity war government in place that includes the political opposition. The reason I point that out is because there are a lot of people politically who will suggest that the actions Israel is currently taking are somehow the manifestation of a right-wing government. Israel currently does not have a quote-unquote right-wing government. They have a unity government that includes the opposition. In any case, Yoav Gallant was urging in the very early days of the war that Israel should turn north, and instead of hitting Hamas, they should actually take the opportunity to knock Hezbollah out, because Hezbollah is significantly more dangerous to the existence of the state of Israel than Hamas. I actually agree with that. As far as what Israel has been doing wrong in the actual war, I mean, I think that, again,
a lot.
From an American perspective, I think that Israel is doing pretty well. From an Israeli perspective, if I were Israeli, I would actually want Israel to be less loose about sending its soldiers in on the ground level. So Israel's attempting to minimize civilian casualties, and the cost of that has been the highest military death toll that Israel has had since the 1973 Yom Kippur War. I mean, I personally know through 1 degree of separation, 3 separate people have been killed in Gaza. And that's because they're going in door to door. It's because they're attempting to minimize civilian casualties, and they're losing a lot of guys in this particular war. The problem that Israel has had, historically speaking, is that Israel got very complacent about its own security situation. They believed the technology was going to somehow correct for the hatred on the other side of the wall. So our people have to live underground for 2 weeks at a time while some rockets fall, but at least it's not a war. And that complacence, bred what happened on October 7th. So to me, what Israel did wrong was years and years and years of complacence and belief in an Oslo system that is at root a failure, because you cannot make a peace agreement with people who do not want to make peace with you. So that's what I think Israel is doing wrong.
I don't want to do a noobs. Oh man, Blue's also setting up to go into in there, so definitely don't want to do that. Could I kill Red? Boom, 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 boom. But I think I could kill Red pretty easily on this trade. I'm just gonna kill Red. Alright, now let's hope that no one thinks that they can do that to me.
I have a feeling there's going to be wide divergence on this point.
Maybe. In terms of broadly speaking, I generally oppose settlement expansion. Is a thing that Israel does incorrectly that I think is kind of like provocative to at least all the Palestinians in the West Bank, and it probably energizes hatred in the Gaza Strip for them as well. In terms of conducting warfare, the one thing that I always say to everybody, especially Americans, is you can't evaluate things from an American perspective. It's very stupid. It happened a lot with Ukraine, where people are like, oh, well, didn't they work with the Nazis? And like, weren't the Soviets the good guys? And it's like, well, in other parts of the world, it's not quite as simple. And I think the same is true for Israel-Palestine, that a lot of Americans will analyze the conflict as just being one between only Israel and Palestine, which it's not. It's a conflict between Israel and then Palestine, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and Iran. Right now it is. I think that however, one area where I'll break with Ben is I think that minimizing civilian casualties and everything is very, very, very important. I think on the Israeli side, I don't think it's important so that the U.S. will stay with them, because I think the U.S. is probably going to stick with Israel as long as they don't do anything crazy. And I don't even think it matters for the international community. It definitely doesn't matter for the UN, because Jesus Christ. However, I think it's really, really, really important that I think that in the Middle East, broadly speaking, I think that leadership, especially in the Gulf, has gotten over the Palestinian issue. I think that leadership is kind of like, they don't care as much anymore. But the populations still care quite a bit. And I think that the main issue that Israel could run into is if the civilian death toll does climb too high, and if they start to hit this 40, 50, 60,000 number of civilian casualties, they run the risk of the civilian populations in the surrounding Middle Eastern states becoming so antagonistic towards Israel that they start to take steps back towards normalization in the region. So for instance, I know that Bahrain, I think, already pulled out their ambassador to Israel. My guess is going to be it's temporary. I know that on the public speaking side, you've got a lot of people condemning Israel for the attacks. And on the private side, you've got people telling Israel, please kill all of Hamas because this is untenable and nobody wants to work in this situation. I don't know if this ended up being true or not. I'm guessing it didn't. But I saw on a couple of Twitter accounts it was leaked that potentially Saudi Arabia was considering installing a government in the West Bank that they would run.
No, I mean, I think Israel would love nothing better than that. But that is not something the Saudis. Okay. One of the big problems in the Middle East is literally no one wants to
Here's the plan. You sneak past the guards and grab the treasure. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna shop at thriftbooks.com, but there's millions of books for under $5. Even adventures? Adventures, fantasy, anything. Okay, new plan.
There we go.
Preside over the Palestinians.
Yes.
No one.
So
In the
I think
Arab
that-
states, Israel, no one.
Yeah. So I think the issue is, and I think, and I'm largely actually, I'm very sympathetic towards the Palestinians because I think that for since 48 and onwards, I think that all of the Arab states super gassed them up on that. They wanted the Palestinians to fight
I'm
because they wanted to
surprised
fight
that
with Israel. However,
back
as
up to,
time
like,
has gone on and they
somewhat
realized
tied
that
with
it's kind of a
everyone.
lost cause, states have started to drop out.
There we go.
So you're getting these bilateral peace treaties with Egypt and with Jordan. You're getting
Let's see what
multilateral
happens
agreements like
now.
the Abraham Accords. And now the Palestinians are looking around and like, okay, well, you guys told us to fight all this time, and now the only people that we have supporting us are Iranian proxies. So the Palestinians are in a very weird spot where they've like lost all their support. Yeah, I think that Israel, what I would say to be quote unquote critical of Israel is Israel needs to take strong steps towards peace that probably involves them enduring some undue hardship. So not the October 7th attacks, because Jesus, that's way too much, but other types of attacks that they might have to deal with that might cause some civilians to die that they don't come out over the top with and retaliate with if there's ever going to be peace in that region. However, another thing that I've always said is a huge problem between Israel and Palestine is I think that both sides think that if they continue to fight, it will be good for them. But the problem is one side is delusional. I think Israel wants to continue to fight because they get justifications for...
They definitely want to continue to fight.
The annexation of the Golan Heights. They get justifications for expansions, especially into Area C, that I think they're probably going to try to annex soon. They get justifications for the increased military posturing towards the Gaza Strip and the embargoes. And Israel is right that if the conflict continues, really the situation only improves for Israel over time. But the Palestinians also all believe that if they keep fighting, they thought this since 2000 under Arafat, that if they just keep fighting, they'll get better gains too. But that's not the case.
Is there a difference between Palestinian citizens and the leadership when you say that?
I love all people. I love all people around the world. And I think that when we analyze issues, I think that we have to be very honest with what the people on the ground think. And the idea that Hamas is just this one-off thing in the Gaza Strip is not only incorrect with the situation on the ground, it's also incredibly ahistorical. And the idea that like the Palestinians in the West Bank, of which I believe the most recent polling shows, I want to say 75 to 80% support the October 7th attacks. Palestinians in general want to fight in violent conflict with Israel. That's not just the position of the government. That's not just people. There's a reason.
I'm surprised I was able to do that. Get someone in the lead by
why Abbas doesn't want to do elections in the West Bank, and it's because the Palestinian people really do want to fight with Israel. But to combat that problem is like, you have to get the UN on board. We've got to do an actual addressing of the Palestinian refugee problem, which is...
So if you got your phone or you got your recorder ready, you're going to want to record this next segment. I told you before the break, this is a bombshell, Kari Lake. was approached. Let me show you this tweet from Benny Johnson. Bombshell audio reveals top Republican official tried to bribe Kari Lake to not run for Senate in Arizona. Now, is there any companies out there or something that could just put her on the payroll to keep her out? Look, normally we would show you just a little bit of something. We're going to show you almost 4 minutes of this clip. Now, this is just the audio. If you want to record it, start your recording now, because you're going to want to share this. You will not believe just the blatant, outright bribery. Watch.
So what's going on? I'm assuming this is our friend.
This is back east. There are very powerful people that want to keep you out.
Oh no, they do.
But they're willing to put their money where their mouth is in a big way.
Yeah, this is crazy.
This conversation never happened.
This is crazy, though. They should want me. I'm a great candidate. People love me. These people are corrupt.
Well, maybe you're right.
They are right. They are corrupt.
Maybe. This never happened. Don't go. Do you ever though? I don't get myself in trouble. This, if you say no, which is fine, it's your choice. Don't tell people.
They're gonna try to have me murdered.
Not that either. It's today's world, man. If that stuff that came out last week is right about the cartel stuff, I mean, they said the cartel's operating in 50 states right now, like all 50. You know? So
what's going on? Who is it? What?
Forget the who. Let me just tell you what. Let's just say there are people calling around saying, gosh, no, they can't repeat this. Never repeat this. If you say no, don't. Because I got offered to buy out. Don't use it. Because then we lose our ability to get things done in the future.
Here's my problem. Rather than just say, let's work with her, she's a great candidate. Because they don't own me. And it pisses me off.
Yeah, I don't know, it's about ownership.
It's about control.
I don't know it's about control. It's about being on the team. I guess that's... You know,
being on
the
team.
Be on the team.
They want you to be on their team.
But
just team. You know?
But if they're pushing a globalist agenda, I can't do that. So what do they want? What do they want me to do?
You want to stay out for 2 years. But, I'll tell you what I can offer you. But, I said you can do whatever you want. It's talking head, this and that. So, the ask of me was, it's kind of funny. So the ask I got today from back east was, here's the secret between us. Is there any companies out there or something that could just put her on the payroll and to keep her out? And I said, well, what are you willing to do? Whatever we need to do.
This is about defeating Trump. And I think that's a bad, bad thing for our country. DeSantis is not America first. This is about the final death blow to Trump. And I don't think that's good for our country.
And you know I love Trump. I love Trump.
It's not good for our country, Jeff.
It's not. But at the same time, I'm not even sure Trump can win again. I don't know that he can win again. I think where it really comes down to for a lot of people, it's not really about like control or agenda. It's just about the ability to raise money to win. You know, if you really want to know, all politics boils down to money. I think. And even on their end, like what makes them the most money?
I know. All these consultants don't want their payday to end. And I don't want to make a deal with these kind of people. This is a hill worth dying on. I'm not, if they're going to steal the election to make me and our movement go away, I'm not letting them do that. I owe it to the people of Arizona to carry their torch and their voice.
Or you don't go away, but you pause.
This is the battles right now, Jeff.
And then you fill your coffers.
No, the battle is right now. The battle is right now, and we don't have time to pause on this battlefield.
We don't have time to pause on this battlefield. I know, if you're like me, you know that's happened. You know it's out there. It's the first time I've seen it, actually with an audio recording. Here's just a little bit more. I want you to hear this, and then we'll talk about it. Watch.
Is there a number at which
I can be bought?
not be bought,
That's what it's about.
You can take a pause for a couple years.
No.
And then go right back to
Take
it.
a pause for a couple years.
No.
What the fuck?
10 million, 20 million, 30, no. A billion, no. This is not about money. This is about our country.
It's not about money. It's about our country. That's Arizona Republican Party Chair Jeff DeWitt. Now, before I go, I have a little more detail I want to share with Floyd, but Pastor Hank, as I'm
Okay, he
listening
saw
to this
that.
earlier today, and listen to it again, I'm remembering Kenneth Copeland actually had a prophetic word about there will be people that will fall on their face, there'll be people that fall out and or run out, and you know, and I know that there was a prophetic word through you as well about this same thing. Is that what we're seeing play out in front of us?
Yeah, God is exposing the corruption. He's bringing it to light. He even said there would be a natural sign that we would see. We would see volcanoes that begin to erupt. He even said that the earth would begin to vomit, which we're seeing these mud volcanoes that are happening, this strange phenomenon all of a sudden, because the earth is travailing. But what is interesting to me is how dirty politics is. It shouldn't be a surprise to any of us. But what I do appreciate is God is raising up a new breed of people who are putting not only God first, but they're putting the people that they're elected, that elected them. They're putting them first. And I love that Kari Lake is that new breed. God has big plans for her. She stood her ground. And I love what she said. No amount of money. It's not about that. It's about our country. It's about the people. And God's going to reward that. God's going to honor that. And as well as God's going to honor President Trump. But I want to say this last thing. Did you notice what that gentleman said? He says, we don't know if President Trump can win. Well, they don't want him to win. So that's really what this is about. And Pastor Gene, you're going to see more and more donkeys speak, just like Balaam's donkey spoke.
Right.
And now you're going to see rhinos begin to speak, and they're going to begin to be used of God to come out with the garbage that's going on behind the scenes, because there is a reset taking place and a divine reversal. And watch this. There are going to be a lot of removals that we're going to see as God is resetting this thing, and I think that's proof right there.
I believe you're absolutely right. Now, Floyd, I believe we're the first broadcast. I know that War Room revealed some of this earlier today, but the mainstream media has not talked about this. So here's the part that I find interesting. I was, after getting over shocked about what I was listening to, is that she announced this happened, Kari Lake announced this happened at last year's CPAC.
Mm-hmm.
Now if you go look up when last year's
There we go. Oof. That was close.
CPAC was. That was February of 2023. It's been this long, and you and I have not heard about it. What's going on, Floyd?
Yeah, well, first you need to understand that I have a relationship with both of these people, Gene. I've been friends with Jeff DeWitt. He's been an employee of mine. I'm chairman of the Kari Lake for Senate campaign, and so I'm deeply involved in her Senate campaign. But despite that, it wasn't until today that I heard this tape. And, Kari actually is back in New Hampshire. People may not understand this, but she's one of the most popular Trump surrogates. And so she has been traveling the country extensively at the request of President Trump, and she's been in Iowa, she's been in New Hampshire, she even came to Nebraska, Hank, and so she has really been working hard to help President Trump in his race for the presidency, and she's also been running hard for U.S. Senate. But we all just heard this today, so I want to be very clear. I haven't had a chance to spend any time with Kari and talk about this. I normally talk to her every day, but she is frankly so busy, I don't even believe she's commented on it yet. And it's a very difficult situation. I did speak to Jeff DeWitt today, and I told him, number one, that I believe that he needs to resign immediately as chairman of the Republican Party of Arizona. And secondly, I told him he needs to apologize to Kari Lake for even having this kind of conversation with her. And, he was elected state party chairman on the back of an endorsement by Kari Lake.
Wow.
He was endorsed by Donald Trump. He was endorsed by Kari Lake, and he was endorsed by General Flynn. And this conversation, from what I understand, from what I've been able to learn today, it happened, like days after these people endorsed him, and he was elected state party chairman. And yet he's saying days after Donald Trump put him in that job that he didn't think Donald Trump could win. I mean, it's so outrageous. It's completely 100% indefensible. But the comments about attempting to bribe her to keep her out of the Senate race, it's beyond shocking. So, my only comment would be this, because I haven't spoken to Kari. So these are just my own personal reflections on what I've seen today. And all I can think is this is why I love Kari Lake. This is why I think she is completely unique. This is why I feel the Holy Spirit wants me involved in her campaign.
He was going to go up.
And this is why I am going to do everything I can personally to help this woman win her Senate race. And I would, call on the entire Flashpoint Army to join us in this. Go over to karilake.com and sign up and join. Because you saw the character. You saw the woman that I know that you don't often see, because the media spends all of their time attacking Kari Lake. And Gene, you asked the question earlier, why haven't we heard anything from the mainstream media? Well, the answer is the only thing the mainstream media wants to do is attack Kari Lake.
Attack her, yeah.
They don't want any kind of story coming out that shows her character and shows her integrity and shows, just how wonderful she really is. And this is a woman of God. She is a wonderful believer. I mean, you know that because she's been on Flashpoint and given her Christian testimony on Flashpoint. It's not, like a lot of politicians, they'll give you a Christian testimony, but she's the real deal. I mean, she is somebody who is in this, and she doesn't, first of all, to offer her money, that is just sickening, because this is a woman who walked away from a huge salary in order to get involved in saving her country. She was, the top newscaster, the #1 in Phoenix. She was with Fox News. I mean, she was at the top of her game. She was the best of the best, and she walked away from a huge paycheck in order to fight for her country. And I don't know, it just increases my resolve, Gene, to stand with her, to link arms with her, and to work with her in the days ahead.
Crypto is helping transform finance businesses today in a few different ways. And I think one of the challenges for the industry has been to focus on solving real problems for real customers. And
Trump
Ripple,
is the
obviously,
nominee.
from its earliest days,
Fascism is
focused
on the
on
ballot.
problem around
Oh my
cross-border payments.
goodness.
So what's going on? What is, I'm assuming this is our friend.
I want to see what this is.
Bro, I saw, so these get to knows is really just about you. We go back and
believe that God is the originator of life. And that is why they're impatient with those who say, oh, you don't know whether it's going to be human or not. Wait for 3 months, wait for 6 months. Listen, the problem is not when human life begins. The problem is who made it. On the line.
I wonder if his name, Enoch, is about the Book of Enoch. Or if that's just like...
Snooping on my end.
Oh, Catholic. Yeah, it probably is about the Book of Enoch.
Got it fixed. My new album is coming out, Kanisa, on November 1st. Just want to throw that out there. And with me today, I got the king himself, someone I've been a fan of since 2020. The heck off call me himself, John Doyle. Doyle, thanks for joining me, brother.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
Yeah, for sure, bro. I saw, so these get to knows is really just about you. We go back and childhood, growing up, pop culture, food, your favorite things, and all that stuff, and then we'll get to the important stuff, politics and faith, if you don't mind.
Sure.
But, if you don't mind telling people either what year or decade you were born.
I'm a 90s kid, right? I was born in 1999 in December of that month, so I think I had about 8 or 9 days left to enjoy the 1990s, the 1900s.
Oh, that's hilarious, man. Yes, I was born in 85, so I'm old. I enjoyed all through the 90s.
Yeah.
So, what state were you born in and raised?
Michigan.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow. My brother lives there now.
I
was
got
just
you.
there about a month ago.
He wants me to use it to attack.
He's in Waterford.
Okay. Yeah, I know right where that is.
Okay, so, any siblings?
Yeah, I have a sister. She's a lot of fun.
Can you tell me about your childhood, man? Like, were you like a homebody? Would you stay at home? Would you like go on bikes
Let's see. I was always, I don't know, I think it probably went in like phases. Like once I think there was a summer where my grandmother was in the hospital for the majority of the summer. She ended up being okay. But that whole summer I was about 13 or 14 and my mom wasn't home to tell me where I could and couldn't go anymore. So I spent that entire summer in Oakland County just on my bike, like going everywhere. Like I remember I'd tell her like, oh, you know, I went up to like Joann Fabrics because I wanted to see if I could get like, you know, a stencil because my friends and I wanted to like, you know, do whatever. I think we were trying to pretend that we were like graffiti artists or something. So we were getting like stencils and spray painting stuff, or we'd, you know, just bike everywhere. And that was like very freeing and very liberating. So that was a lot of fun. But then there were other times, like when I was 12, when I finally got an Xbox. Everyone else had one forever. I finally got one, so then I spent that entire summer inside. So it was very, I guess, dependence on the circumstance.
Okay, got it. That's dope. So going back to your early days, like what was your go-to Saturday morning cartoon?
Ooh, you know, I never really watched Saturday morning cartoons because I don't know back in your day, but by the time like I was a kid, they were just syndicated. You know, anytime I wanted to watch a cartoon, I could find one. But it would have been like Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I remember
maybe,
that.
Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy, Courage the Cowardly Dog.
Courage was that was like a late night, wasn't it? Courage.
Yeah. And then what else did I? And then there were some good ones on Nickelodeon too. I watched a lot of I watched Drake and Josh.
Okay.
I watched Zoe 101.
Okay.
You know, things like that.
Okay. Favorite cereal growing up? Did you have one?
Sleep, and then I was like so shocked. And then
I don't like it. The audio, just the quality of it was terrible. Neoliberalism. With the right. Dash. Whoa, Stinky. Making a bunch of noise. Liberal versus conservative Christians explained.
You now live in a world where you never run out of milk.
I don't really think that you can be a liberal, Christian.
The world holds on to old ways until it can't. When Bitcoin was born, it broke that endless cycle. It's not a defiant...
Conservative and liberal Christians like to argue about who's more of a true Christian. The liberals feel like the conservatives make Christianity look bad by being bigoted, and the conservatives feel like the liberals don't take the faith seriously because they don't follow Christian beliefs. But it's not an either-or. It's more of a spectrum, and at the heart of it, it doesn't have anything to do with politics. It actually has to do with how they see the faith differently. The more theologically conservative you are, the more narrow a view you have of who counts as true Christian, until the most conservative people are like, if you don't agree with me on every little thing, you're going to hell. And the most progressive people are like, yeah, even if you don't believe in God, you can still be a Christian because you can't judge people. So where's the middle of the spectrum?
Cringe?
Well, it changes, and it's all relative based on historical circumstance, but these days the dividing line seems to be the question of whether pastors can be women. Let's move to stage 1.
Yeah, no, pastors can't be women.
Stage 1 progressivism is called Christian guilt. Progressive Christianity begins with the idea that Christianity needs to change or progress, and the only reason it would need to progress is if it's been bad historically. It starts with believing the modern accusations that Christianity has contributed to injustice and oppression. So stage 1 progressives identify as Christian but feel a bit uneasy about Christianity. If you are a Christian and you have positive feelings about Christianity, then congrats, you're just a normal Christian. If you're not Christian and don't have positive feelings about Christianity, then you're a regular non-Christian. But if you are Christian and still don't have positive feelings about Christianity, that's the first stage to being a progressive Christian. So if you hear certain Christians talk about deconstructing more conservative forms of Christianity, or trying to separate themselves from conservative Christians more than separating themselves from non-Christians, that often is the groundwork for the rest of progressive Christianity. So stage 1 thinks the church needs to change, which causes stage 2 to have a disordered focus. This applies to many mainline Protestant churches that still believe the Christian faith on paper, but chances are it's not what you're going to hear preached on a Sunday morning. Instead, they're going to talk about things like social justice. You're a lot more likely to hear them talk about earthly matters like the environment or politics or racial justice than things like sin, salvation, and heaven, even if they still technically believe in those things. So stage 2 still believes the Bible, but stage 3 is when you get to scripture denial, where they challenge the Bible's authority, especially on matters of gender and sexuality. They'll still use the Bible, but they think it can be wrong. So when you have LGBTQ affirming churches, that's an example of this. They're also usually universalist, or at least implicitly universalist, because these churches will still believe in Jesus, but think that there's also other paths to God. Since the Bible has Jesus clearly talking about hell and saying he's the only way to salvation, a church kind of has to deny the authority of Scripture to be universalist, which they often do. Stage 3 removes Scripture as a foundation, which leads to stage 4, which is explicit heresy. This is where people expand their view of what Christianity is so wide it goes well beyond the bounds of Nicene orthodoxy. The Nicene Creed is an early church
I would say
document that
anything
said what Christianity
back
is.
here
It
is
includes
heresy.
basic beliefs like the Trinity, that Jesus rose from the dead, that Jesus is God, and the virgin birth. But heresy is when people begin to question all of these things.
Oh.
People in this stage will say things like, it doesn't matter if Jesus really rose from the dead historically. What matters is that it inspires us to do social justice and reconciliation. So for people in this stage, Christianity is really not a system of beliefs. It's just a community of faith, not faith in any specific belief, but a common commitment to social justice. Now, people in stage 4 still believe in God in some sense, but people in stage 5 are essentially agnostic. This applies to a lot of Unitarian Universalists who literally do not believe in God, so the only difference between them and actual atheists is they at least think religion can be useful in some sense, whereas regular atheists generally don't. They don't really see God as a being that actually objectively exists. Rather, they ask, how can the idea of a loving God inspire us to do social justice? But for them, basically everything about Christianity is metaphorical. Well, those are the stages of progressive Christianity. Now let's talk about the degrees of conservative Christianity. I think it makes sense to call the levels of progressivism stages, because progressive Christianity is, well, progressive. Meaning that if someone's at all on the progressive side of the spectrum, they're very likely to keep moving, or progressing, in a progressive direction. But it makes sense to call the levels of conservatism degrees, because if someone's somewhere on the conservative side, they're not necessarily going to move in one direction or the other. Also, the degrees of conservatism are less about what you actually believe, and more about what you're willing to tolerate in the church. For example, the first degree of conservatism is where you're not only against female pastors, but you think any church with a female pastor is a false church. Because there are some more moderate conservatives who are like, yeah, I don't support female pastors, but if a church has one, it's not the end of the world. But no, in this degree, you think that if a church has a female pastor, it shows that the church is not following the Bible at all, and therefore cannot...
That's me.
...not be trusted as a legitimate church. The second degree of conservatism is where you think biblical inerrancy is non-negotiable. The church has always seen the Bible as infallible, which means we can't question the Bible, and we must obey the Bible's authority on all matters of faith and practice. However, inerrant means something different. Inerrant means the original manuscripts of the Bible have no detail errors at all and no inconsistencies. This kind of developed in reaction against some of the more liberal views of Scripture. So if someone says, I think the Bible's infallible, but it might have some detail errors, these people are going to be like, shut up, liberal. The third degree of conservatism is where you're strictly a young earth creationist. Some Christians think the 6 days of creation in Genesis 1 might represent something else, and other Christians think the earth was created in 6 literal 24-hour days around 6,000 years ago. Both of these views have existed throughout all of church history, but people in this degree think that young earth creationism is the only acceptable view, and Christians must not believe anything else. The next degree is denominational exclusivism, where you think only your specific type of Christianity is real Christianity. This is where you get Catholics who think only Catholics are saved, or Orthodox who think only Orthodox are saved, or Calvinists who think only Calvinists are saved, or Baptists who think only Baptists are saved. This seems kind of weird to a lot of us, but to be fair, it was very common back in the day for different denominations to damn each other, but these days...
See, I think that everyone, as long as you believe in the divinity of Christ, that you are saved.
Most Christians have gotten past that. And in the highest stage, you get into some very right-wing things like ethno-nationalism. The vast majority of Christians across the world have decided that racism is bad, but some people in this group are not so sure about that. Luckily, these people generally only exist on the internet and not in real life. So it's important to remember, just because someone's more liberal than you doesn't mean they're a Bible-hating atheist, or maybe just because someone's more conservative than you doesn't mean they're a total fascist. So when deciding where you fall on this graph, it's important to consider, where would Jesus be?
Some controversy
For
as of
diversity
late.
hires? Boy, I hope he's
Relating to
qualified.
airplanes. Why? Well, we saw a door plug blow off the side of a plane. Fortunately, nobody was sitting there, but if they were, they could have been sucked into oblivion, where they would fall into their deaths.
Yeah, I saw
I'm
this.
assuming. I mean,
That
I
shit
don't
was
know. Someone's
crazy.
going to argue, no, actually, the seatbelt, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, the side of a door of a Boeing Max blew off. We now got another story that the wheel fell off a plane the other day. There have been a couple crashes. And a lot of people are concerned about what's going on with these planes and why it's happening. Many people have pointed out, as well as I, diversity, inclusivity, and equity programs will result in lesser qualified people being given jobs. And this will create a tendency towards error. I'm going to break all that down for you, but the core of the story right now is the smears and the lies the left is pushing about Charlie Kirk by pulling a clip out of context, and this is the game they play. Now, I know politics is a dirty game. I get it. And they're going to play these games. The reason I do this segment is one, Charlie Kirk's a good dude, and he's not a racist. And they're playing this game to trick you into not understanding the concerns about diversity, inclusivity, and equity programs in airlines and engineering and just about anything that requires serious safety regulations. Charlie Kirk, this is Midas Touch. Oh, we love our friends over at Midas Touch, right? Quote, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. And what was Charlie Kirk's point? Taken out of context, they're trying to imply that Charlie is basing his views on whether or not someone can fly a plane on race. When in fact, the actual context was, if an airline tells you they will hire lesser qualified people based on race, you would be concerned if you saw someone who was not white, that they may have hired the lesser qualified person. Thus, Charlie's point is, racist hiring policies make people concerned there are lesser qualified people flying planes based on race. The criticism is of racism. This is what really bothers me. Because, in fact, you have Charlie making the argument that companies should not be able to be racist. I mean, this is the crux of the argument. It should not be that companies take race into consideration when hiring. You should just hire the best person. Otherwise, you're racist. And then if you are hiring people and you're explicitly saying it's not about who's the best person, but the race, then you're going to be concerned they did not choose the best person. It's that simple.
Go.
Reasonable.
Get him.
And opposing of racist policies. Take a look at this clip, and then I want to highlight the Krasensteins, liberal commentators on X, and explain how this game is played and what it results in. They say fresh off his attack on Martin Luther King, Charlie took to attacking black surgeons and pilots on his Thought Crime show. Kirk said that seeing a black pilot makes him doubt the pilot is qualified. Actually, that is a misrepresentation. What Kirk is saying is that seeing a diversity, inclusivity, and equity program hire people based on race makes him concerned they're not the meritocratically chosen candidate. That's not who I am. That's not what I believe, he says. Now, hold on there a minute. Why wasn't that in the headline? Why don't these leftists include in the headline that Charlie Kirk is saying, I'm not like that. That's not who I am. I don't want to be thinking these things. But the racist hiring practices bring that to front of mind, top of mind, right? Let me show you this from Ed Krasenstein. For those that aren't familiar, Ed Krasenstein is one of the most prominent political commentators on X, formerly Twitter, where he and his brother are well known for their liberal commentary. We've actually had them on Timcast IRL. His post about Charlie Kirk has 2.6 million views. The man himself has...
That guy was good. Darn, I was hoping that he was going to attack white.
As the Tanzanian anti-colonial leader Julius Nyerere famously said,
Actually,
The United States is also a one-party state, but with typical American extravagance. They have two of them.
While hyperbolic, there is some truth to the bigger picture of this sentiment. And given the extremely low voter turnout in the United States, it appears that many regular Americans intuitively sense this as well. While this is a common attitude among those who do not vote, most
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, cool. Wait, do they have Vivek Ramaswamy on here? Or is this just them talking about
folks.
Vivek Ramaswamy?
Our fundraising
Because I wouldn't mind
deadline's
watching
coming
that
up,
if Vivek
and
was
I
on
need
here.
your support to reach our goal.
What's up, everybody, and welcome to Flagrant. And today we are joined by Trump's new running mate, man. VP, he's announcing it. You're here to tell us you're running with Trump. VP, what do you think?
You know, we're thinking things through, man. You know
what?
Wait a minute. I was being sarcastic. That looks like confirmation.
No. Yeah, I'm going to see him tonight.
Really?
We're just at a rally to support him.
Okay.
And
I love
you know,
that you
to tell
said
you the
we're
truth,
thinking things through. Like this is a mutual decision. I really like
well,
that.
I mean,
That's great.
my view is whatever role somebody takes on. So I've run companies, and one of the things I've learned is when you hire people, you got to make sure that everybody is swimming in the same direction. It's not one person's fault or another person's fault.
Yeah.
But if you have, you know, if you got daylight between you, even if a company or an enterprise or whatever you're building, you don't want to figure that out years in.
Gotcha.
It's good to figure that out.
So
up
you
front.
guys have synergy because he
We have
did
synergy. I think we're definitely in for the same mission of saving the country.
overall mission.
And the role that each of us plays, well, the role he's going to play is the next president. And the role I'm going to play, whether it's inside government or outside government, we're going to figure it out.
Now he did deliver.
Nice. That'd be awesome if Vivek was. How's it going, Gabs? Whoa! Ugh.
You got more water?
Yep.
From yesterday?
Yep.
A headshot before the primary.
I mean, we're competing, man. We're.
But you were loving him.
I was loving the country, and that's what I've been loving the whole time. Now, he didn't like some things I said about him.
Like what? What did you say?
Well, I think it was the
Show him that size 14, bro. I didn't know that got a size 14.
Yeah.
What?
That's a well-built Indian, right?
That's right. I never lived up on the height. I was getting right there at about 6 feet flat, and that was not what a size 14 predicts.
Okay, but tell us. Okay, so he delivers this shot. He said that there are some things that you didn't, that he didn't like.
Yeah, I mean, it was a primary. We're running against each other, and so I play to win, and so we all play to win. But I respect. I've said it every step, and I meant it. I respect his legacy and what he did for the country.
Okay.
He kept us out of war, and he grew the economy.
Okay.
I think those are two of the most important things a president can do.
Yeah.
He also rolled over the log of the deep state, right? And we saw what crawled out.
I need to learn about the deep state. I want to get into all.
We can get into all of that
it's
stuff.
Part of my notes.
And so I said one of my things is in the campaign is he rolled over that log, and we saw what crawled out. I'm bringing the pesticide. And that was my view. Is
you want to take out the deep state?
You actually want to just spraying it down.
Deep state? Give me a name.
It's not. You're missing the point if you're asking the question. It's a system. It's
that
a
was
system.
some good
It's
political
a machine.
shit you just did right there.
It's a machine. It's the truth.
But imagine in one of your companies, like you asked the people at the company, like you own the company, and you're talking to your CEO, and you're like, "Who is the problem source in this company?" And then somebody said back to you, they're like,
"It's the machine."
If you're asking a question, you don't even know the answer.
I would listen to
is it Nancy Pelosi?
I would listen to it. She's a cog. She's a cog.
Yeah.
These are all cogs in a deep.
Give me some cogs. I want to know about the cogs.
Are you a cog in the machine?
I'd like to think not.
But
and I'm not right now. But if you get in there for 8 years, maybe you become one, and then it's time to get the hell out. Actually, so that's my view: is get in there, do your service, get out, know when to drop the mic. And I think it takes fresh blood to do it. I think you get to be an outsider, a solid outsider, like a true outsider once. And so that was my whole premise in this race: is I'm going to take the America First agenda to the next level. Reach the next generation while doing it. Forget the Republicans, forget the Democrats. Build a movement that's founded on two basic ideas. I think these are not particularly partisan ideas. I think they're rather obvious, but apparently they're controversial today. The people who we elect to run the government should be the ones who actually run the government. That's number one, not unelected bureaucrats. So whoever it is, agree, disagree with me, partisan, black, white, doesn't matter. The people we elect to run the government should run the government. And the moral duty that they owe is to the citizens of this nation, not another one.
Boom. There we go.
That's it. That's the whole premise. And so the fact that that was as controversial as it came out to be in this race, I think revealed a lot about where we are as a country and gives me a redoubled sense of purpose to, if it's not going to be as the next president, which is how I hoped to make a positive difference in this country, I'm going to find what the next best way is.
Maybe VP. Do you think you're too qualified to be VP?
I don't know that. I mean, I don't see things as like a hierarchy. No, president number one, VP. And I don't know that VP.
Imagine it's a caste system, like
speaking to familiar concepts.
No, but is it
casting decision?
There we go.
There we go.
That's what I meant,
right? Yeah.
But okay.
That's what I thought you meant. You know?
Yeah.
I'm referring to my former acting, my former comedian career.
That's right. I saw that you took a comedy class.
10 shows.
You did 10 shows. Give us. Oh, do you have a bit?
They were not very good.
No, but we would love to hear
about 7-8 years. What was the premise? The premise. The thing is, the premise was just based on exaggerated versions of my life, right? And so there were. It was like I would say I have
target demographic.
I have no native talent for comedy. I would say that, but I was amazing. I went to this American Comedy Institute. You know this one? There's some people went through there who were like aspiring comedians or whatever, and I just did it in the evenings. I had my job, and I clearly had interests that went beyond my job. Eventually, it's what led to me starting my company. But anyway, I went to this class, and the guy actually had kind of a formula where, without having native God-given gift for comedy, to still make it passable. Actually, it wasn't. I wasn't great, but it was not horrendous. And the thing he told me was, and this is how it actually led me, and I owe him gratitude because it's what led me to found my first company. Is he said, take a notebook, wherever. Like, this is an exception that I don't have it with me right now. I've kept it a decade later. Still do it. Take a notebook everywhere you go. Anytime something annoys the hell out of you, write it down.
How many
then-
notes are about black people?
Okay.
That's-
See? I self-censor. I self-censor.
Sorry.
That's right. It was the notebook was black, but there were white pages inside.
Little black book. That's
National
what it is.
unity.
Together.
So the beauty. Just think of the beauty of that.
That is such a
Yeah,
beautiful
it's so
country we
deep,
live in.
right? And so
If he didn't use a brown pen, he was sellout. I'll tell you that. Right
that's right. That's right. I probably did. I
You
used many
don't
colors.
remember any of the bits though?
I not super well, to be honest.
You
It
need
was
some.
10 years ago.
You need
It was
Alzheimer's
10 years
medication,
ago.
dude. That's what you need.
But I wouldn't know how to bring you one of those. I wouldn't be the guy to help you on that.
We're gonna get to your drug dealing days in a while. This guy used to deal drugs.
The legal, the more profitable kind.
Don't
Legal
talk
drugs.
about legal. Like it's cooler to be like I deal drugs.
Almost
Almost everybody on this, sofa, couch, chair situation has dealt drugs. Did you know?
Is that right?
Yeah, in a lifetime.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, I'm not an exception.
I mean, the
apparently.
majority of us.
Yeah.
Did you sell drugs at all?
No, I bought oregano one time from a drug dealer.
Bought oregano.
Yeah, on accident. I thought it was weed.
How did you consume it?
I thought it was weed, and then it was not weed. Yeah.
No, he did know. He did know. Okay. Wait. No.
So
you being too competent to be Trump's VP. This is what my concern is. Is that like the last...
just sort of because I want to leave people with this advice, especially young people, for being an aspiring entrepreneur. So I took the notebook down. Anytime something annoys you, there's a joke in it.
Yeah.
But actually, it's the best advice that I could give you for starting a business. Actually, that's what I wanted to land at because that's what led me to start.
Because your frustrations
your frustrations are often rooted in something real in the world.
That needs to be solved.
And then your emotional attitude to that is part of what gives you the passion to, for a good comedian, apparently tell a joke.
a great
But
idea.
in my case, it ended up taking me in a different direction. So anyway, that was
Okay.
seal that off. VP. I don't know if it's the right role or not.
Kamala Harris, genius.
She can, she's in charge of AI policy, man. I don't know if she can spell AI, but I think that she's in charge of AI policy. So there must be something good there.
Sounds good.
She must be.
I like it. Good. Get the notebook.
Exactly.
No,
So I don't know what's going on there.
Pence, goofball, right?
I mean, genius, right? He's
an absolute.
He's passionate, man full of passion,
love,
and a man full of
bro. You know what was one of my
charisma
favorite,
and
my
brilliance,
favorite videos?
exuding that every day.
You try to convince people in Iowa that you believe in Jesus and the other gods.
Yeah.
Have you seen that?
I tell the truth, man, about my beliefs.
You're like, we believe Jesus is a son of God.
That's what I said. Jesus is a son
thing.
of God, which is different than saying he's the son of God.
And the guy's talking to a presidential nominee. He goes, "There's one son of God."
I mean, look, I will respect. There were a number of people who I met who struggled. One pastor towards the end of the campaign, and he wrote an extensive post, which was, and he's an influential pastor, and he's a good man, but he wrote, I hadn't met him at this time, part of a demonic cult, the way he describes Hinduism, and he recommends everybody vote against the member of a demonic cult being our U.S. president.
He wrote that about you?
Oh yeah, it was an extensive post. No, but I think those.
Yeah, I think that's true.
The exact words, demonic cult.
But what's the justification? Like it?
Well, I think so. I think people were just like stay away from him.
What did you say to him?
I called him on the phone and I said I would love to sit down with him. He came out.
You got to show up
in
like
the
a
middle of
red
a blizzard.
outfit.
In the middle of a blizzard, he came out and he listened, and we had a deep conversation on the back of my campaign bus afterwards.
Yeah.
And he brought he's a collector of ancient books. He said it was his most valued book, and he left it with me. I promised him I would read it, and I would. It hasn't been that long since the end of the campaign. But in his world, it's a book about the values that informed American history. And it was a signed book by the author, and it's not in print anymore. It's an old book, and it had real sentimental value to him. He then, after our talk, had an extensive post on. You want me to pull it up, actually?
Yeah, sure.
I can pull it up. In the case of Vivek, if God decides to use him as a president, I will have cause for joy and certainly support him and pray for him as often as I have for any other president. But what we are discussing is whether or not we as Christians are allowed to reward a candidate with authority and power in a republic. And then it goes on to explain why, even though he agrees with everything that I say, this is ultimately why no Christian should be permitted to vote for me, in his opinion.
Do you think if you were white and Christian, you'd be president right now?
White and Christian? Would I be president right now? I don't think so. I don't think that was the rate limiting issue. So I don't. I mean, just to.
That is one of the issues that I have with him. Not so much the white thing, obviously, but that he's not a Christian, that he's Hindu.
Like I do think it was an obstacle for me.
Yeah.
In Iowa, I think that we opened up conversations about faith at like a level of depth that we have not, and I think the people of Iowa and myself have not otherwise and would not have otherwise gone into. I think many people elucidated for themselves what the distinction was between pastor and president and how they could, with conviction, understand that their religion was fundamentally different from mine voting for president. And for what it's worth, it actually was a forcing function for me to get to, like, okay, you say you're Hindu, you say you're Christian or whatever, and you go about your daily business. But this process, I think, really forced me to deeply understand what the core convictions of my faith actually are. And so it was very productive in that sense, actually. But I think that there are a small minority. I don't
your
think it's,
belief in God.
yeah, actually. Like what even the theology undergirding my faith. I think that that was something that I probably emerged with greater clarity of by the end of this campaign rather than the beginning, because it's a very frequent topic that comes up, and so it forces you to press yourself to understand.
I would love to hear that and how you change your. But what does that make you?
Rediscover is what I would say. Yeah.
How did that make you feel reading that? Like, this is a guy whose vote you want.
Yeah.
He's going at you for your faith, and then the end of it is masterful, all positive qualities.
Yeah.
I still will
That was actually
never,
the beginning of it.
I will never, and no one of my faith should ever vote for this man. How does that? Fuck the right answer. How does that make you feel? That's what I'm interested in.
So I would tell you what my first fleeting reaction is what my total reaction would have been a year ago, which is one of fury, rage, frustration, and like maybe a tinge of sadness and disappointment.
Because I feel that.
Yeah. Okay. That's what that's sort of a microcosm of what my first instinct is. And like I said, like that's at the start of this journey what I would have said. Right now, what I feel on the other side of that is then pause.
I chose Wix for my business because of its massive scope for functionality and freedom of creation. Being able to integrate and change and develop at my own pace. I offer a range of products and services. To manage it all from one place is essential. It gave me time back in my day to get going on actual projects. It really just made everything feel more achievable.
No living being should ever eat processed food for every single meal of their life.
Good, real food is simple. It looks like food, it smells like food. It's what dogs are supposed to be eating.
We really don't want people to think of feeding food like ours as spoiling their dogs.
It's
Hopefully
amazing to me how many people write in about their dogs changing for the better. The farmer's dog is just our way to help people take care of them.
This is a good man, actually, who cares so deeply about this country that he has paused to think about how his own theology connects to the future of our republic. I spent an hour with him, and he spent that time because he deeply does care about the country and believes that he has a duty to fulfill in it. And for somebody who at least gives a damn.
What'd you say? Oh, he's gonna break me? Are you really going to break me? No. That would be stupid. Okay, cool.
It's very odd to say it that way about a pastor, I guess it's a little bit. Who cares that much, right? I'm kind of grateful, at least, because I think that he and I probably share a deeper care for this country and an understanding of doing what in our faith, you Hindu, our dharma would be. Than most ordinary people living their lives, and then me over the course of most of my life. And so for that, I guess I'm grateful, actually. And I think we're going to be friends. I think he's wrong on his understanding of what the constitutional role of the president is. And I think, if I may say so, he's wrong on even what I think the Bible will ask of him to decide in the way he chooses to elect a president. And I intend to stay in touch with him. And if I do run for president in 4 years, maybe he'll have a different view by the time that we do. And so I guess that's where I am right now, is a profound respect for his level of care for the country. Doesn't change my view that I think he's just on both the Bible and the Constitution wrong on this. But a commitment to say this is a guy who I think I kind of respect. Towards the late phase of the campaign, there was another pastor I went to a church with. And something will happen when you go to these churches on Sunday mornings. Sometimes, more often than not, to be clear, what was represented there is a minority view amongst evangelical Christians. That is not the predominant view of most evangelical Christians, but I think it is a distinct and non-tiny minority. So we went to a bunch of churches on Sundays, and most of them, actually, what I would sense happening, I can't say for sure, but you get a sense of these things, is they'll almost soften the message a little bit, to sort of be inclusive, actually, to make us feel warm and welcome. At the end of a prayer, even, if they're praying over us, you'll usually say the prayer in Jesus' name, amen. And then you'll also, often when we're there, we'll say the prayer and say, and all God's people say, amen. And I felt like telling them, and maybe I should have, is just like, you don't have to say it that way. If you end your prayer with saying in Jesus' name, say in Jesus' name, because that's what is most heartfelt to you. But occasionally, we would actually get somebody who also takes notice of who we are and wants to send a message to everybody else who's in that congregation. And so we went to one where it was probably the most pointed sermon that I have heard. But he went to draw and parse every distinction between, for those of you here who think that you need to understand the philosophy of Christ, and that philosophy is what speaks to you, and that's what you want to take away from today, you're missing the point. Christ is the way. He's not a path. He is the path.
Yeah.
And he said, and he gave, I mean, it was clearly intended that we were there, and the person who brought us was a relatively prominent person.
He was like checking.
And I think he was checking, actually, I don't think it was not a rebuke at us. I think it was a rebuke at the person who brought us, is what it was, who was a relatively prominent person. And I think it was intended as a somewhat of a slap on the wrist or a rebuke. Not to say that we shouldn't show up there, but we shouldn't show up there as somebody who's not actually open to, or being there for the purpose of openness to conversion.
Well, I'm sure he's also looking at his flock and going, wow, these people are running for president and they want the vote of my flock. And
yep,
me
exactly.
endorsing this man
exactly.
is telling all these
but
followers.
I respect this man, but then so he started, and once he got warmed up, then it wasn't even on us. He was just going
Shots
scorched
fired.
earth. So he said, a few weeks ago, I gave a sermon. And I forget which passage it was, but it told the story. And there's a gentleman who came up. He said, it was my first time in church in a long time. He had tears in his eyes. And I said, oh, well, thank you for coming. And he said, no, Pastor, I just want to say thank you. You've opened up something in my heart that I previously did not have. I haven't been to church in a long time. You brought tears to my eyes. And I want to say thank you for that.
I understand that
said,
feeling.
Well, what did you take away from the teaching? And the man said, I'm still processing it, but I can just tell you the feeling that I have is one of gratitude. And the pastor's speaking in the sermon. He says, well, I just looked him in the eye and said, I think you might have just liked the band. And I was just like, it's after he's just delivered kind of a scorched, scathing. This pastor,
what's his name?
I forgot his name. But but he was, it was I think we brought it out in him. Sometimes there's a situation and you awaken your inner beast.
Yeah.
I think that was just, he was just going line by line of people from the congregation come to him with these lines, and he would just be ripping them to shreds because people miss what the actual ultimate point is that there is one path.
Black dude?
To God. No, he's white.
White guy.
Not that many black pastors in Iowa. There was one. I don't know if you've been to Iowa. I don't know if you've been to
You don't say.
No, there's some. There's some, but
have a flourishing Baptist community.
He was the black member of the congregation.
I had to wear multiple hats. But there was a black
They were
pastor.
probably wearing one hood.
There was a black.
I want to say thank you, by the way, to everybody who came out to the shows in D.C. I had a surreal experience this past weekend. weekend there. I posted about this on Instagram, but like the first stand-up I ever experienced was Eddie Murphy's Delirious. I listened to a cassette tape of it with my dad. I've said that, you know, many times probably on this podcast. You guys know this. And we actually did those two shows at the exact venue where Eddie Murphy recorded Delirious. So that was just an incredible moment. I want to thank you guys all for coming out. Thank you so much for that. That was incredible. And the Life Tour in America continues. We are going to Nashville. Make sure you get those tickets. And then we are going to Austin as well. And we added a second show in Phoenix, so you can get tickets to all.
That pastor came to one of our events, actually, and he challenged me not on Christian teaching, but he challenged me on one of my core principles. We have sort of 10 hard things that are true, we say in the campaign. One is reverse racism is racism.
Yes.
And so he showed up, he's a fit guy, he's a pastor. He said, first thing is I challenge you to 10 push-ups. So we pounded down, hammered out the 10 push-ups.
Yeah.
And then the harder question was, when there's been a history of systemic racism in the United States, how do you take that into account when you say reverse racism is racism? And we actually had, he actually was totally fine on the Christianity piece of this. He understood the distinction, but he was coming at it more from that angle. We had a good discussion and a good exchange that day. We stayed in touch. About 3 weeks later, he became one of our precinct captains, actually, which is interesting. And I think that there were a lot of just beautiful moments through this whole thing. And even with the other two pastors I mentioned, I consider that progress, that we were actually able, I would rather us be able to have those open exchanges than to have that bottled up and fester with some sort of deep, you know, I would say unhealthy, toxic frustration that sometimes comes up when people aren't able to speak in the open.
I think that's smart. I think that's smart. Now, here's a question that I think everybody wants to know. Why does everyone hate Nikki Haley so much?
Does everyone hate, like, it seems like everyone loves...
Oh my God.
The corporate press loves Nikki Haley.
You mean Nikita Haley?
Yeah. Is that her real name? Nikita?
It's
Namrata.
Namrata.
Yeah, he just wanted to say that other N-word. Found a way to sneak it in, this motherfucker. And he almost made me say it.
She's Namrata. Yeah.
Yeah, okay,
She
but...
can go the normal...
Namrata Randwa Haley. Yes, sir.
Namrata.
And she calls me Vivek.
So she fucks it up on purpose.
I think
1000%, dude.
I think that it's almost... I don't know that she thinks of it as doing it on purpose, but it's almost native and hardwired to who she is, that it's exactly how
Does she know what fucking caste you are, dude? Does she know you're a fucking Brahmin?
The thing is, it doesn't make it for her. There's one currency that matters, which is power, personal power, and do
so
whatever.
So you think she has just insane lust for power?
Insane lust for power.
And she is tied to the corporate interests. Is that what the greatest criticism is?
I would say it's not specific to her, right? It could apply to Dick Cheney. You could apply it to anyone of a certain breed of Republican, or anyone in the neoliberal kind of fashion of Democrat too, of the last 25 years. Is whatever it takes to accumulate an added ounce of money and power is what we're going to do. Use an ideology as a vector to do it, to project American power, which actually is a philosophy that creates American weakness in the name of creating an illusion of power. And we're going to fight foreign wars, and we're going to create a domestic surveillance state as a consequence. And you can put a D at the end of it, or you can put an R at the end of it. But it's the same philosophy hiding on the front. And that's what she represents. And so I think what's going on in the Republican Party right now is there's an ideological fissure about what this party is. I mean, what does it mean to be a Republican? It's kind of a meaningless term, really. It's Biden bad is the closest thing the Republican Party's had to an agenda in the last few years.
Biden bad, Trump good.
Yeah, I mean,
it's pretty
but
Biden bad, winner good.
Our team good. What do we stand for? And so, I think we should stand for the two basic ideas I said at the beginning. The people who elect to run the government should run the government. They owe a moral duty to the citizens of this nation. Not another one. Simple. Two simple ideas. But I think there's an alternative view that says it's the job of the U.S. to be the global hegemon. That's the global police state keeper. And in order to do that, we have to have a federal police state at home that requires under-the-table violations of your constitutional rights. And if that means tying your social media accounts to your government-issued ID as a mandate to use the internet, which is a policy she's advocated for, that's what it takes. And so the post 9/11
that is
Cheney,
a policy that she advocated
George Bush,
for. That shit's
Patriot
crazy.
Act, Iraq War, fuming Republicans have created a modern avatar. It's called Nikki Haley.
Right.
And they're trying to reclaim this thing known as the Republican Party. And then there's an alternative vision that says it's what I would call kind of a libertarian nationalist vision. I think I'm the only person to use that term, but that's how I would describe my view of the world. To say that the way of the future is one of guaranteeing at all costs our constitutionally enshrined freedoms and to take care of the citizens of this country.
So
in the
Nikki
process.
represents traditional conservative.
I wouldn't even call it
It's neoconservatism is what she represents, for sure.
Conservative, because conservative can mean so many things.
Let's find the right word.
The machine?
I mean, I think the fancy word for this would be neoconservative.
But is she deep state?
She's a product of the deep state.
She's product of deep state.
She's a product.
Biden is also product of deep
Yeah,
state.
I would say so.
So
They're
essentially,
puppets of the deep state.
Okay, that's a great way to look at it because it feels as if, for the average person, that Biden is being run. Right?
He is being run.
He's being run. That's what the average person, but we don't know what really that means. Who runs him? Do you have names of people who run him?
It's just, so it comes back to this, man. It's the machine. You could
But what's the
pick,
machine?
You could pick your Susan Rices or the Hillary Clintons or the Barack Obamas, but it doesn't matter. Because it's
currently,
like,
do we know who's doing
It's like the San Antonio Spurs, right? It doesn't matter
But I know
who's
who
actually
runs
playing.
that. Popovich runs that.
But
who's the Popovich?
Yeah, so I think imagine if Popovich steps out in the middle of a game and the whole thing just keeps running as its own machine.
Becky Hammond steps in. I know the coaching staff. I don't even know if she's not there anymore. But what I'm saying
it doesn't matter who it is, and the machine still runs.
I'm aware
So
it runs.
it is. Here's how it works.
Yes.
Here's how it works.
There we go. And this is not to go, I want to catch you. I don't think that you're using
I don't take it
rhetoric.
that way.
I'm genuinely trying to understand a phrase that I feel like I've used without really knowing.
So at a certain point, the bureaucracy becomes its own creation. That's what it is. So if you want to take, for example, the FBI.
Can I say one thing about this and how it helps me understand?
Sure.
So in Hollywood, before I did really anything in entertainment, and I was on the outside of it, I thought that there was these like organized meetings amongst people in Hollywood. They're like, here's the agenda. We're going to push trans. We're going to push gay. We're going to push Hindu. What I learned is that it's people that are trying to keep their job.
Yeah.
And by trying to keep their job, they're doing the things that they believe will be rewarded, or very least they won't be punished.
Yes.
So is this what you mean by?
So there's a version of that. I mean, I think that a lot of what most people refer to as conspiracy theories, the ones that certainly are true, are really just an amalgam of collective incentives that are hiding in plain sight. That's
that
really,
we think there's these nefarious individuals that are holding the puppet
there
string.
is no smoke-filled
Doesn't
room.
even have to be.
You're missing if you're worried,
Yes.
if you're fixated on where's the smoke-filled room, you're missing the point. Right. And so I think that, like, this idea of that you're not supposed to utter the great replacement theory or whatever, this idea that there's an intentional plot to supplant the native white stock of the U.S. for a bunch of people crossing the southern border to permanently secure electoral outcomes to the contrary, that's conspiracy theory. But if you take great replacement theory out of it, you take the idea of somebody concocting this in a smoke-filled room out of it, and then you just look at the last 20 years of policy, much of one of the two political parties in the U.S., as recently as about a decade ago, said, well,
Here's your mac and cheese.
Thank you.
Okay.
How was your day yesterday?
Not good.
Not good? Why?
What?
Why not good?
'Cause I had a friend pass.
Oh, who?
The kid, the guy at his wife at GameStop.
Yeah.
Her husband.
Oh, really? What happened to him? Wasn't he pretty young?
He had cancer.
Oh, did he? I'm sorry. That's too bad.
Yeah.
No.
He was really sick and he tried to fight cancer really fast and then it
Yeah.
got worse.
Yeah, that sucks.
Immigration, legal or not, is going to be a key to securing lasting electoral majorities, and so that's why
So
we
now they're
should tend to favor
incentivized.
this. Including even in the context of that was
Right.
you can even remember the context was convincing a kind of Bernie-esque minority view that was sort of skeptical of competition for domestic workers to sort of, it was a carrot to say, no, I know that this might, like, in the short run against some of the things you stand for, but think about what it could open up in the long run if we have lasting electoral majorities. So it was earnest as a persuasion mechanism that today, if uttered by people on the so-called other side, becomes a conspiracy theory when it's nothing more than just a statement of incentives hiding in plain sight. So it goes with the bureaucracy. And I want to say a word about the bureaucracy. I don't love the word deep state only because it implies that it's limited to the government. what I call it, people don't like it when I say this, and they say it doesn't resonate with people, but the word that I use is it's the managerial class.
Is Jamie Dimon part of the managerial class?
I think the people 2 to 3 layers below Jamie Dimon absolutely are, and I think in some sense Jamie Dimon is ish on it. So there's 3 classes of people. I talk about this in my first book, Woking, a little bit. I mean, you got the creators, right? The actual, you could be a professor at a university as opposed to the associate dean of God knows what. Could be the entrepreneur proprietor who started the company as opposed to the vice president of human resources. Could be the elected president of the United States versus, you know, the class that sits underneath him. You've got the creators, you've got the constituents, customers, shareholders, voters. And then you've got the managerial class, who are the higher middle management bureaucracy designed to administer.
No, me and Blue have
that
a
which
good
the
thing
creators
here.
have created.
You attack Blue.
With the intention of serving the constituents, but to make it scalable. Like that's the basic premise of it, in a corporate context or not. And I think we live in a moment right now where the balance of power between those 3 categories has vastly shifted towards the managerial class, the committee class, as we could call it, the permanent bureaucracy, or what we would call in government, the permanent state. I think it's true in every sphere of our lives right now. I think it's true in corporate America. I think it's true in universities. But it so happens, and I do think it's the mother of all bureaucracies, it is absolutely true in the government that the people who we elect have almost nothing to do with what actually impacts most people's everyday lives compared to the permanent machine that sits under it and is fundamentally agnostic to the political party of who's on top, as long as they're going to keep the party going. So Joe Biden's one version of that, Nikki Haley's another version of that.
So
either of which is a safe choice.
Deep state is essentially just bureaucracy.
Yeah.
And your mission as president would have been to eliminate,
dismantle,
would have been 75% of
a jackhammer,
and that's
just like
why,
a chainsaw.
And I'm just trying to help people who might be like, oh, this guy wants to abolish the Department of Education. What the fuck is?
Like a chainsaw? What is he? The guy from what's his name? And why can't I think of his name? Isn't it Argentina? Let's see. Yeah, this guy right here. Malay. That's his thing. This is the chainsaw to the bureaucracy.
Eliminate the bureaucracy from the Department of Education. Eliminate the bureaucracy from so many of the FBI. All
because
these,
the bureaucracy itself is causing what? Is causing a separation between what the constituents want and what the executive...
The dissipation of accountability is what disappears.
So they know the managerial folks no longer have accountability to their constituents.
That's right.
And that is because there is this...
They don't even have constituents. That's the thing. They don't even have constituents. So I'll give it to you in a corporate context so we can depoliticize it, then we can bring it back to politics. Like in corporate America right now, and this is where I've spent my career shortly before running for president, is you have something that happened basically in original OG capitalism. You have the proprietor who's also the owner, who's also the CEO and the operator. Then it all comes down to a question of scale. So the question is, we couldn't scale that without hiring professional management so that the owner can do other things and create new things or whatever the owner wants to do. And so he hires the CEO and the CFO, et cetera. And so there was, like in business school, for I don't know if any of you have background, doesn't matter, but if you go to business school, one of the things they'll teach you about is the separation of ownership and control. So that was like one of the original sins kind of thing, where the owner is no longer the person who exercises control, and that creates what they call a principal-agent problem. So the principal is the owner, the agent is the hired hand, and then like all of modern corporate law and business theory and securities law is designed to basically address that gap. So they have these things called fiduciary duties that the CEO will owe to the owner, but eventually they start behaving badly in a way that just flies on private jets at the owner's expense and claim that it's a business need. And then that's when the private equity industry was actually born in the 1980s, designed to sort of say, okay, well, we're going to retake ownership and clean house. And that was like where the Henry Kravises and the Steve Schwarzmans kind of came from. So that's in the realm of capitalism. Then something else happened in the last 20 years, which is, okay, so they said the shareholders are the ones who have control, but the managerial class, having not taken it over at the level of the corporation, went to the direction of the shareholders themselves. They started to pretend to be the shareholders in the guise of firms like BlackRock and State Street or Vanguard or whatever that aggregate, I don't know if these words mean anything to you. Okay. I mean, aggregate probably most of your money directly or indirectly, 401k accounts, pension funds, et cetera, to say that, okay, we are the shareholders, but we're representing other people's money, and so we're going to have you adopt policies that actually are in our own interest.
Not the shareholders.
Not the actual shareholders who are the capital
But since we're the shareholders because we're holding their money.
We're holding the stock, exactly. So you're using, so let's say you're BlackRock, and let's say you're two retirees. You give your money over to BlackRock. BlackRock buys shares in, I don't know, Apple.
Sure.
Actually, that's a good example to use because there was a specific
now
case
they're
of
using
Apple.
that leverage on Apple to
And they're
do
using
what they want.
Specifically on Apple and BlackRock, this is a real life story in 2022, voted for racial equity audits at Apple, which Apple initially said hell no to.
Yeah.
But they said, no, we're going to vote for it. And then back in the old school version, if the CEO was pushing that kind of philosophy, the shareholders would say, no, you're the agent.
You're held
I'm the
accountable.
principal, and you have a fiduciary duty to me.
Yeah.
But it's always a cat and mouse game, but now it's gone to the shareholders, and they're like, no, we are the shareholders. And we're telling you that you need to adopt this policy. BlackRock,
in this
right?
one, yes.
Because today, if you go to the SEC's website and see who are the shareholders of Apple,
yes,
they're going to be number 1 or 2 or 3 on the
This
list.
is really interesting.
And so it's always this cat and mouse game where the managerial class is always about getting one heads up. So there's a whole private sector version of this, and 2 of my 3 books are about this stuff, and we could go on for days about it. But I use that as an analog because sometimes when you talk about politics, people lose their mind. There's something similar going on, and I think of even greater import in the government, where there's a cat and mouse game between the elected representatives who, say what you will, still have to go back to their constituents every couple of years.
Yes.
Every 2, 4, or 6 years, depending on Congress, President, or Senate.
Yes.
And ask for permission to govern. Whereas what these people say is, no. How do we drain as much of that power as possible so that we're agnostic?
Who are these people?
The bureaucrats.
The bureaucrats.
Yeah.
So these people.
Absolutely.
I'm happy
These
about
people,
this,
the people
honestly.
who work for Anthony
Power
Fauci.
as
From the electeds as possible to make sure that we're agnostic to who actually gets into power in those seats in the first place.
So they're neutering them intentionally.
They're neutering them intentionally, yes. It depends how much detail you want to go into, but I can even tell you
all
some
the detail.
Okay.
This is very important because I think a lot of your ideas, when explained in this way, are incredibly digestible. And
The
that's
problem
why
is
you
cable
said-
TV is 30-second hits
And-
or
Well,
2.5
Hold
minute
on 1 second. That's
Yeah.
the game, though.
That is the game.
You know what
and
I
I've
mean?
learned this, and so I got to get good at that.
I've
Or get better at that.
We talked about Bernie, for example. Like I remember when Bernie was going up against Trump, and there was this real issue where I think like American voters really wanted it to be Bernie versus Trump, and I think that they were so disillusioned with
That would
the
have been a good
government.
race.
And
That
then-
would have been a useful race for the country, actually.
I've like, and I said it was like, the Democrats stole it from Bernie with the whatever. But here's the reality. That's the system that he was operating within and hasn't tried to change. So if the system can break you or can sway using the, what are they called, the
Superdelegates
the
or whatever?
superdelegates or whatever. That's the system that you, and if you're not breaking that system, if you're using that system, that is...
You become a product of it,
you're-
actually.
Exactly. Now,
Bring a
so if it's-
jackhammer, get the hell out.
Of
Drop
course,
the mic,
but
and
if
get
it's
the hell
30
out.
seconds,
Yeah.
a bite on MSNBC, this is another problem with the bureaucracy. You could even argue that is impossible to describe an issue that is this inundated with bullshit in 30 seconds.
Well-
so
True.
the people don't even know where the disconnect is between them and their
I'm
representatives.
sorry, but I'm going to interrupt.
Yeah.
I'm reading Woke Inc. I actually do read
You're
a
reading it right now?
I'm
Sure.
reading
Thank
it right
you.
now.
I
I'm listening to
appreciate
the
that.
audiobook, actually.
Okay.
To be honest, I
I read the audiobook
don't
for that
read,
one.
let's be
I read
honest.
that
yeah,
one,
I know.
actually,
That's
yeah.
why I was more inclined to do it. The book, and you're,
How far into
you
it are you?
are chapter 8.
Okay.
You are one of the most brilliant people I've ever heard speak. Most people
Thank
are
you, man.
not you. I'm an idiot. I'm listening to your
How about
book,
that, too?
and I'm not, a lot of this, I'm just struggling to keep up as you're even speaking now. But I'm reading Woke Inc., and you take this kind of wokeonomics philosophy, and you make that the boogeyman of corporate America. And I'm just an idiot who's listening to you, and I'm like, well, corporations, and you acknowledge it a little bit. You're like, look, corporations they were corrupt before, but this is the problem. This wokeonomics is what's ruining the country. And it's like, nah, the country been fucked. Again, I'm talking like an idiot.
Okay.
I think the issue, if you had made this about how bureaucracy ruins government even outside of, if you make it Woke Inc. and then you make the whole boogeyman.
You're framing it as wokeness when the problem isn't just
You haven't heard me
wokeness.
talk a ton about that in the last year for a reason. So one is just to bring you context. One thing I tell people about Woke Inc. is, first of all, I probably the 3 books I wrote, most proud of that one just because it took more of an effort versus the next 2 you already got your flow going. But I agree with about 95% of what's in there. That's the first thing I will say. I've written 2 books since then, and some of those have evolved from certain of my micro views. But the other thing I will say is that was just a product of my latest experience. I was a biotech CEO. The story I think I tell towards the start of the book. Yeah. And there's a demand that I make a statement on behalf of BLM. I refused to do it. 6 months later, I write an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal with a former law professor, and then multiple advisors from my company are resigning. What the hell is going on? And actually, the corporate America was in a different and weird place in 2020 than it is today. So I don't mean to be defensive, but I don't believe I said that, oh, this is really the threat to all American future
Maybe you
existence.
didn't. I'm dumb. Most people are dumb.
But it
That's
was what landed on my doorstep, right?
Yeah.
And so that was the thing that moved me to write that book. What I will say is, so when I
Hold
wrote
on, I want
Woke Inc.
people to digest this. This is interesting because I think a lot of people have looked at that book without even reading it as, oh, he wants to run for president. He's seeing this woke wave going. He's going to write a book about how wokeness is destroying everything, and he's going to use that popularity to run for president. If you actually read the book, what you're describing is you were put in a situation where you could not do your fiduciary responsibility to your shareholders.
At least what I felt was the right
What
answer.
you felt because of this, what do you even call this? This like
social pressure. You could call
there
it
was,
that.
yeah, there was
Social
a
pressure.
social pressure and a philosophy that was restricting your ability to run your company to the best.
And to be clear, in my case, it was a really mild example of it. So I don't think I've ever overstated that in the case of my company. It was a small shade compared to what was going on in the rest of corporate America. But it opened my eyes that even in that landing on my own doorstep and multiple advisors to my company stepping aside because of my own views that companies should stay out of politics was an eye-opening moment. And I wrote a book about the reflections that came out of that. At the time I titled Woke Inc. and sent it to the publisher, the main criticism that I got, including from people in that world, was that nobody had heard this, not enough people had heard this word woke. So this book is going to fall flat. This is back in 2020 when we named it.
That's funny.
By the time it came out, a year and a half later, then the actual criticism was this is too controversial and you're weaponizing the word woke. And then if that book were to have come out today, I'm sure the criticism would be that this is banal. Like and you know what? That time they might actually be right. See, if I wrote that book today and it comes out, if somebody else gives me a book that says the same thing Woke Inc. has come out today, I'm like, come on,
Yeah,
guys.
it's true.
Like this is tired. But it wasn't when it came out. It was intended to be read in the moment when it came out, is what I would say. And you could read it now for insight into how I think about things. But it was a
If he
product
breaks
of my own
me, I
experiences
kill
and a
him
product
first.
of
If he
where I think
doesn't, I kill
we
him
were in a
first.
particularly weird
But I
place
win.
in our country. The fight has moved on, and one of the chapter titles in Woke Inc. was The Rise of the Managerial Class.
Yes.
That's one chapter. We blew that out into a full third book. I wrote a second book called Nation of Victims, and then the third one is called Capitalist Punishment, which is all about it's more specific to sort of ESG and capital markets, but goes into this deeper issue of the managerial class. There's this author called, I don't know if he's on the left or the right or some combination too, but Michael Lind wrote a book recently, and he was in the school of thought of this guy, probably a century ago, James Burnham, who talked about this almost like back in the 30s, where this has been a phenomenon that's existed for a long time. And what it actually gets to is, this is, as esoteric as it might sound what we're talking about, this is what the American Revolution was actually fought about. See, the American Revolution was fought over the idea, the part I left out about the deep state is the people who are believing that they need to drain the lifeblood out of the politicians. The most sinister part of it is they believe they're doing it not even for their own good, but for the good of humanity and for the country. They believe that the elected representatives.
Altruism in
Yes,
their,
yes,
in their
exactly.
actions.
It is a noble lie that has to be told that we live in a democracy.
So
because
even if you call
a true
them deep
democracy
state, they'd be
could
like,
last.
"What do you mean? I'm just trying to help you."
Oh, no, no, I think it's even one step than that. I
What'd
know
you
what you
say?
mean, and you could think that about me,
But I know I'm doing the right.
but I know I'm doing the right thing, and so I'm going to do it anyway. And see, that's what the American Revolution was fought
We
for.
got to stop using the word deep state. then,
I agree.
because-
I agree. I call it the permanent state, shadow government, but I call it the managerial class because it's not even about the state.
It starts to sound so conspiratorial. I really think.
It's not, and it's not even about conspiratorial. It's really about this idea that there are these people with nefarious intent.
Right.
And when we remove ourselves
From
this
individual and nefarious action, it's something. It's a systematic phenomenon.
Because you
kill
force
Blue.
a person who believes they're doing
I feel
good.
bad because Blue hasn't done
Will
anything.
not
believes
listen.
the means are
They're like,
justified.
It's
to
not talking about
accomplish
me.
that.
Can't be talking about me. I'm doing good for my people.
I'm doing what's right, and that's what you have to understand. Is these people believe that they're doing what's right for humanity.
This is good.
And for most of human history, now as I said, the American Revolution was fought for. Now you take a historical view. For most of human history,
Make
right?
the American Revolution point because I'm still a little.
So
lost in that.
I'm bringing that in here. Pre-American Revolution, for most of human history, the view was, okay, the idea that you get to speak your mind openly as long as I get to in return, or the idea that we, the people, cause a government to come into existence that's accountable to us, where every one of us has a voice and vote that counts equally in like this weird democratic process where we count up votes and decide who's in charge and you get to vote them out. That's nutty, right? What the people would demand would cause humanity itself to cease to exist. That's how stupid people are, is the kinds of decisions they would make.
So
And so the American Revolution was fought on, the 1776 was based on one idea, which is that for better or worse, we the people still decide who governs.
So it wasn't just an American Revolution; it was a revolution of thought.
It was fundamentally a revolution of thought, absolutely, which echoed a little bit and mutated a little bit to get to the French Revolution in 1789. But let's just talk about the American Revolution, which was I think the OG version of this. And the intellectual predecessors of it were like John Locke. It started in Europe. But our founding fathers, they weren't the most, I mean, they were brilliant people, but they weren't the originators. But they were the implementers of a vision of Enlightenment thought that caused the United States to come into existence.
They had a juvenile enough system that they could implement these ideas.
That's right. That's right. And so that's what the American Revolution was fought for. And so then we have to accept that we're the weird ones, actually, we as in America. Because for most of human history in most countries, even many across the world today, those that haven't followed America's example, that's how it's done. And so what you're seeing right now isn't this devious, new, sinister conspiracy theory.
To the norm.
It's just a revert to the norm. It's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
It's just the natural historical tendency. So we live in this anomaly, but right now, this is just reverting to the norm of all of human history.
I saw you talking at when you were stumping for Trump in New Hampshire, and you likened it to the American Revolution.
Yeah.
And
Bro, that was like yesterday.
I rolled. Because I didn't understand contextually what you were talking about.
That's what I'm talking about. I probably didn't explain it.
No, it's not about explaining it. It's like you said, in these short amounts of time, it's very hard to break down an idea this sophisticated. Like, think about it. It took us 30 minutes to go from the initiation of the deep state, just the idea for us to understand, to how it works in corporate America, to back to politics, and how humans have been operating in this way because it's constant. Is it in weirdly like?
Well played.
There's like a biological impulse for it, probably.
Yeah.
We're not.
There's almost a societal impulse. Part of it's native hardwired. Part of it's just the nature of human nature and how we relate to each other. And this thing about the old worldview that humanity would cease to exist. That's literally what much of the managerial class believes today as it relates to climate change. I mean, for example, you could pick your favorite one, COVID. That if we really left it to self-governance and we were serious about that, you'd pick your favorite fill in the blank, the planet would cease to exist. So it has to be a small group of enlightened members of the managerial class that do what's right.
There's an arrogance
not just
to it.
not just because they want to enrich themselves in their pocketbook.
Yeah.
Now here's the distinction to draw.
You're too stupid.
The Nikki Haley's of the world are in it for their pocketbook. But remember, we said they're not the managerial class; they're the pawns for the managerial class.
No. I've seen this.
So the managerial class cuts them in because those are operators. But what they really, the real people who are the real managerial class hardcore are actually doing it out of a sense of benevolence.
There's a, and I don't want to completely discredit this entire conversation because I think it's great by comparing it to Burning Man, but I do have a point about Burning Man. Have you ever gone?
I've always wanted to, but we've never made it actually.
One of the tenets is this radical self-reliance. There's
Just
nobody
India for
really
white
watching. But there's no one really watching you, right? There's nobody watching you build. There's no like constructor, like a DOB people going, how many nails did you put into this? Is this going to fit? Is everything going to work out, right? There's no traffic cop that's just waiting to make sure you stop at a stop sign or anything like that. Everybody's relying on themselves. And when you're relying on yourself, you want to build something you can walk on. You want to build something you can jump on. You want to make sure you stop because there might be a car that's about to run in front of you. There is a kind of neutering of people when you have daddy or mommy around all the time, making sure you don't do anything bad. And it speaks to what you just said, this idea of if you leave us to our own devices, and I understand Burning Man is super privileged and people have a lot of money and time, whatever, but it is people being left to their own devices to take care of themselves, and they're accountable if anything goes wrong. And when you're accountable, if anything goes wrong, nobody's going to come pick you up necessarily. You're gonna make sure, you know what? Maybe I'm not going to build this with too few screws. Maybe I'm not going to find a way to cheat myself out of this situation because I could hurt myself and I could hurt the people around me. So I think it does speak to what you're talking about, which is this like self-reliance has been almost stripped, and it's been stripped by an arrogance. An arrogance of they're too dumb to build the thing correctly.
Right.
Now, there is another side of that, which is these people are going to build something for someone else, and if we don't regulate the way they build it, they'll build it in the cheapest way and take advantage of those.
See? Like, Christmas. Like I can change the brightness to it
Where did you get it at?
on Amazon.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is.
How long did it take to get here, Sean?
I don't know. She got it for me for Christmas. I don't know how long it took to get here.
That's cool.
Yeah.
So you can like switch what you want to like.
Yeah, so when you're on my channel.
Which channel? Me.
The American government doesn't want you to have this drone. This $99 intelligent drone is disrupting the entire photography industry.
This powerful $99 drone is now available in the U.S. This is an extremely high-tech $5,000 drone. It was developed when you're on my
Watch. See.
channel.
Watch. 1 sec. So we'll go like that. Dang. We'll have to wait for it.
The American government doesn't want you to have this drone. This $99 intelligent drone is disrupting the entire photography industry.
This powerful $99 drone is now available
At
in the
1
US.
sec.
This is an
It's a little
extremely
slow.
high-tech $5,000 drone. It was developed when you're on my
Watch. See. Channel. Watch. 1 sec. So we'll go like that. Dang. You see?
Wait for it. Yeah.
There's 5 people watching right now, Gabs.
Well.
There's 5 people.
Doesn't want you to have this drone. This $99 intelligent drone is disrupting the entire
That's a
photography
lot of
industry.
people.
Yeah.
Do you know this? So I was watching.
Ooh.
So I was watching the.
I do want to watch this actually.
So I was watching the YouTube video
Yeah.
last night. This guy, he streams, and he magically can say stuff on stream.
Yeah.
Who's in Montana? American person.
Bone-on-bone knee problems? Try adding this to a glass of water when you wake up. A simple but bone-on-bone knee problems? Try adding this to a glass of water when you wake up. A simple but
to Abbas allowing the Gaza Strip to fall for Netanyahu to clear it out for him and they give it back, etc., etc. I'm not claiming those theories. I'm just saying that I think that
those innocent people. That also exists.
Like as much as unions are a pain in the ass, they were created for a reason.
They're the
They were
equal and
created.
opposite.
They came into existence for a reason. The created implies that. So this you're gonna have a separate discussion about unions. I actually have a very different attitude towards private sector unions than I do to public sector.
No, public sector, if you're
Public
negotiating
sector doesn't
against
make any
the
sense.
government,
Yeah.
it's very peculiar.
Against the
because
people, yeah.
And also the people, but think about it, like you're negotiating against somebody who's out of office in 2 or 3 years, right? So, of course, if I'm mayor and I want to get the teachers union on my side and be like, well, listen, I'm out of here to be governor in a few years. Yeah, give them whatever deal they
Yeah.
want. If I'm negotiating against my boss, who I have to work for, or he has to hire me and all of the other work.
Yeah, I never even thought about that. I never even thought about that as a reason why you wouldn't want to have like government unions. I always just thought that just negotiating against the people is a terrible decision, but also he makes a good point here with elected officials.
Because they're a part of
that
this
would-
company. This is a 10-year relationship, a 20-year relationship, a 30-year relationship. I'm going to make sure we hammer out a deal that's beneficial for the both of us. But I feel too often what happens with people in politics is, yeah, just give them whatever they want. Who cares what the fuck happens to the state? I'm out in 4 years because I'm trying to do something else. And that's why negotiating against
public sector
is different than the private sector.
Yeah.
I agree. All right, guys, we're going to take a break.
That
for a
actually
second.
makes
Listen, let's
that
face
actually.
it, okay?
I'm
We
surprised
want
he even thought about that.
healthy way to eat, protein-packed meals, but spending hours.
Can you break down what you mean by dismantling the bureaucracy?
Yeah.
Because it sounds good.
Yeah,
but
within
So it
politics.
means, so it's like if you have like an 8-headed hydra and you cut off one of the heads, it grows right back. That's the model of incremental reform. That's, Ron DeSantis when he says, I want to fire Christopher Wray at the FBI. That's the way I view it, is cosmetic change.
What you're
that
saying
doesn't
is
make a
like
difference.
Christopher Wray is one guy.
Christopher Wray is
There's
like literally
10
one
other
dude.
guys that are going to keep.
There's
on doing the exact
35,000
same
other
thing.
guys. 35,000 other guys. So I mean shut down the FBI. So the institution known as
Based.
the Federal Bureau of Investigation, what I called failed Bureau of Investigation.
Failed
because
Bureau
it just
of
failed to even
Investigation.
carry out its basic law enforcement functions on issues ranging from child trafficking to the fentanyl epidemic. Actually, the right answer is to shut it down. So there's always the risk when you're taking.
What?
Well, I'll tell you what the mechanics look like. But there's always the risk. You're going to take some risk. One risk is you don't cut enough fat. The other is that you cut so much that you also cut some muscle. You can't say, no, I'm going to cut all of it in just the precise amount. Because if you're bringing a chainsaw, that's not a plan.
Yeah.
Where I'm different than most people is I am willing to take the risk of cutting so much that we cut some muscle, but I believe the right approach will then to be regrow in a precise manner that which you overcut, rather than to take the risk of not cutting enough, which I think is an illusion. In some ways, the worst of all worlds, which gives the people the sense that something happened without actually anything of meaningful
But isn't that
change
our
happening.
risk?
What's that?
That's our risk.
That's what's happening right now.
What I'm saying is that's not your risk. It's the people's risk.
But that's what I mean. I'm saying us as the people, right? Us as the people.
You said I'm the politician willing to take the risk. I'm like, yo, you're taking a risk on my behalf. You have security.
I guess that's rooted in the theory that he doesn't think they're acting for the people.
Yeah, they're not acting. I'm just viewing myself. I'm volunteering to represent us.
What's so bad with the FBI?
So I think the FBI has been rotten since its inception.
Yeah.
And it was the embodiment of the managerial class. So J. Edgar Hoover built himself and his institution to be effectively insulated from any form of public accountability. I don't know if you guys, here's a book I would actually really recommend. My wife has read it.
About anything.
So there's a book called G-Man. I would read it. Okay. It's not some right-wing screed, I promise. It's like a Yale historian, for all I know is a lefty, for all I know is, talks about the history of the J. Edgar Hoover
Can I just
building.
define one thing for
J.
everybody
Edgar Hoover's
listening or
FBI.
watching right now? We're going to use the term managerial class for the rest of the podcast. This is essentially the middleman between what the people want and the politicians that are serving them, or the workers of a company and who the upper
I would
management,
call,
the CA,
yeah, exactly. That sounds good. That sounds
the
good.
owner,
the principals, yep,
and the
between
principals
owners,
or the
between
owners of the
between
company.
the owner.
So there's this system.
It's the committee class.
The committee class, the managerial class, whatever it is. But these people aren't necessarily working.
Yep.
For the company, there might not in BlackRock they are.
Yep.
But they're not working for the government necessarily.
It's a separate breed of middle management bureaucrats. It's like the equivalent of who sits in between the student and the tenured professor at the university. Is the dean of.
In politics, how does this present itself? Is it politicians?
3-letter agencies. The 3-letter agencies.
Got it.
That's what we're talking about. FBI, SEC, ATF, CDC, Department of Education, TSA,
DEA.
What about
DEA?
What about companies? What about Boeing or?
Yeah, it gets. So the way I view companies is they view these unaccountable nodes as their vehicles for capture.
And the node is the politician. Or the node is the agency.
The agency. So that's where power gets concentrated. It's in an unaccountable place, then it's just about capturing it.
So you are talking about actually cutting people at these agencies.
I'm talking about
shutting the whole agency.
Shutting the whole agency down.
Because the idea
Similar
is
to like how people said defund the police. They complained of how the police system has been running all this time, so now they're like,
I think this is a legitimate. So my view is on
Great argument.
on the
That was
FBI. On the FBI's case, there's 35,000 employees at the FBI, and by the way, there's the same FBI that 60 years ago was incorrectly collecting tapes of Martin Luther King and threatening him to commit suicide over, you know, his affronts or
Getting you
whatever.
back. He's getting
That
you
today
back.
is going after.
He saw the tattoo.
I mean,
He's like, I fucking got it. Been collecting information this whole time.
I like the tattoo. It made an impression. That today is actually now going after, I believe, political opponents who have a political persuasion that the benevolent dictators inside the three-letter agency have decided need to be quashed, just like they decided he needed to be quashed. So it's not a partisan point I'm making, but
so that is
there's
how they would be-
35,000 employees
Yeah,
at the
yeah.
FBI. 20,000 of them are the back office bureaucrats that are the classic, typical managerial class. When I say shut down the FBI, those 20,000 are going home and finding honest work, whatever it is. And by the way, we happen to live in a moment where most businesses have more job openings than there are people looking for work in this country. So maybe we can kill two birds with one stone. But either way, they're going home. The 15,000 cops on the front lines, investigative agents, we will move them to, say, the U.S. Marshals, which, I mean, everything I'm naming, they each have their own problems, but they're not, as an institution, has not suffered the same level of rot that the FBI has.
It's not systemic.
Yeah, and the U.S. Marshals has been far more effective than the FBI in going after child sex trafficking rings. And
I think I'm actually going to take
lot
Australia.
of its faults, but sooner I would move them to the DEA than keep them at the FBI to go after the fentanyl epidemic. There's a financial crimes enforcement network at the U.S. Treasury to go after the future SBFs or the FTXs or the financial fraudsters of the world. The remaining 15,000, move them. So that's what shutting down the FBI looks like.
How do you decide who's who? How do you decide 15,000 good, 20,000 bad?
Well, the 15,000 are investigative agents, like that are not sort of
if you're
bureaucrats, they're like
police officers.
they're like the equivalent of the cops, actually. So we'll use that frontline talent, but deputized by at least a bureaucracy that has not been corrupted in the same way that the current FBI has. And the current FBI makes it pretty nakedly transparent. It's still, for God's sake, the J. Edgar Hoover building. The name of the building. They're celebrating the guy's legacy today. So I would say shut it down. And I'm different than every other Republican in that regard, but I think that that's actually the correct answer.
But this is why we need like context for these conversations. Saying shut down the FBI is such like a volatile headline that when I see that and I'm like, what a ridiculous
Crazy talk.
notion. Like, what is he saying? Is
Crazy
he just
talk.
trying to trump up some fucking?
So you know who's good at this?
But real
my
quick.
wife is the best one because she's not a politicized person.
He
She's
does.
a brilliant person.
He actually does have some charisma, honestly.
She thought she initially thought this was crazy talk. She's actually the one who found G-Man. She's just like, all right, I know my husband.
G-Man. G-Man. Book. Oh, this is about Edgar Hoover. Okay. Let's see. Is this the same book? Does not look like it.
He's saying some stuff that people say is sounding crazy, but let me just form my own opinion. And so she's actually the one that clued me into G-Man, which is, I don't think anybody who reads that book will come out believing anything other than not they're gonna think what I'm going to say is crazy. They think you will agree with me that the status quo is what's crazy.
It's crazy.
And it's crazy that we ever allowed for the creation of an institution like this that was this insulated from accountability.
Your umbrella is not shut down the FBI. Your umbrella is shut down any actor, agency, single person that interrupts what the people want and how that is executed.
Exactly. And here's the thing, I can't take credit for that.
But real quick, just
because our founding fathers said it in motion.
the same thing.
So what I'm saying is there's 3 branches of government in the United States.
But real quick, so
not
we don't
4.
move on because I don't want people to miss this because I think it's an important point. You thought the FBI was being used to, I guess, remove certain potential nominees or to tarnish their image, to interfere with election processes. Is that fair?
Among other things.
But,
I mean, not just election
giving one
processes.
example so people can digest. So
I think the FBI, I believe.
Yeah.
I believe the FBI played a role. I'm saying the decision. We don't have all the facts, but based on what we know,
talking about Biden,
I believe.
Biden laptop.
I believe the FBI even played a role in instigating January 6th.
Okay, so
Oh,
perfect
yeah.
example. We can talk about both of those things, but
obviously,
just so people don't just so people don't miss both, and I want to get back to that, but just so people don't miss the point. The point is, if the FBI itself or is being used to interrupt what the people want, and in this
Why would they have
situation it
attacked
is
like that?
a nominee, and if they're tarnishing the image of that nominee, the people don't get the elected official that they actually desire.
Yeah,
and
based
that
on
is
false pretenses.
Exactly, and
at
then that
best.
is the problem with the managerial class, in the same way it's a problem with BlackRock, with your
That
investments.
is one of many problems. With
And
the
I think
managerial
this is
class.
another.
I think that is a very digestible way of going. So it's not even the FBI is the problem. It's not the letters. It's the fact that this organization has been used as a weapon to remove the freedom of the people to elect a person that they feel represents them.
Yes, exactly.
With impunity.
And if those elected representatives pass bad laws, well, that's your fault. As Thomas Jefferson says,
that's your accountability.
Yeah, people. Thomas Jefferson's great quote. I'm going to botch it, but basically he says, "The people deserve the government they vote for." And I think that by
if the government
definition, that's
sucks,
true.
you voted for it. And listen,
And he's the guy who wrote the Declaration of Independence.
And
by
the
the
deep
way.
state is essentially just the manager,
Disintermediating
CIA
that,
who
yeah.
can act without the president knowing, without the people that get.
And the deep state, and it's not in a critical sense. I'm just offering a descriptive sense. The deep state effectively says, yes, the people are going to get the government they vote for, and it's going to suck because people are idiots. And they cannot be trusted.
It's a condescension.
And it's bad for them.
Yeah.
And so we need to make sure that people don't get the government they vote for, because that's going to be a pretty shitty government. And they better get actually one that actually allows them to have what's better for them, even though they don't know it.
Let's use managerial class instead of deep state. Just so I just want, because this is like
the managerial class.
It's, I think, a really important point that I think would resonate with people, because the average person, I feel like right now, is so disillusioned with government. And I think that's why you see like people going, well, how is Biden president? How is there nobody else that's out there? What the hell is going on? And I think that's why Bernie and I think that's why Trump were these two figures that got so much support, because they were both seen as outsiders to the system.
Right.
So people are disillusioned with the system. And the system is the fucking managerial class that makes me feel like the people that I am voting for do not represent my actual interests.
That's right.
Or
and so that feeling is grounded in truth.
And
it's not just a feeling.
And it
is
limits
an
the
accurate
options.
perception of what is true.
Like what you said right there with the FBI. If the FBI, if the FBI is limiting my options of people to vote for, and I'm just voting for the lesser of two evils, which I think both sides end up kind of doing. You're voting for, in your brain, the lesser of two evils. You have limited my option to vote for the person that I truly want to represent me. So that is so if the FBI or if any other three-letter agency or anything else is restricting my representation, I agree. We should have some way of taking a jackhammer to that system. I don't know what it is. But to me, that is a way more digestible.
Yes.
Yeah. Does that make sense? Or did you guys know initially when he said that?
My question is, do we need some version of a managerial class? Are you here to abolish it or recreate it?
Okay, this is good.
I think that we go through these cycles in history, right? But I think that we live in one of the moments where the only way you're gonna slay the Leviathan, and I use that term, the Leviathan's Thomas Hobbes. I mean, this is what the stuff I'm describing, by the way, is like, these are not original observations. This has been a struggle for most of human history.
Yeah.
But it's what Thomas Hobbes called the Leviathan is what we're calling the machine or the managerial class. We live in a moment right now where it is I believe, it is impossible to incrementally pick around the edges of it. I think right now the only available effective option is to take the risk, and probably there's going to be some cost involved. Probably there's going to be some negatives that come out of it. I'll be the first to acknowledge that. But on net, undoubtedly the right thing to do is nonetheless to come in and break the hell out of the glass and acknowledge there's going to be some inconvenience that may come from that at a frictional transitional cost. But absent our willingness to do that, it just isn't otherwise going to happen.
Will there be
And
a
it needs to
recreation?
happen. And so that's up to the people who come next.
It's going to happen again.
That's up to
and
the
then we
people.
got to break it again.
Exactly. And so that becomes that iterative cycle. But hopefully it never gets to the place where the scale of the wreckage needs to be what it is now. But the question is, that's up to every one of us makes our own unique contribution and imprint. This is the imprint that the next leader successful leader of our country, I think, needs to make.
Okay.
And then it's up to the guy who comes after, and to the people who come after, and what we decide, and iteratively how we respond to that. Because then inevitably there's going to be some calamity. It's going to be how did we allow that to happen?
Yeah.
And then we're going to accept a trade-off that's in the other direction of that calamity.
Yeah.
Aren't we smart enough to have prevented this? Well, it was really self-governance that got us there. So this becomes, I mean, this is the human experience, right?
Yeah.
This is iteratively the struggle that, like, human history is all about.
Power consolidates.
But this is right now where we are.
And
my belief.
yeah,
It sounds good. It's just hard to run on that because think about the 20,000 people and their families that are let go of just that one agency, and then the 30,000.
I think I could kill Red?
I've had people in the rooms with me being like, oh, like my uncle or my son is working in this agency. And I answer them honestly, which is that I don't think, and it sounds like a crude thing to say, but it's the truth, I don't think that the job of the federal government is or should be to provide employment opportunity. I just don't. I think the job of the federal government is to represent the interests of the people. Now, it turns out, by God, one of the main things limiting our economic growth right now is literally, if you're a small business or even a large business, the number one thing that's stopping you from expanding right now is literally finding people to staff your open positions.
Right.
So that's the country we live in right now. And one in which we have the massive problem that we do, not to mention the cost of this. I mean, it's not cost-free from a taxpayer perspective when we're $34 trillion in the hole as a nation as well in national debt. To say that I have sympathy for many of the individuals involved, because as I said, it's not one of these is like a culprit and evil person. But the right thing to do for the nation is for public service to be about public service and not about guarantor of employment opportunity. And that we need to live in a thriving country in which those people find employment opportunity elsewhere in an economy that right now happens to be hungering for more people to fill open roles of employment. And so you're right. You're having a political point. That may not win you friends amongst those voters. And that's true.
Yeah.
I've also had many people who come up and said, I've worked in these bureaucracies, and I understand that I would lose my job. But you're right. I've seen it. And I agree with you, which is also heartening as well. I'm not saying that's everybody, but I think that that's, for people who have been on the inside, what I'm saying is not that foreign to process. And anyway, the piece about shutting it down is, like, I think if you do it in an orderly way, right? So I want to lay off 75% of the federal bureaucracy over the course of the first term. So we'd stage it over 4 years. We're not doing all of that on day one. The first 4 agencies I had said I would shut down would be FBI, ATF, CDC, and U.S. Department of Education. We've got, if I may say so myself, I would like to think, relatively orderly plans for carrying this out.
Please explain Department of Education, because that's another one that I heard your take and it was really smart, but I think to people it's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
It's just so jarring.
Yes.
And I'm sure for you, because you've probably read so much about this, you've thought so much about this, you've been in the think tank meetings with your people where you're like, how can we execute this incredibly difficult task? It probably seems like an absolute no-brainer, right? And one of the tricky things about being a politician, which I'm sure you've learned, which is different than being a CEO, is when it comes to CEO, and I'm subscribing to you, I'm going, I want to work for this guy, I believe in this guy.
Damn it.
I don't even need you to convince me. I trust that you know what we're going to do, and maybe I'll go, hey, I think this is a good way to do it, and then I could influence your opinion. But when it comes to being a politician, you're going to make this change, and you need to convince me that this change is in my best interest.
Right.
And when I just hear shut down the...
It's because you're the boss, actually. That's what it is.
Exactly.
People lose that sense. And one of the beauties of this Iowa caucus process, I did more events than all the other candidates combined.
Yeah.
Which is, I realized actually through the process what this was actually about. If this process of like Iowa first through this caucus system is about something, it's actually about instilling humility into the candidates.
Yeah.
That's really what it's about. Is you otherwise forget who the boss is.
Yeah.
Right? And so like I got some 27-year-old kid comes to one of my events. He's like, give me your accountabilities. What are you going to do? By 12 months, like, how will I know you accomplished what I told you to accomplish?
Love it.
And it landed with me because that sounds like a question I was asking back when I was a CEO hiring people. But if you're a presidential candidate, you got to remember, this is a job interview.
Hell yeah.
So I was like, this kid gets it. Like, I'm really into that.
Also, guys, don't forget about Prize Picks. Hurry up and sign up. NFL playoffs is the best time of the year. This is what you got to do. I'm giving you my sing locks. First of all, this is a 4-player thing. So it's a 4-player pick. So if you hit, you can make some cash off of Prize Picks. First of all, Isaiah Pacheco will get more than 63.5 rushing yards. Patrick Mahomes will get more than 248.5 passing yards. Travis Kelce, I love you. I love what you're doing with Taylor Swift, but I think you're going to get less than 65 receiving yards. And Lamar Jackson, MVP, I think you're going to get more than 212 passing yards. And sign up for prizepicks.com. Use that promo code Schultz. They will match your initial deposit up to $100. So you put in $100, you get $100 for free. Now let's get back to this episode of Vivek Ramaswamy.
But anyway, we'll say what the Department of Education, and I want to come back to your point about the political, because there's something important I want to say about that. But you asked about Department of Education. So the Department of Education, let's go to why it was created in the first place. See, here's the thing with some of these agencies is they were created with often understandable intentions, but they should have been a task force rather than an agency. A task force folds up and moves on when it's completed its purpose. This was created in the post-desegregation era, immediately after desegregation and civil rights movement, to make sure that southern states were not siphoning money from predominantly black school districts to white school districts. And that was, in some measure at least, happening in certain areas. So that's why the Department of Education was created. I would never create a bureaucracy to solve this problem because you know where that road ends. But at least say what you will, that was the intention of having created it. What it then became iteratively was, okay, that's not happening anymore, but the bureaucracy still has to live on. And any institution that continues to exist after it has achieved success, ends up becoming a rot of itself. It's what happened to the UN. It's what happened to, I think, NATO. But we can talk about each of these. It's what happened to the Department of Education.
We'll get there.
And so what happens with the Department of Education is they then start to focus on, okay, but how do we ensure equality in other ways? It's not just the funds. How are we going to ensure equality in other ways? That's where a lot of the affirmative action and the racial quota systems and what became the modern DEI agenda and anti-racism says there are certain things that you have to adopt as a school. We have an $80 billion budget, about 10% of public school budgets.
I count.
Come from the Department of Education. It's 10% of most local schools. Their budget comes from a grant from the Department of Education, but the U.S. Department of Education says you don't get that money unless you teach or adopt X, Y, or Z. A lot of those include hiring quotas, race, gender, et cetera, increasingly with respect to gender and sexual identity as well. Actually, there's some schools in the Midwest that wanted to teach archery or hunting. They say actually you don't get that money if that is part of your curriculum. So they start to play a centralized God over what does or doesn't end up in the curriculum.
And here you have the managerial class.
It's the managerial class at its finest.
Because those people that work there are not elected, right?
They're not elected. Are you kidding me?
So this is a perfect example of what you're talking about.
Totally.
The managerial class comes in. They dictate policy. And that policy is not being dictated by the people who should be represented at all. They're electing officials that might go against what the Department of Education wants for these schools, and the Department of Education is still leveraging their power and resources on these schools.
And they'll look those congressmen in the eye and say, yes, sir, and then just continue to do exactly what they were going to do, regardless of what those congresspeople told them to do. And so what I say is that $80 billion, instead just give that back directly to the states and to the people. Put it in the pockets of parents, right? Who then get to decide where they send their kids to schools. And while we're doing school choice, we might as well go on steroids here. We're in New York City right now having this conversation. In New York City, the worst schools are the ones that spend the most money. It's actually true across the country, too. So bad public school in this city spends about $40,000 per student per year. Good ones in this city, charter schools and otherwise, will be closer to $15,000 per student per year. So imagine if you have that money coming back from the Department of Education to some family in Queens or Brooklyn or Bronx or Manhattan, for that matter. It doesn't matter. And they're able to now be empowered to choose where they send their kid to school. 90% of the time, if they're switching their kid from the bad school to the good one, they're sending them to a school that actually spends less money per student. So while we're at it, I'm just saying, let's do this. Let the parent let the kid take half the difference with them. So if it's $40,000 at a crappy public school and $15,000 here, let's just say even it's $20,000 for even numbers. The kid gets to take $10,000, put in the investment account. If you start in kindergarten and that's compounding, that kid graduates with a $250,000 graduation
college
gift.
Done. See you later.
College and then some. Or not college, start a business or become an electrician or go to one-year school. And there's a part of the Department of Education in recent years, is there some good that the Department of Education arguably does? There's some that is in vocational training. Fine, move that to the Department of Labor, where it belongs anyway.
Quick question.
So that's how we would organize
Why do the
this.
bad schools spend more? How does that happen?
So it's actually the teachers union's bureaucracy, a separate managerial class. So
in the managerial class.
Yeah, well, it's like a separate. I mean, it's one horizontal managerial
And
class.
this is a
the way I see
verifiable
it.
factor. This is like the
Yeah,
the
I mean, the teachers' unions. The verifiable fact is the thing. Schools with unionized teachers actually have demonstrably poorer results at a demonstrably higher cost.
But that's not a function of the union. That's a function of like what schools those.
Yeah, there's a lot. So when you're saying demonstrable, I'm just going to give you the facts that are going on. But I believe there's a causal role here, where swimming in that level of money breeds excess. So leave the teachers' unions or et cetera out of it.
Yeah.
But swimming in that amount of money without accountability, that money's not tied to the performance they deliver or anything else. It's just what's coming on from on high via the state. In this case, the state of New York. The schools that are actually running on less money are the ones actually delivering better results on a per student basis. Most private schools spend less money per student than the public schools. You take these elite, ultra elite New York schools out of because they skew the averages based on how expensive they are, but that's a distortion because people have a lot of expendable income here and they're bilking billionaires who don't care about a $60,000 versus $40,000 tuition. But across the country, broadly
Also,
speaking,
there's scarcity with those schools. So
yeah. So that's a little bit of an anomaly here in New York City, but across the board, 90% of the time, if you're switching your kid from a bad school to a better one, you're switching to a school that spends less money per student on a per student basis.
Now, I'm sure there's many reasons for that, but the one tricky thing is, I think that Americans are abundantly aware of these organizations, but not really clear what they do. So when we hear abolish, we go, well, don't we need that shit?
Yeah.
So with the Department of Education, let's say the Department of Education is abolished. How do we have some sort of agreed upon curriculum that will educate the students to a sufficient level where they can succeed at government regulated tests and then get into the universities of their choice?
So I think national standardized testing, and it doesn't have to be run by the government, across the board is an
Forget
acceptable
standardized
norm
testing,
that
but
can
like
continue.
the actual curriculum, and that's twofold. How do we make sure that we're teaching our kids? Because you can look at this
the
in two
basic
ways.
minimums they need to know.
And also, like, this is going to sound fucked up, but like there is a version of American history that you could also say is bastardized. But I think there's an important version of American history, like teaching the value of the Constitution, teaching Americans like why they're part of this great experiment.
Yeah,
and instilling
civic
pride.
education.
If that's really important.
You know, one of the most controversial parts of my campaign platform was, and I stand by it, is I think every high school senior who graduates from high school should have to pass the same civics test that every immigrant has to pass in order to become a voting citizen of the
my
country.
mom just became an.
Did she? She passed the test.
It's not that hard a test.
It shouldn't be.
Yeah.
I met a 10-year-old girl in Iowa who heard about the controversy. She brought one of the tests to me. It was 100 questions. She got 100 out of 100. 60% is a passing score. She's 10
Yeah,
years
I
old.
bet that the
But
test
the questions
isn't
that
hard.
you wouldn't be shocked that most Americans would fail because that's what happens today if you ask most Americans to take it. How many branches of government are there? What branch of government does the U.S. president lead? You know, probably some of the harder questions are, who are three people who wrote the Federalist Papers or whatever.
Wow.
We could sort of go down the list.
Do they actually have who are the three people who wrote the Federalist Papers? There's Hamilton, Madison, and then who was the last one? Ooh, man, am I really? Who are the people who wrote the Federalist Papers? Yeah, Madison, John Jay. Okay, yeah. It's like Madison and Hamilton I knew, but...
But 60%.
Sounds good till then,
You didn't see
boy.
Hamilton? Come on.
60%. 60% is a passing score, right? And what they do actually for the immigrant population is there's 100 questions, they pick 10. 6 out of 10 gets you through.
Yeah.
This girl, 10 years old, she took 100
And she
question
just
tests, she got 100
blazed
out of
it.
100.
Yeah.
But I don't think that that's too much to demand of ourselves as citizens. Some of this falls on the families. I think it does. I think all education begins with the family, and I do think that there's no escaping the reality that some of that accountability still has to rest at the level of the individual family. And I think part of what happened is you were given the example earlier of that sort of general loss of individual accountability. I think there's a lot to that story where, and one of the things I said in the campaign as well, made some people upset, but the nuclear family is still the greatest form of governance known to mankind.
Yeah.
Even go back to the days of Aristotle. You have the man, the individual man who's part of a family, the household. The household was ultimately the form of government, really. And then you have a broader form of government that takes the existence of the household into account. It's been the part of the building block of every great country known to humanity in our history. And so I do think that the abandonment of the project of the family like giving up on that and believing we have to fill in substitutes for it actually gets it backwards versus saying we have a system that puts that accountability and empowerment.
This is the same thing.
Empowerment and accountability go together at the level of the family.
We're basic, sorry, but it's the same thing we're speaking to. It's like, hey, you guys aren't smart enough to raise your kids.
Yep.
Hey, you guys are too stupid to have a strong nuclear family. We'll do it for you.
We'll do it for you.
We'll
That's what
do
this is about.
You guys are
That's
too
what this,
stupid.
And that's what the modern Department of
condescension
Education is all
so
about.
irritating.
Now, are you going to find that what makes it tough is because just to see the other side, you're always going to find, right, a kid who grew up in some like truly broken family and like the father's some, I don't know, people do bad things. I can make up whatever story you want. It's probably going to be a real story that's out there somewhere. Abusing kid, this or that.
Yeah.
And to say that, well, what about that kid? And so I think we got to really understand what makes the argument for the managerial class compelling. Is that there will always be that failure of individual accountability. But I would still rather, but this is what the American Revolution was again fought for, is to say that and remember what I told you this even about 20 minutes ago when we were talking about this, for better or for worse, we the people still create a government that's accountable to us.
That is a fucking tough argument to sell, man, because now you're talking about a kid that grew up in a broken family. That kid's got hope.
And I'm raising the hard case on purpose because we got to at least understand exactly what that best argument is. And so my view is, after that, find the minimally invasive solution that solves for actually the worst cases that need to be dealt with, rather than a permanent bureaucracy that's a superset that assumes that to be the norm.
Do you have that solution in mind?
So for that particular case, a lot of those are going to be legal violations under existing law anyway. Like if I use the case of somebody's abuse, like that's a guy breaking the law as it exists. Should we have a foster care system that itself is debureaucratized? Yes. Actually, most adoption and foster care systems are themselves suffering from the existence of a managerial class that has caused those to be less effective than they are today too. And so we can keep playing this forward. But as a person who's the advocate and the staunchest advocate for my debureaucratization view there is, I also want to be the first to acknowledge that there will always be, because it's not honest otherwise, there will always be some possibility of a trade-off. And you want to minimize that to the fullest extent possible. But life and structuring a society like it is about making choices. And for me, the American way is that we choose self-governance and individual responsibility as our way. And the less self-governance we have, the more lifeblood we suck out of that individual responsibility. The point I want to make earlier, though, to your point about the political piece of this is hard to sell. In the context of the Republican primary, I would just love for you guys, and I don't know how you would characterize your viewership base, but how would you characterize your viewership base? Like what kind of people?
Awesome.
Who knows?
Large penises.
Large shoes, large shoe size.
Like really big
size
cocks,
15.
man. It's
Size 14s. Is
Sick dudes.
So all right, understanding that. So I think what I would say is, maybe there's people from a lot of different buckets. Let's assume that. So I've been educated in some pretty elite institutions. I didn't grow up in elite America, but I've lived it.
Yeah.
I think most people, I appreciated your humility in this conversation. I don't know a lot about a lot of things, but I know about the things I care about. But you're asking me very curious questions about my views here. But what I will say is most people who will wear a MAGA hat on a given day, not all, but most at one of my events,
MAGA?
Trump
That
rally
was crazy.
Yeah,
I
You turned it into Tamil or something like that.
MAGA.
It's MAGA.
Either way, works fine. Potato, potato. You know,
That's why.
potato, potato.
They've been switching it.
No.
Yeah, the news, they say MAGA.
They say MAGA now?
Yeah.
Why? What happened?
That sounds so Yankee, bro.
Yeah, America first.
MAGA, yo.
MAGA.
Y'all, MAGA.
I'm gonna stick to my version, but it's free country. So most actually it's gonna be a more free country when we're through. Is but I'm picking like an image of somebody who like the news media will write off or whatever, and people who I've gone to school with or whatever that will view as like the rubes across the country. The concepts I'm describing have a deep scholarly history that many people would have studied in the Harvard Political Science Department without recognizing it. I think most people, when I'm talking about shut down the deep state, what you may mistake for, I'm being presumptive, or maybe you don't, but what you may mistake for being just I'm saying something here that sounds nuanced, but then I'm saying something there that sounds like red meat, and people are cheering in the audience. It is my firm conviction, having not just spoken to audiences, but we've been doing this 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. for a year. And even heading in the period running into presidents for launching my books and stuff for a couple of years, you could say. I think most people who are applauding at that know why they're applauding at that. I think they deeply understand the essence of what's going on in the country. I'd say about 2/3, okay? That's what I would say. And so politically, actually, the thing that was challenging for me in this was not the handful of people who would say, my son or my father-in-law is going to lose his job because of this. In fact, many of them still would say, but I still agree with you that it's the right thing. The real challenge is actually many people in the America First base who love the things I'm saying, I think fundamentally just didn't trust me completely. I think largely because I'm new. There's a lot of things that are different about me, but not hadn't heard of me or new unseen. Versus saying that even though the things I'm saying and my commitments, were I to be president, would be going further than Trump in this direction of dismantling these bureaucracies, and more aligned with what people want to see. I think the trust factor was, I think, the gap that stopped it from happening this time around, and I think that's fair. If most people hadn't heard of me, 9 months ago.
I think the wording was too radical, and that created a distrust.
I think there was a lot of things that created a distrust. I think that I talk really fast.
Brown fucking head.
There's a full package.
Can I tell you my distrust as a brown guy? It felt like this guy doesn't like. Now I see you don't really love either political party. Why is he running right and seemingly catering to this far right group with terms like deep state, with tenets of 10 like reverse racism is still racism? And I'm not.
Okay, I found this on the web for term like deep state.
They're listening.
This bitch got me serious. That was
Nikki Haley.
Yeah,
That was Nikki Haley.
But I was just like, it seems like he's catering to. I don't like anybody catering to either extreme. I hate it. But I felt like he's catering to a group of people that just aren't gonna vote for him. And as a brown dude, even hearing that story, man, that broke my fucking heart. Made me want to cry. Like, you're sitting here talking to this pastor who's like, I'd never vote for somebody who doesn't have my faith. And I'm looking at you like, yeah, I don't. Why?
Yeah, I understand that though. I understand why you wouldn't want to vote for someone who doesn't have your faith.
I tell you, man, this is a good-hearted person who cares about the country. It comes from a place of care about the country, even though he'll disagree about that. I'm not going to cater to anybody. Actually, speaking of which, we're bringing our first topic of vice president. That would be when I was talking about alignment with Trump. If he asked me to be vice president, we'd have to have a sit-down conversation about are we serious about shutting down these agencies?
What?
Tell Jay Lynn.
Yeah.
Trying to attack me.
She's trying to attack you.
And she's calling at me.
Weirdo? Did you call her that? Did you say she's a weirdo?
No. I told her, I said, I know why the guy growled at you.
What guy?
That has tattoos.
Oh, the crackhead?
Yeah.
Alright. Oh, pick that up, Gibbs.
I know why.
Because if so, I don't think anybody's going to do that and get that done better than me. If part of the goal is it's a little bit, not the direction we want to go, but we want to appoint some, figureheads on top of different agencies to go try to reform it, that's cool, but that's not what there's other ways for me to drive change in this country, and I'll wish you well and be as supportive as I can, but that's not how I'm going to drive change. So when I was talking about even alignment early on, like, if we got serious and this was actually a role to get in and, for better or worse, left or right, gut the bureaucracy for the long run, and that's something that we're serious about getting done. I intend to do that as president, and I think that it does take a president to really do it, but would I do that as vice president? Yes, I would.
Even the word bureaucracy, I think people know, but can't define. And I'm not trying to be one of these managerial class idiots who's like, these people are too stupid. No, I don't think, I just think they hear the word like, yeah, that's an annoying thing. I think it's like when there's a lot of stuff in the middle mucking up and making it harder to get shit done. Or they're like, oh yeah, there's some bureaucratic bullshit, which is why my renovation is going so long or whatever, but they don't exist.
I get what he's saying.
And I think it's really the main ethos of what you've been saying is there is an interruption between what the people want and the people that should be executing.
An interruption and accountability, absolutely.
And interruption is there.
Yep.
And sometimes that's an outside force, that's an FBI, that's a CIA. Sometimes it's who would be interrupting like, for example, using Nikki. Like, people are using these politicians and then forcing...
I think the military-industrial complex, I think it's real.
Okay, so Raytheon, so...
And even the people at the Pentagon, frankly. I mean, it's one revolving door class.
Oh, you're trying to get killed.
I hope not. I hope not. I hope not. Everybody. I hope not. But
you saw the video of the guy telling him, "Be careful," right?
Yeah. We don't want. I don't want to go there right now.
Go there.
It's very viral. That's the only reason I bring it up. It's very viral.
So I mean, it's on the internet. Let's keep talking ideas for a second.
While we have you
for a second. Yeah.
So, and he doesn't mean today.
We've taken the steps to protect ourselves.
Good.
I think, you feel God is the ultimate protection, and
and you got a lot of them.
And we got to do our own job. That's funny.
Just hit it one time. No, but
could have won Iowa if you did that a couple times.
That you think people didn't trust you, that you would actually do it. Do you think?
Not even that I would. It wasn't even that. It was just at a more guttural level of like, I don't know this guy. Like I'm just processing a lot of like what I've heard is just like I didn't know who he was. And now he's telling me all these things that I like to hear, but he talks kind of fast, and he went to these elite institutions, and he's a little different in a lot of ways, young and Hindu, and you got like, I mean, it's not one of those things, but the whole package. It's just like, I don't.
Yeah, who the fuck are you?
Yeah, and in fact, I think to come full circle, I mean, this is really in maybe the darker corners of the internet kind of thing, but I think there are people who then look and say, wait, is he really the plan? You know, right? Like, and it's sad that you have a Republican Party today that's so disconnected with its own base, because the Republican Party has been taken over by a managerial class of its own. The Ronna McDaniels, if you all don't know who that person is, all the better off for you. But she's the chairwoman of the RNC right now, who despises me and would rather me not have run for president, because I'm calling out a lot of the corruption in the Republican Party. She had a 3x pay raise over the same period where the Republican Party lost 5 elections, and much of the funds were being spent on her hair salons or something like this.
Really?
But
how's the hair?
I mean, I'll plead the fifth on that. But it's not my place to say. But the point is, it's not the right expenditure. Right. And so anyway, the whole game is, okay, this guy is coming in, and it sounds so much like what I've been wanting. Yet we live in such a sad state of the Republican Party that if you actually get somebody who's saying what the many in the primary base of the Republican electorate and beyond want, it's like, wait a minute. That sounds so right that I'm suspicious of it.
But they did get that person, and he didn't do it. Trump ran on
I'm actually
got in office.
And what I said is he rolled over that log, and we saw what crawled out, and give him credit for exposing it. And my whole thing is I'm bringing the pesticide.
But I would argue that there was a familiarity with Trump decades.
There's a long-standing familiarity.
Exactly. Whereas like even like with Obama, I'm looking at like, because obviously I'm sure people have likened you to Obama, right?
Yeah.
In certain ways.
Some people have
charismatic, good speaker, like
with very different views.
Young, big feet. So basically, you have this situation where people go, I trust Obama, and I'll tell you why. I think they saw him within government first, and he was barely in there. He gave that great speech at that, like, what is it?
The DNC.
It was the DNC.
2004 he did,
Yeah, he did this amazing speech. But the safety and security was he existed within politics, which even if people are disillusioned by it, they still trust. They're like, oh, he must have been vetted by something.
Yeah, something.
You go eat something at a grocery
Community
store.
organizer to senator, doesn't matter.
Exactly. You're like, okay, well, the water's probably good here because the FDA is going to make sure it's good. And you came completely outside with no awareness. Or
and I'm not complaining at all. I'm just saying, like, diagnosing, I think, where we were.
Speaking to it, and then immediately, if there's somebody who's compelling that we don't know about, very wealthy, like you have money, but we don't know you got money. I don't like that at all.
Yeah.
Like, where the fuck you get your money? You know what I mean? Like, there's all these questions. Like, this guy's smart, he's sharp, he's got good teeth, he's got hundreds of millions of dollars, and I don't know about him.
And the funny thing is, so in the early stage of the race, like, I did something no politician, certainly nobody who's made serious wealth beforehand. I released 20 years of tax returns because, like, people are like, this is stupid, don't do that. And they're all out there. They're public. People can just look at it. 20 years worth since I was 18 years old.
That was a shot.
Yeah. And I've said, and I believe anybody who, and if I was elected president, I would divest all my holdings and everything else. So in some ways, we've aspired certainly to live by the principles that I want to see in somebody who we put in the office.
Oh, they are gonna love that one. Just curious, how many more friends are we shopping for? Let's see. Jacob, James, Jayla, Jen. Early on the J's. Jonathan. Holiday shop like a super gifter at thriftbooks.com.
But it's a sad enough state of our current state of affairs that itself, I think, was contributed to everything else being different to a trust deficit. And I'm fine with that. I mean, maybe I'll do this again in a few years. I don't know. Well, that's
I do.
question.
I do know. But
you think so?
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll see where the country is. Is the honest.
Good answer. Yeah. Trust deficit also potentially added to, and this is why I'm asking you: why run either party? Why not run independent?
If you want to win,
you can't win as independent.
RFK right now is polling crazy.
He's not going to go anywhere near winning. He might have an influence in the election, and it depends on what your goal is, right? If your goal is to change the conversation in the country, that's actually probably a better way to do it. I will say, if you want to change the conversation in the country, you are better off doing it as an independent.
I got to follow up.
Than as a Republican or Democrat.
You're very quick to say you can't win running as an independent. Do you think you can beat Trump in a primary? Because nobody touched that.
And I didn't succeed at it.
Yeah.
So there you go. I went from, most people started 0.0%, stayed 0.0%. I ended at 8% in the race. We peaked at around 12.
But yeah.
What was it? 7.8.
You're rounding.
7.8. Yeah.
That's fine.
But had we gone through New Hampshire, man, I think we would have hit 8.
What class are you in again?
Lower than him. I'm lower than him. I'm hating. I wanted you to win, man. I think if you, at the very least, if you ran independent, you could have made some serious fucking waves. I think you could have been.
We wouldn't have won the election, though.
Yeah,
I believe that I was going to be. I ran with the conviction that I was going to be the next president.
All right, guys, let's take a break for a second because y'all stink. Let's just be honest. You smell bad. Smell your armpits right now. Take a moment. Take a whiff. Take a breath of that fresh from under. It's bad, and only a doctor could. Never sat down with someone who ran for president. How do you do that? How do you literally run for president? Like, who do you call? Like,
when we decided, that's what I did. So I called.
Who
some
is
people.
we? Like, give me
and I, my wife and I.
So you and your wife have a conversation
because she's a couple conversations over a month. Yeah,
it's a mudslinging contest too. Like, you're gonna get run through the mud.
Yep.
Like, literally, your wife, your family, they're gonna go after everybody. So you gotta ask. I'm sure, like, for their blessing, bare minimum.
The nice thing about this is that it's hard for someone to kill me. especially in the later game. It's hard for someone to kill me because they have to go boom, 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 and get their 2.
Yes. That was the one. My kids are too young to be able to process it, but the one person that has a veto is my wife.
And she was like, I'm down.
She was initially like, "Are we sure we can't do this later in life?"
Because the kids are young, or
yeah,
because
the kids are young. And also we've just kind of hit a place. We had just kind of hit a place where, I mean, I was building a company for a long time. We'd finally, I mean, that's its own slog. She had been through residency. She was a surgical resident. Actually, she did her training in New York, all that stuff. Finished her fellowship, and she's got a great academic post. We had just had our second son. We were at the place where it's like, okay, like this feels like a destination we've been working to for a long time.
And we are gonna just
and now we're just gonna mix it up. Yeah, exactly. And are we gonna like? I think our first reaction was like, she's biased. She's married to me, but I believe you'd be a good leader for this country.
Okay, so
and
you
I
get the
understand.
approval.
Can we do this later? And then we talked through it, and I think we both convinced ourselves into why it had to be now with the sense of urgency.
When do you tell her that you're gonna spend your own money? Because
she doesn't care about that. She doesn't care about that. She does not care. she's not. She's not. She really.
How much fucking money you got?
She really doesn't. She really doesn't.
150 mil.
Yeah.
Not 150 mil. You know.
Oh, are you a bill? Do you got the B?
On a given day, depends on the day.
Really?
What the market's doing on a given day.
That's not fire answer, dude.
It's like a borderline kind of situation.
Was like 9.987 or something.
I was trying to pull a knockout.
I think it's probably advantage to be flying like right under the radar. We're giving away enough.
Okay, so you got the B.
Yeah.
You've built the businesses. There's nothing left to accomplish over there. You got the lowercase.
Not like one of the
Yeah,
50
you
billion
broke
people.
boy.
Yeah. It's a very
hold
lowercase
on.
B. Yeah.
So you've done everything you need to do in the business sector. Okay, is there? I'm sure you have ambition to make sure the country reaches its full potential or restore to its full potential. Just as an American, you have pride. I'm sure you have that. I'm not going to take anything away from that. Is there also a part of you that just as a man is like, I want a passion. I want something to do. Like, what makes somebody who has all that money?
Yeah. I mean,
put yourself through it. It's always fucking hard. People try.
My wife could probably give you a better answer about me than I give you about me, but I think that there's a book by Viktor Frankl. I don't know if you've read it. It's called
Man's Search for Meaning?
I read it in high school. You familiar with it? I went to St. Xavier in Cincinnati, and it's sort of spiritual book. And anyway, I think all of us have an innate hunger for purpose, right? To feel like what we're doing here in the short time that we're given is meaningful.
Yeah.
And I think that each of us also has our own unique God-given gifts.
Yeah.
And I think the true source of satisfaction is matching, at least for me, and my sense is it's probably true for most people, is matching what your unique God-given gifts are to your sense of purpose
in the world. Yeah.
And if you can match those two things,
it's an exciting thing.
That's much more. That is sort of true self-actualization.
Yeah.
That is true liberation more than whether it's a bigger case B or a lowercase b.
Hey, this time of year, we all keep getting pinged with political fundraising asks.
And so, for me, that match felt like it was in leading this country. And weird as it sounded, and most people say, I was pretty convinced we were going to succeed at this.
I mean, I hope.
Like when we're setting out, but even at like 0.0, nobody. I thought it's not like we're going to go and see where this goes. I thought that this is going to end with, I think I have the right vision. I have deep conviction in it. I believe that most people in this country, if they don't see it today, can be made to see that. And ended up getting 8%, rounded up. And so there were some structural reasons for that this time around. But I think that, nonetheless, that was what motivated me. You're asking a question about the politics or the analysis of it, but what compelled me, that's what I felt, is the unique.
Was it exciting?
Confidence, yes.
Did you love every single day?
I love most days. Not every single day.
Right.
But I love most days.
What were unexpected challenges of the campaign that you didn't see?
Yeah, what was the shit?
I mean, it's going to sound so stupid when I say it, because it's like, should have been obvious.
There's a first time for everything.
No, it is like, I mean, the influence of mega money on politics.
Break it down when you first felt it.
When I understood the dynamic of dealing with mega donors, actually, it's sort of disgusting. Actually, so I spent $30 million. It's a lot of our
you spent
hard
$30
money.
million
30,
of your dollars.
Close to 30. Yeah,
Rounding
right about.
Oh,
right
he could do that. He's
30
like,
million. Okay, I just want to write that down.
Might have been like 29.5 or something, but something like that.
30 million.
And
to lose.
Yes.
What the fuck, man?
I know, man. You're really twisting the knife here.
Bro.
Twisting the knife. You're twisting the knife.
No, just joking.
But take the delta between your net worth and our net worth.
But it's. I mean, at a certain point, like,
Can
what's
you write that
the
off?
point?
There's got to be something.
No write-off. No write-off.
So you spend that 30.
Yeah, it's just out the door, not coming back.
And never coming back at all.
Yeah.
And your wife How did you train her to be like this?
She just doesn't. She's just not into. She's not that into like stuff. Actually,
She's also a doctor.
she's not into
She's
stuff.
a surgeon.
Yeah, but
She's good.
the thing is, she's.
fine.
I mean, the thing is, actually, many of the procedures she does, we have
I
such a
bought Mark
broken
dinner
healthcare
once.
system.
My wife was like, "Why?" 30. If I spent $30 million,
I ordered double though. I was
God
bulking.
damn.
You got a tomahawk steak.
Okay, go.
So anyway, I think that. Yeah, I mean, we don't. That's our sense of. That for me was a sense of purpose.
Yep.
Is what I would say. It's like I believe God's given me unique gifts.
Yep.
In this category to use them. I believe that there's a purpose that needs to be fulfilled, and I'm here to fulfill, and that's what gave me my sense of deep satisfaction about this. And she was super supportive of it, largely because she's doing the same thing. Like I think, actually, the last time we had a conversation like that was in reverse. Believe it or not, was when our first son Karthik was born in. I talked about this in. Actually, you might not have gotten to that part yet.
Does she
You're
go
not-
back
well,
to
okay.
school after their kid?
She doesn't go back to school. She's in residency, so she's finishing her residency
Yeah, I didn't
here
get this.
at Cornell. It's in the last chapter. I forgot. In Cornell, Columbia. Here, she's an ear, nose, throat surgeon, but she specializes in throat surgery.
Okay.
So she's an airway surgeon, and he's born in February of 2020. Which is an interesting time to be born in New York City. He was born February 23rd, 2020. And that was like literally the week after that is when that first wave hit New York. And you know, people went COVID policy crazy in this country in the next couple of years. But that
The
first
way
wave in
Green
New York City, I don't know
is
if you
set
guys
up
remember
on me,
that was not a
scaring
joke.
me.
Yeah. And the hospitals were super overfilled. So she had just had an emergency C-section at Columbia on February 23rd, 2020. And yet she's an airway surgeon. Okay. And so they're short-staffed at the hospital. They've got patients piling up. Every operating room is converted into an ICU, and there's literally a lot of older people included, like gonna die unless there's people who are able to help them with the skill set she's been given. And she's very good at what she does. And so, in some sense of the union of our God-given skills and our sense of purpose, for her that was March of 2020. So a little over 3 weeks in. After emergency C-section, she could take 6 months off if she wants to for maternity leave, or at least 6 weeks. She goes back. So she's in the operating room less than 4 weeks after giving emergency C-section. And back then, nobody knew what this was back then.
Have you told people this?
How
Not
you
a
not
lot of
tell
people.
people
This is good stuff.
Come on.
Not a lot of people,
Yeah,
but
we're too late in to hear this. This is good stuff. Move over, Michelle Obama. This is,
So I'm a biotech CEO. I'm CEO of Roivant here.
we don't care.
Yeah,
We're
a doctor. I know, for your
She's
wife. Like, don't
saying
forget
it
about me,
live,
guys. So I brought that up because I had been traveling the whole prior year, and so she had to have when I
Whoa.
had a sit-down conversation I had with her. She had a sit-down conversation with me. It's like, listen, I have to go do this.
That's fucking amazing.
We have a son.
Okay.
He's 3 weeks old. We don't know what's going to happen if I'm doing open airway surgery, and we don't know what this virus is. I need you. It wasn't really a question. It was sort of like, I need you.
Gotta do it.
I need you to step up and do this.
Wow.
So I took our little, and we already knew we were going to settle back in Ohio. We had moved to Ohio late the year before. She was just finishing up her residency here and happened to give birth here because that's where the doctor was. So I took him, and I was single father for what was going to be a few weeks, but then, she ended up predictably, whatever, she got sick. Nobody knew what it was. It wasn't a big deal. Her father also got sick. He was also a surgeon and was taking care of patients. He ended up in the ICU. She's there with a couple weeks, and she continues to do airway surgery, open airway surgery for people who are sick. Ended up being about 2 months where I'm playing solo single father of what was our 1 month to 3 month old son during those.
Why
periods
would
of
he
time.
do that? That was stupid. What the fuck did I ever do to this person? Okay. So then you open up my stack.
I think it still hurts Apoorva today that she missed those 2 months.
I mean,
She's
it's
not
such an
gonna get it
amazing
back.
example for your son. Like, it's
When he grows up, he'll grow to appreciate it. She was shipping him breast milk, during that period. Yeah.
Goodness.
Absolutely. But for us, that was our conviction that she has a skill set. God put her here to do it. She did her job and did her duty. And so for me, when we, 2.5 or 3 years later, I had a similar. It felt like the same conversation in reverse.
The nation is sick.
And she didn't take a beat other than to say, "Are you sure we can't do this later?" We talked through that, and she says, "Great, let's go."
Question: how does that whole thing influence the way you view COVID policies? How we handled everything? How did that experience shape your views?
There's some interesting things that happened. I mean, at that time, I remember one of the most remarkable
I might get
things
killed by
was
purple
they were
now.
sending out mass emails to the people who were in the medical profession, including
We'll see
in her workplace and
what
everything
happens.
else, saying, don't wear masks.
If I was
They're
purple, I would
scaring
kill me.
people and whatever, only for a few months later to then reverse
No,
and say
purple
there's a
doesn't.
policy.
Purple
So it was
doesn't
just
even
people
break me.
saying things with a level of certainty that they just didn't have. So what in that early stage of that pandemic do we know? We didn't know much.
We knew nothing.
And so we had to make decisions in the face of uncertainty.
Yes.
We took the facts we had. It looked, even in that early phase, like even if Apoorva did get this, it looked like she was going to be fine.
Right.
And it was the right thing for her to do. We didn't know how it would affect infants. We separated so that we were able to keep the infant away. But my takeaway was, at least if we as a government were able to, I'm not saying, I don't mean to sound self-important in this way, but more as a lesson learned, in the way that maybe we handled it as a family, if you have government leaders that say, and are just honest about the fact, here's what we know, here's what we don't know, here's the best decision we're making in the face of information that's available, and here's why.
What?
I think we would have been a lot better off.
What did I do
rather
to
than
this
the
person?
fake hubris of saying that
Yes.
we pretend to know
Okay,
more
I
than we
need to kill
do.
them
Here's
then.
how we keep you safe.
Yes, even though we don't know.
Come from?
Yeah.
Is it like?
I think it comes from a belief that that's what the people need to see.
Yeah. It's the same
managerial
managerial
It's the
class.
weakness.
Yeah, it's kind of
it's kind of some of the same mentalities. People need to
I
see
didn't do
fortitude,
anything
strength.
to this
And is the
person.
justification to
Decisiveness.
avoid the chaos that would ensue if people felt that anxiety of uncertainty?
People are
Yeah,
scared
I think it's a
to-
fear of
yes, yeah.
chaos. I think it's
So
a fear of chaos.
they justify it by going, we don't want people to feel anxious. We don't want them to feel like we
Why
want
would
them to
you
believe we know what's
do
going on
that?
because then they can be calm while we
And
figure
then,
this out.
and then they will be more likely to listen to what we need them to do when we tell them.
And there's
to
a better
And I think it's
version
actually the
of it.
opposite. I think
Yeah.
I think they misread some of human nature.
Because once
I
I
think
don't
actually,
trust you.
if you just tell somebody,
Yeah.
just tell the truth, right?
Yeah.
Here's the truth.
Here's
what we know. Here's what we don't know. But
There's
here's
a-
just the truth. And we're not hiding it from you.
Yeah, but there's a delicate way that you can deliver that truth that isn't a lie, but also doesn't go, yo, we don't know what the fuck's going on. There is a version of it which is, we still need time to accurately decide what is the best way to handle
And even
this.
if it's not relevant on the piece of how you dress it, this is what actually drove the lies about the origination in China, worries about racism in the United States or whatever, because there was, anti-Asian attacks. I think just the right answer is, we don't know for sure, but it sure looks like it came from a lab in China where we were funding research that we intended to use to prevent a pandemic, but things might have gone a little wrong, and we created.
Why
one.
would they have done that?
And
we
so,
as in America, you think America created it?
I think we
Or we
paid for it.
funded the
We funded
research.
it. Yeah, I think there's
but
very
they
little doubt
fucked
about
up
that.
the stitching. And, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Someone shut doors.
yeah. I mean, I think there's still unanswered questions.
Yeah.
I think there's still unanswered questions about
these
what
guys
actually
only make
went
good
down
jewelry.
there. But
Right.
that's. I think we should have I think we deserve the answers to that question, and should hold the bad actors accountable, or else we can expect even worse in the future. Again, without accountability, you're doomed to repeat the same mistakes at a larger scale in the future. That's what I believe. But anyway, I think that would be one of my lessons: is honesty. Free speech matters most, not in ordinary times, but in supposedly emergency times. If you'd been allowed to debate the lockdowns, I don't think we would have locked down the schools. I don't think we would have locked down the cities for nearly as long as we did. If you'd been allowed to debate the merits of the vaccine, I don't think we would have had vaccine mandates in this country.
Yeah.
I think that autonomy is paramount in the end. I think you should be able to take something, even if the FDA hasn't approved it. I think you shouldn't have to take something just because the FDA has approved it. But I think there's a lot of learnings. But I think that the irony, the ultimate tragedy in this managerial conceit, this hubris, is that it'd be one thing if you actually could have pulled it off, that you actually did earn the trust, even if it was based on a lie. But the irony is, you're in the worst of all worlds, where you actually have bred greater mistrust through the act of lying itself. So it loses not just on philosophical terms, which is what moves me, but even on the terms of its own effectiveness, actually. Right? And so I think that that's something that, for me, is one of the great lessons. The reason people don't trust the government is actually because the government doesn't trust the people. And like in any relationship, trust is a two-way relationship, right? In a marriage, in a friendship, in a work relation, a boss, in a CEO-employee relationship, trust is a two-way relationship. And I think the government is in a relationship with its people. We as citizens are in a relationship with one another. And I think that trust is a two-way relationship that has been today squandered in both directions. And I think that if we think about ways to heal this country, two steps would, I think, go a long way towards uniting and healing this country. So if somebody got in the government, say a U.S. president, what I intended to do if we got in there, apparently that's not meant to be this time. But what I hoped to do is just rip the cord off, whatever, take the Band-Aid off on a lot of the areas where, at least in the last 20 years, you can just start with the last 5 years, 20 years might be too far back, last 5 years, where there's been understandable public suspicion of what we've been told, and just to say, hey, here's what we know. And pick your favorite topic. I mean, the fringy ones, UAPs, whatever it is. Here's what we know. And here's what we don't.
Full disclosure.
And here's where we lied to you. Like, be acknowledged. Here's where we lied. And I say we because even if it wasn't me, if you're the president, you own what came before you.
Yeah.
You represent that. Here's where we lied to you. Here's why we lied to you. I think the why is important too. Here's why we lied to you. And here's how we're going to ensure that never happens again. And if somebody in the government, ideally the president, steps up and does that, that's step one. Step two is somebody in the media. It doesn't have to be everybody. Somebody. Could be CNN, could be MSNBC, could be Fox, could be, pick your favorite one. But somebody steps up and says, Okay. Here's where we were wrong. You pick your favorite one. Hunter Biden laptop, COVID origin, Nashville transgender shooter manifesto, January 6th. You could go straight down the list, whatever it is. Here's where we lied to you. Here's why we lied to you. Here's where we were wrong. Here's the changes we're making to ensure that doesn't happen again. And to acknowledge that whatever the next thing is, you're probably not going to trust me because you don't have a reason to. But give us a little bit of time, and I think we're going to earn your trust back. And look their audience in the eye and tell them that. Those two things happen, one from the White House Rose Garden and one from any mainstream once trusted anchor looking their audience in the eye and saying it. Those two things happen. We are well on our way to healing and reuniting this country, actually. It's not that hard, actually. It's not that hard.
Real quick, there's a...
Exodus, in many ways, really does teach us about a long-suffering, merciful God. Those plagues are there not to punish, but to correct. God is laying out for them, this is the disaster that's looming. Stop and turn back. This, in many ways, is the central narrative of all of the Hebrew Bible that recounts the Passover, the parting of the Red Sea, the movement from slavery into freedom. But it'll be manifest in the narrative through Moses' hand. Pharaoh, who considers himself a god, he's about to run into the creator of heaven and earth and of all things visible and invisible. And he's going to realize whatever power he can assert over this world, it's actually nothing compared to the sustainer of all creation. Yes. In this course, I want to help you slow down and appreciate the details. Exodus is a very intricate narrative. You get to see Moses and God speaking as fellow men, and also of Moses to the people. I find that absolutely beautiful because God is a God of creation. God is the God of all people. God would want to bring all to himself.
I thought I was going to lose there.
Yeah, I feel like there's an extreme dip in American pride.
Oh, yeah.
And after talking to you, it makes sense, because how can you be proud of a government that does not represent you and a country run by people
doesn't trust you,
that do not trust you, right? So the relationship.
And how can you trust somebody who doesn't trust you?
Of course not. So yeah, because one of the questions I had for you, I was like, how do we reinstill the American pride? And there was a buddy of mine named Ben Vieta, a really smart guy. He's like, I'm proud to be American. I was like, why? And he's like, this is the best version of myself. That's what America has given to me. The opportunity to be the greatest version of myself. I don't think there's another country in the world where I could be the best version of myself. Now, this is a country that put his grandparents, or was it great-grandparents, in the internment camps, right? So, but he still is like the ideals of this country.
Yes.
Sometimes we get off. Sometimes we wiggle, and I think this is kind of what you've been speaking to. But the ideals are there, and I think that that's something that we can all have pride in.
Yes.
When we get those right, we are the best version of ourselves.
Yes, we are.
No matter who the fuck we are. I saw my mom get her citizenship, and it was like really touching. I got like emotional at it. I saw all these people.
It is an emotional experience.
I wish people could go see the excitement that is there when these people are realizing this dream, because it is a fucking dream. And yeah, maybe they're looking at America in the best possible way. Maybe looking at those ideals, maybe looking at what that Constitution represents. But if this managerial class, who is not necessarily doing it with nefarious intent, and that's a really important thing. It's
benevolent conceit.
There it is. So if they are either removed or moved out of the way, or there's a way to execute it where they have utility but not disruption. I think that could.
So I'm pretty sparse and libertarian in my tendency to believe that the way to do this is just through publicly accountable elected officials, actually, and we'll get a better class of public elected official once that actually becomes clear to everybody how important that is. Versus if that's unimportant, then you get the C team that you're getting right now. But that's exactly right. This is a step in uniting this country. It's also part of, even when you think about the elections meaning something, and this is the more philosophical underpinning of why I favor. So I favor this because I think it quells any of the concern about election integrity. But there's a deeper element to this too, of our elections meaning something. That civic ritual that your mother and you as a family, sounds like, went through. That's why I favor single day voting on election day. Make it a national holiday. And do it with the way the Iowa caucus is done, with paper ballots and government-issued ID. There's the election integrity concerns. I favor making English the sole language that appears on a ballot. Many people find that controversial. But we are a nation founded on ideals, but who are we if we can't even communicate those ideals with one another? Right? I think that one of the things that's divided this country to a breaking point is just we're innate as human beings. We distrust one another when people are speaking a language you don't understand. They can speak that language, but if you don't share that language in common, at least on the day that you're expressing the civic ritual. And by the way, all of this goes to the concerns about election integrity anyway. And one of the things I've said leading the Republican Party is, if we get single day voting on election day as a national holiday, with paper ballots, government ID, and English as the sole language on a ballot, I will pledge, and we have to be, we're just done complaining about election integrity or results or whatever. And we move the country forward, but we do it with a civic ritual that gives us a sense of appreciation of that set of ideals that the country was founded on. Are we perfect? No, we're not. Have we ever been perfect? No, we're not.
And we're
because
gonna keep fucking up.
Yes, because we are
But we're gonna
men,
try.
not gods.
Yes.
Right? We're a nation.
God.
Spoken here in the plural. So we're men, not God. And we are still a nation founded on ideals.
Yep.
And so those two things, by definition, it's like a math equation. It's like an axiomatic. You have the axioms and the corollary. Those two things are the axioms, that we are fallen human beings, not God. And that we are still founded on a set of ideals that we aspire to.
Yeah.
Then the necessary logical
Actually, I
consequence
don't
of that is that we
need
will
to.
always fall short of our ideals.
But let me aspire.
But aspire to.
If you take away
Yes.
my ability to aspire
Then-
by having this
then we're done.
managerial class
Then we're
that's going to
done.
dictate exactly what I can do,
Exactly.
now you're taking away my
Let
my
me
pride.
strive and fail
Yeah.
sooner than you have me optically succeed.
Yeah.
That's exactly
It
right.
is optic success.
It's the illusion.
Because that's how they get the pat on the back.
Yes,
Look
yes.
what these people did. I told you I was right. Look how good I am at managing them.
I appreciate you having what seems like, to me, reflecting a deep understanding of my worldview in a short amount of time.
Yeah,
because actually, I think what you
it's
just
important
said
to be explained in this way,
Yeah.
and that's why like deep state is just it's such a buzzword that people hear, and they have all these ideas wrapped around it that might not actually be what you're saying, even if they mean the same thing. I think when people think of deep state, they're like Nancy Pelosi's in a room and she's saying, "Hey, FBI, go do this and let's bomb that shit," and that's the deep
nefarious
state.
intentions.
Exactly. Whereas
As
managerial
opposed
class,
to just
yeah,
the slow motion reality is far more boring in
it's
nature.
dude,
Actually,
the reality of
Yeah.
the reality of what we perceive as evil intent is always far more boring. Always.
If I look at you as just a CEO who would be elected president and remove the bureaucracy, that's a very different thing than a guy who's going to tackle the deep state. That sounds so abstract. If I look at you as like, oh, this is a CEO who built, he's a billionaire, lowercase b, uppercase b, don't matter,
Okay,
off
I
of
get
this
that.
thing, and he's going to help
Stack now.
the United States government run more efficiently and in our best interests. That's fucking.
But what was up with the mega donors you were saying?
I was just going to say that. Yeah, I mean, so there, it's sort of this dynamic where there's like a courtship and an expectation that you supplicate yourself that I was just very bad at because I couldn't put my heart into it at any point in time. And so, if there's a next time, and I didn't really do much of it this time, and that's why.
An example.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think like the
name would be great.
The handwritten notes, the ability, the idea that people believe that you got to fly to where they are to see them to some donor retreat. They summoned every candidate. Actually, by the end of it, they didn't summon me, but they summoned the DeSantis and Haley and Scott campaigns to figure out how there was going to be a discussion about who was actually going to take on Trump. It's sort of.
Who are they? Who are these?
Just
Like the Koch brothers?
A lot of wealthy people in the Republican, frankly, in both parties.
Peter Thiel.
No, he didn't play this time. He didn't play this time.
But he's always involved, right?
This time he wasn't.
I like that
this time
verbiage. He didn't play this time.
Yeah,
It is a game.
But it's a game, man.
So who's one of the people that was
I mean,
playing?
you could look at actually one of the most interesting twists right now. One of the most interesting twists is, some of the biggest donors, because it shows you how bipartisan this is. The biggest donors to Nikki Haley include the very people who have been actually funding to keep Donald Trump off the ballot, from a left-wing perspective. So like Reid Hoffman is one such person. And the thing, he's a founder of LinkedIn, which by the way censored me early in this campaign for making factual statements about climate change. And then they said
There we
violated their
go.
policies on hate speech, misinformation,
I'm honestly impressed I won that.
and violence. When we challenged them
Considering
on
that
what was
Green
inaccurate
kinda
about it,
fucked me
after
for a second.
I shared it with, we just shared our email exchanges with the New York Post, which printed it. Microsoft then comes out and says,
Yeah.
"Oh no, your account was locked in error," which is funny. It makes it sound like a technical glitch. That's just a funny side story. But
this is the type of stuff that happens behind the
Oh,
scenes.
absolutely.
while you're running.
This guy's funding Nikki Haley in an attempt to do what exactly?
just to have her beat Donald Trump in the primary.
I think the idea would be she's much more beatable in a general election.
No, I don't think that's the idea at all, actually.
She's
I think the idea
manageable.
is she's actually going to be more effective than Biden at advancing certain of the agendas, actually.
But does he
Yeah.
support-
And the Democratic brand is kind of tarnished right now. And if they get Biden, he's started to lose his use as the leader of their pawn on the chessboard, but then they got this thing called the Kamala Harris problem.
Yes.
And so what's one better way to do that is, the Democratic Party's brand is a little tarnished. We get to have the illusion of nonpartisanship.
Put in the fucking.
Put in somebody else we can
Republican-
control, and just all Nikki needs is to be cut in on the rake a little bit, right? I mean, she left the government. She was in debt, and she quickly, $8 million off of paid speeches, military contracting firms.
Tell me how these politicians become millionaires.
Yeah, mostly getting paid. We make it sound really nefarious under the table, but it's basically under the table.
So there are under the table deals made. It's not.
But they're actually hiding. Many of them are just hiding in plain sight. So it's my belief that if you have done favors for Boeing to the tune of $900 million or nine-figure sums of money, hundreds of millions of dollars in the state of South Carolina, showering on Boeing, that it would be inappropriate and undesirable for you to take as one of your first paid seats after you leave government to sit on Boeing's board, where they have a nice warm seat waiting for you. That's exactly what Nikki Haley does. Or I think it would be inappropriate if you're representing the U.S. at the United Nations and you abruptly step off as your family is wallowing in debt, for you to be able to start a military contracting firm that exploits your connections at the UN to advocate for policies that allow military contracting firm to make more money, which is indeed those that are hawkish or pro-war policies. That's exactly what she does. Or give paid speeches to foreign actors without disclosing what those speeches are. But it's not just Nikki Haley. I mean, I think if you're the vice president of the United States, I don't think your son should be sitting on the board of a Ukrainian company collecting $5 million when he doesn't have the first qualification to do it.
Yeah.
Especially if you then become the president and fork over $200 billion of money to Ukraine. If you're Elizabeth Warren, nobody has any idea. Everybody knows what her salary is.
Yeah.
Her and her husband's included. And, you know, a few $100,000 a year, they got expenses. And suddenly her net worth is disclosed to be $68 million.
Like,
that
isn't
math
that
doesn't add up.
interesting?
That math does not add up. And it's just across the board in both parties.
Yep.
This is how it works.
Yep.
And so my own view is if you're in Congress, you shouldn't be allowed to trade individual stocks. Neither should any of the bureaucrats.
Or your husband.
Yeah,
or any,
in your orbit. Yeah, absolutely. I don't think you should be allowed to lobby the government for at least 10 years. I mean, maybe if you really aspire to a life career as a lobbyist, at least wait till 10 years.
And
until after
explain
you left the
why.
government.
Explain how that happens. So basically, they leave government and then they get
Yeah,
paid
you attacked
by
that one.
these lobbyists
by industry to represent them to
Right.
go after their own to open the doors to their own prior colleagues.
Right.
I don't think that if you've done special favors for a company, like showering hundreds of millions of dollars on them, you should be able to join the board of that company.
Yeah.
Which again would create maybe the illusion that you knew that they were going to do that for you at the time you were showering $100 million.
What about the speeches?
Or if you're the regulator, if you're at the FDA, I don't think you should be able to join the board of a pharmaceutical company afterwards. This is rampant. It happens all the time.
That makes sense. But I feel like one version, because I was looking into this a little bit. I kind of want to do a piece on this, but the way that a lot of them make their money after they're in government is through these speeches.
So do you think somebody really wanted to pay 7 figures to hear
listen
Nikki
to
Haley speak?
Forget Nikki Haley, Hillary Clinton. This is one of the most
7
boring
figures, yeah.
individuals. You're talking about $500,000.
No, in some cases we're talking 7 figure. At least in Nikki, one of these cases, 7 figures.
But we know the
for one
entire
speech.
country doesn't like hearing her talk.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe it's not for the talk, right? That's the whole point.
That's
right. That's the whole point.
And is that their way of scratching the backs?
Of course it is. It's one of the tools. It's not the only tool.
And it's not
but it's one of the
explicitly
tools.
said, but it's basically like, okay, you do this for us, and then when you're done running,
Absolutely.
when you're out of office, we have 7 speeches lined up.
Yeah.
Give your same stupid speech. Nobody's
again,
gonna fucking
And again, it's like a game theoretic thing where I don't think in most cases
They
that's
don't even need to
verbalized.
say it.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
you understand that's how the game is played.
Yeah.
And the beat goes on.
Okay,
That's
what
it.
about Kushner getting that $2 billion deal from MBS?
What deal is that in terms of investing in a fund? And he has a track record as an investor. I don't know what went down.
But
in there.
apparently the Saudi fund.
I mean, people have criticized
vetted it.
Mnuchin. People have I don't know what he's doing.
Yeah.
My view is just across the board.
Yeah.
Across the board.
Yeah.
Certainly for people in Congress or the U.S. Senate.
Yeah.
Let's just start with that, because these are the people who should be accountable to the people
I mean,
at
it
large
seems
anyway.
like an absolute no-brainer. Now, here's the concern. And this is an ethical dilemma, of course, because what I'm going to suggest, you could argue, is unethical. But if you cannot get rich in politics, will the smart people not want to enter politics?
So here's what I would say is, I think the term limits are good. I think you should get in there and get out.
Which is what it used to be. That's the idea.
I want 8 years. So if I can't work for the people for more than 8 years as their president, I don't want the people reporting into me to generally work for more than 8 years either. Get in, get out. 3 terms is the limit for Congress. 2 terms is the limit for the Senate. And I think that I would sooner have a discussion about increasing the salary. I don't think somebody should be forced to be poor or even have the limit where they send their kids to school.
Yeah.
But I would rather they just tell us what it is in the open rather than having to do the underhand deal with it. Well, they didn't pay me enough anyway. I'm just going to do it this way. And so I think that that's a reasonable thing to do. Now, term limits, most of these people wouldn't vote for term limits. Here's my solution on that. It's shameful, but it would work. It would work in a heartbeat. If I was president, we'd have gotten this done. Is grandfather in the people. Let me get the final deal. Like, we got it all lined up. You don't want to vote for it. We'll grandfather you in.
Meaning you're
not subject to term limits.
Exactly.
But the guy who comes after you next
And they would do it in a heartbeat.
They would do it in a heartbeat.
Fuck about the new people.
And it's a wildly popular policy, right? And so, and the same thing with the insider trading bans. Most congressmen hate it when I talk about banning trading of individual
Not
stocks.
for you, Pelosi.
But you have to say that, otherwise they would never pass it. So we got the deal lined up, and we'll just say
they get the virtue signal.
Yeah, but you can't make it nakedly self-interest. So you would say out of respect for the continuation of prior norms, this will begin on a date certain in the year 2030 or whatever, right? But that's kind of how it would have to go, actually.
Right.
And so and they would do it because it's a wildly popular policy.
Let's assume all these things happen and it works. Who plots the long-term course of America if people are getting elected or re-elected every 2, 6, 4 years?
Yeah.
The long-term course, like who is making deals that are going to impact our grandchildren's futures? Because that's an important thing.
I think that with this setup and the term limits,
need a
etc.
managerial class for that?
This is the question, right?
Yeah.
And I think it's the best argument for the thing that I'm against.
That's
but
what
I'm still
asking.
against it.
Yeah, okay.
Because I think that you will then select for the kind of leader that is viewing it as a temporary form of public service. And the job of that leader is to think on the timescales of history rather than the timescales of tomorrow, if they're doing their job right. And it puts accountability back on the people to elect such a person, back to what Thomas Jefferson had said, the people elect the government that they deserve.
Okay, so break this down to me really quickly. You think that because the country is now truly in the hands of the government that are selected and not in this managerial class, that all of a sudden their viewpoints for the country will then transform.
It should. The people should elect such people, and if not, we got what we deserved. Just like in your personal financial life. Or
and then we're
personal
okay with
life.
that. We have
you
to
make
live
your
with
decision,
that.
we have to live with that.
Do
And
you
that's what I said,
think-
for better or worse, that's what 1776 was fought for.
Now, as much as I might agree with this, do you think that Americans like the cozy security of a managerial class maintaining the price of oil under $4 a gallon? And
Right now,
milk
maybe
is
we
this,
are. Well,
do they want that risk in their life?
So here's the thing we live in right now. You're offering the best statement of that other side's view. Right now, we live in the worst of all worlds.
Yeah.
Where actually people are seeing how that has ruined their own
Managerial
lives.
class sucks.
Yeah,
and
and
we
they've
have
actually
nobody that's
and they've left
representing us.
exactly.
Yeah.
So the hard case presents itself when those come into conflict,
Yeah,
which is the
tricky.
philosophical case. But that's not where we are right now.
Yeah.
So I think that's what now makes it for the right moment to tear the thing down anyway. But I do think that in a psychological sense, we have become a nation of sheep. Okay, and I think a nation of sheep is what breeds this managerial class of wolves, actually. And so I think you get what you deserve anyway. It's a two-way, just as trust is a two-way relationship, but not trust one direction or the other. Once you do adopt this nation of sheep, you know, waking up, two-legged higher mammals, celebrating our diversity, doing what our iPhones tell us to do on a given day, you know, making our way across an American terrain. Yeah, you kind of get the government that feeds you and creates more of that in return. And it's up to us to declare independence. And so when I say things like the other night,
Attack
I said we live in a
that
1776 moment, that's what I mean. It's our time to declare
Do
independence,
it.
not just from the managerial class, but
Do it. Go. If he doesn't have a trade, I kill him. But I wanted to get my troops out of there.
even from within that inner prison within each of us too, that has confined us by the tools of the managerial class, including but not limited to the algorithmification of our modern life. That's a whole separate discussion for another day. But I think that we live in a moment where it's time for a modern declaration of independence of the forces that have shackled us on the exterior and the interior. And it's not a coincidence that those two things happen at the same time. They actually go together. And so I think each of us, I mean, we talked about this at a governmental level, but I think each of us has an inner sheep and an inner lion. And I think right now the inner sheep is winning the day, mostly, at least across our general population level. And it's partly because we've been lulled into that by having the comfort of the fact that we're not accountable for our decisions, but somebody else is. And so might as well give in to my sheep-like tendencies rather than my lion-like tendencies.
Or yeah, I mean, it's good to phrase it like that because we all obviously want to be a lion, but I think at the end of the day, people really truly do want security, and they're willing to sacrifice some freedom for security. Now, I'm not saying that.
And right now we're getting neither.
But I think that's the most important thing. It's
right now, practically
you
speaking,
have sacrificed your security for this idea of freedom, but you've actually had your freedom further restricted because now you're not represented in any way at all.
Right.
So now you have nothing. So nothing. We're still in fucking America.
No.
But I hear. But
the trajectory we're on is a trajectory victory to nothing. Yeah,
Right.
is what I do believe.
So basically, it's like it was a fool's bet. Someone told you, hey, give me a little bit of that freedom, or give me a little bit of your representation. I'm gonna give you all the security, and then you didn't get it.
Yep.
So you were lied to.
Yes. Which is what makes it an easy moment to drive the kind of change that I am right now, where the philosophical and the practical go hand in glove together. It's not a trade-off anymore.
If
It's
this
actually
change
go together.
doesn't happen, what do you think happens to America? If we continue on the trajectory we're on, what do you say happens in 20, 30, 50 years?
I think we go the direction that most nations through human history have, which is to be another ordinary nation in human history where the people couldn't be trusted, and we sort of elegant decay into mediocrity, much like what we saw in Western Europe over the course of the last couple centuries since the U.S. was formed, probably in a tighter time frame.
We need to build some more fountains.
I think our own culture of excellence has gone to China, and I think they're in autocratic form. We'll have a
Aren't they the
dominant
epitome of the managerial class?
Well, they are, but they're the best version of it.
Because they're a benevolent managerial
No,
class?
just because it's sort of the nature of the founding of the modern state. Whereas in some ways, we're a nation, we're like betraying our true essence, right? And so we're not even like good at doing this managerial class thing, right?
But
so I think that's actually what's going on is like, we're this bastardized, mutated form of like not even the thing that we are at our core. So you could look at this from Mars and say that, oh, is the American model better as the Chinese model? And it's like, well,
Didn't we
I have a
inspire
view,
their
but some Martian might say that one is, that these are two different models.
Yeah.
But at least one model is being itself. So, right, the communist Chinese government was the one that Mao Zedong set into motion.
Right.
But we're not the one that George Washington set into motion.
Right.
And so it's in some ways the worst of all worlds. Is it's a betrayal of what the thing actually was.
Yeah, because that Martian can't actually look at what we're supposed to be.
Yeah.
And make that judgment. But couldn't you say that like the Chinese government or a lot of these governments, even like Russia, you can look at Turkey, aren't they a reflection of American influence in a way?
Some of them are.
Where it's like, so we basically tell the world, yo, let your people vote. And then we get in there like, all right, well, we'll influence this election. We got you. So we're not giving away potential true democracy.
Yeah.
So they kind of need
that gets into more practical.
I'm not being nuanced with my geopolitical take.
Now
here,
you
but I guess what I'm
take
trying to
this
say is
far,
that
put it at that eight.
In order to maintain power or that managerial class or whatever it is, so that they can actually compete with America, they need to have one group, or they believe they need to have one group in charge. It's the ultimate. I do not trust the people in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
That being said, I don't know. I like betting on us. I like betting on us.
And I'm betting on us with all I have in my life, my money and my effort and my, and our, that's what we're doing. That brings me to, I'm trying to make the ultimate bet on America.
Why did it take you so fucking long to be, so maybe this is the issue. It's like guys like you who are smart, thoughtful, well-read, and actually really learn the topics instead of learning the buzzwords and like spitting them out there, which is great when you called out Nikki Haley. She couldn't even name the 3 provinces
that she wants us to fight for.
And then
that was funny.
it was just a perfect example of she's not even nuanced on this issue at all. But what you have to go make $1 billion in finance before you can go be in politics. Now, if you're in Turkey, you're working for Erdogan, you're probably making $10 billion because he's your boy, but he's got you on his hip like this guy's fucking good and we need to work. I'm not saying that we should adopt that system at all. That being said, how do we get more people that are like you to stop speculating and start working for the government?
So I'll tell you when I graduated from college, right? So I was in high school when the planes hit the Twin Towers. I was in Cincinnati. A lot of my peers, when they graduated from college or didn't even graduate from college, went and served this country in the military. I grew up in Cincinnati. My dad was facing layoffs at the GE plant in Evendale when Jack Welch was the CEO of GE, slashed about two-thirds of the people in the plant where he worked. He had to go to night school to keep job security. For me, when I graduated from college, Bill Gates gave the commencement address at Harvard, actually, when I was graduating in 2007. And I was really looking forward to this. This is the wealthiest man in the world at that time. I'm excited. All right, tell us how it's done. And what we get is this like pathetic pre-canned speech about the importance of giving back. And I'm like, how the hell does one get the things to give back? Exactly. You skip that part of the speech, and I listened carefully, and you didn't tell me. But I was unapologetically going to say, all right, I'm going to do it honestly, going to do it the right way through hard work, and hopefully creating valuable things. But I'm in this to get ahead as a capitalist. Yeah. And I don't regret that decision. But I think that there's a side to each of us that is also hungry to be part of something bigger than ourselves. So in each of us as an American, I think is
well, pink is stupid. They think that they're gonna get the 4 that they're gonna try to kill white. But if white trades, they're screwed. Why would they have done that?
Is the capitalist, but is the citizen too.
Oh, of course.
And so as long as I think we create the space for us to have, this gets super practical, but like the advice I'd give young people is, don't think of your career as one thing. Think of it as like a storybook with a bunch of different chapters in it. And I think if we are sort of think about the structure of life.
Ooh, red's mischievous, bro. They just gave white a way out. Into my
in that sense, as opposed to right now, there's 3 chapters in life. One is education, then there's career, then there's retirement. Actually, one of the companies I found, it's actually doing pretty well. It's in New York City. It's not far from here. It's actually doing really well. It's called Chapter. It was about that 3rd chapter in life, and it ended up getting into the Medicare plan selection space. I mean, it started with a grand vision of redefining the 3rd chapter, and ended up getting very practical, and the company's doing well. I've always had an interest in sort of redefining that 3-chapter model, and I think that will, in some ways, as a cultural norm, help kind of make more normal the fact that you take 8 years to go serve your country, even if not in the front lines in Afghanistan, in the front lines of taking on a bureaucracy. And part of my best way to do that, to tell you, man, is through example. I mean, that's why I ran for president, with the hope and expectation of being successful. And if that's what the people of this country want, and that's what God's plan is, maybe I'll do that in the future. But I think that's probably one of the best ways to actually do it, is just by showing that it can be done.
It doesn't seem like you cut off your capital, you turned off your capitalist part, or closed the capitalist chapter, whatever. But at what point were you like? Because the thing you hear, and maybe you have so much money it doesn't even matter. But do you think you hear a lot is you keep the fuck you number, the number that's enough money, just keeps going up and up and up.
I think it's an illusion. It's an illusion at some point in time. I think
How did you realize that?
I think it was actually that 2020 year that did that for me. It was kind of a wake-up call. A lot of things happened. Karthik was born. I told you the story about, that experience that Apurva and I went through for those few months was a wake-up call for me. And then look at my son in the eye every day for those few months while she was on the front lines doing what she needed to do. And then it was a few months after that, 2 months after that, that the whole George Floyd thing played out, and the thing I talked about in Woke Inc., that, my own company, there's weird stuff going on that I hadn't thought about across corporate America relating to this new ideology. That for me, the combination of those things happening in a very short period of time was kind of my call to action. And I think it probably organically takes everybody to have their own version of that, to really authentically doing it, as opposed to just doing it by rote. But I also think that if we created a cultural norm of that, and I think this is something you don't want instilled from on high. Woking to, you haven't gotten to the end of the book, but I play with the idea of mandatory service.
Does he kill White now? Yep. Leaving him very, very vulnerable if he actually kills White. Or does he let... Now I kill Red. This is gonna be a fast game. Okay. Or do I kill Yellow? No, I kill Red.
When I say agree with 95% of the things that are in there, I'm not.
Yes, they didn't have a trade.
Because once you mandate it, it loses the quality of actually being service. But I do think that, at least at the very least, doing it through inspiration, I think is something that is strictly positive. And that's what I hoped to achieve as the next president. I hope in some small measure we achieved that even through the campaign
they
itself.
are going
but
very,
I'm not
very slow.
And so the answer to that question is important to me. And I don't have the clear answer other than agreeing with you that it needs to happen in this country. And the best way is you can't. It's always easy to force other people to do something. It's a lot harder to man up and step up and do it yourself. And so instead of pointing at how can we get a country where other people do it, maybe you just take a long, hard look in the mirror and ask yourself to maybe do what you demand of others. And that's what the last year was about for me. And I hope with some reflection, I haven't decided what I'm going to do next. I'm going to take some time on this one. You don't get dealt a blank slate very often, so I want to take full advantage of that. But whatever I do next, hopefully will be guided by that same spirit of wanting to practice what I preach a little bit. And so whatever that is, we'll see where it goes.
Vivek, I'm very
Thank
happy
you guys
we got
for
to sit
having me.
down with you, man.
I'm glad.
Yeah,
Thank you, dudes.
great.
Yeah, appreciate it.
It's
Yeah.
good
I really
to
enjoyed it.
it's good to use, I think, platforms like this where you get this long time to
It's
really
way better.
explain.
Yeah.
It's a tough game. It's a tough game, that politics. Just 30-second sound bites trying to get everything out. But I'm really glad that you got to explain everything because I feel like I understand your ethos way better.
Yes, absolutely.
And I think I see it through those lenses. So thank you very much, guys. Give it up for Vivek Ramaswamy, future Vice President of the United States of America, maybe President one day.
What is up, Risk Taker?
Ooh, what was that move? Alright, do I have a... Fuck, I don't have a trade yet either? Ooh! Hopefully he doesn't get a trade. Oh, and only a dude's trade. Fuck. That was a weird move. Home.
Oh.
What if I told you that Dave Chappelle and Bill Burr used this ancient biblical secret and then this happened? Now, I found something that was shocking while I was digging into my YouTube analytics yesterday. Now, what you're seeing is the duration of a video, when people click into a video and when they slowly drop off a video, which is fairly normal for us. But here, I've never seen this ever before. This right here was an above typical retention where the majority of people watching this rewinded the video because of a specific point that we covered. And let me emphasize again, I have never seen a spike like this in any of our videos. So what could this be? What could I have added in this video about the 5 steps of finding your specific assignment, calling, and purpose in this current season of your life that could have spiked the retention graph on a YouTube video unlike I've ever seen before?
Hopefully they don't
Before
have
we
a
get into this brain
trade.
hack that I believe is documented
Come on,
in the Bible.
come on. Oh, man, they have a trade. Fuck. It's always the worst. I don't have a trade. Then they go boom, boom. They go boom, boom. Do I have a trade? No, I don't have a trade. What? He is really just getting lucky here.
I have to tell you that what you're going to hear is going to challenge you because so many Christians compartmentalize what information they'll receive. They often have a low view of science or a low view of psychology, which I think does us a disservice. Now, it's interesting that one of the most influential voices actually said the complete opposite of this. Church father St. Augustine said that all truth is God's truth. And as a matter of fact, Augustine went on to say that a Christian ought to learn his...
Yeah, he does. Bro, what is this?
much as he can about as many things as he can, because all truth is God's truth, and that God's revelation is not limited to the pages of Scripture, because Scripture itself tells us that which is beyond Scripture.
I do get
God
a
reveals
trade,
himself
though.
in and through nature. So we can learn from scientists, we can learn from brain experts, we can learn from psychologists, and yes, we can even learn from secular comedians, Bill Burr and Dave Chappelle. But before we get there, my name is Ruslan, and this channel exists to encourage, empower, and inspire you to live a life that blesses God. If you are new here, or if you're not new here, please hit that subscribe button, as we're on the verge of cracking 500,000 subscribers, and I'd love to celebrate that. I think it is beyond reasonable to conclude that stand-up comedy requires a great amount of brain power, the ability to storytell, be witty, move on your feet quickly, to ultimately maintain an audience attention, and to get them to laugh, which in my opinion just simply means that stand-up comics are usually some of the best orators of any generation. But this practice doesn't come easy or naturally. In fact, it's a highly skilled performance art and occupation that requires decades and decades to get one established. Most comedians don't really take off until their mid to late 30s. But the process that comedians use to develop their jokes may actually shock you. Check out this clip of Bill Burr talking about his writing process.
You're always writing new stuff. You always have new material.
I don't write.
You don't write?
I don't. I just do it on stage. It doesn't work for me. And I'm lazy.
You're always coming up with new ideas, though, on stage and incorporating them in. And
yeah, just
what's the process? You say it on stage?
riff.
Okay.
I riff.
So notice, the Bill Burr says that his process for coming up with jokes is simply going on stage and riffing. More or less going on stage and just talking and being funny. Now, check out Joe Rogan explaining Dave Chappelle's process and see if you can catch the similarities.
Yeah, he does that a lot, where he'll just drop into place and just do a set, and that's how he kind of works his material out. He just kind of drops in and keeps tweaking it, and it's if he has a structure, right? Like if he has a few ideas that he's talking about, he can just riff, and then he's always got dudes behind him that are taking down notes, letting him know, like, oh, you talked about this, yeah, and I'm sure they record it too. Then he'll go over it and eventually boil it down to like what that Netflix special.
So did you notice the similarities? They both riff out loud, speak their jokes. And then Rogan said that Dave Chappelle has writers and people that help him recall, and sometimes they listen back to it. And then over time, this gets formed into a 60 to 90 minute special. But how can something that requires so much brain capacity, so much wit, just kind of flow out of someone? Remember earlier when I told you that there was a spike in our retention graph? Well, let me explain exactly what part of the video that was. It's when I explained that one of the best ways to develop your skill set, ultimately moving further along in your career and in your purpose, is by tapping into something called flow state. Now, shockingly enough, this is a relatively new phenomenon that has been recorded by neuroscientists, but in my opinion, it's actually documented in the Bible. But before we get there, let's unpack what flow state is again. Check out the exact clip that caused that massive spike in my video.
Flow is often described as a state of kind of effortless effort. We feel like we're propelled through the activity. Everything else just seems to disappear. Time is going to dilate, which is a fancy way of saying it.
Oh,
5 hours.
That was a hard 1v1. I knew it was going to be a hard 1v1, though. He was a master? The moves that he was making just seemed like it's something of a beginner.
Occasionally it'll slow down, you get a freeze frame effect. I mean, anybody who's been in a car crash, for example. Intuition tends to get turned up a lot. This isn't basketball player in the zone, seeing the hoop and suddenly it's as big as a hula hoop. And our frown muscles tend to be paralyzed. And what that frowning is a sign that the brain is doing work.
So in my opinion, learning how to get in flow state is absolutely crucial because it can help you learn to learn. It can help you learn new skill sets that will advance your overall utility to your current employer or your current nonprofit, your volunteer role, even who you are in your own home. Flow state is the key to unlocking more and more of your true potential. But the problem is, most people struggle to get themselves into flow state. Check out this video from Ryan Doors on how to unlock insane focus on command.
The 3 first triggers for flow that Mihai Csikszentmihalyi identified were clear goals, immediate feedback, and challenge skills balance. So here's an example of each of these in action. Let's say you're surfing. You spot the wave, you catch it, you ride it. These are the clear goals that are going to pop you into flow. Then you feel the balance on the board and the wave's power. This is immediate feedback. You're taking action in response to the information you're receiving from the wave. And as you continue surfing, you ride waves of varying sizes, varying difficulty, and if you're a surfer,
Ken is, bro. Ken's the man.
Working on this new case.
I'm just Ken.
Frozen solid.
I've seen
that before. Years.
Welcome back to the comment section. I'm Brett Cooper. So the Oscar noms were just announced, and there is anger in Barbie land, my friends, because Ryan Gosling got an Oscar nomination for Best Supporting Actor, but Margot Robbie, Barbie, did not. Ken's not cool!
He used to be.
And the internet is losing its mind. It's sexism. It's the patriarchy. No, guys, it's just the Oscars, and we're going to talk about that today. Before we do, though, make sure that you like...
Oh, guys. Oh, I'm red. I was really hoping I was... I'm just kidding. Anywhere else I'll be it then.
This video, subscribe to the channel if you have not already, and ring that notification bell so that you never miss a comment section episode. So before we all run with this narrative and get our panties in a bunch, let's clarify a few things. Barbie was nominated a lot. However, if you just went off the mainstream media and people freaking out on social media, you would think that the film was totally snubbed except for Ken. Unacceptable! But that is just not the case. But that has not stopped people online who are freaking out about it and connecting it back to the themes of Barbie and what they took from the movie. Just watch this. This girl says, "You're telling me Margot Robbie didn't receive an Oscar nomination for playing freaking Barbie, but Ryan Gosling got a nomination for playing Ken. Barbie was a film about how women struggle with having to work 10 times harder than men, having to be prettier, skinnier, more palatable for societal norms, and the woman who worked her butt off to illustrate that struggle didn't receive a single nomination for her performance, but the man who danced around and made silly little jokes did." And then the caption reads, "A woman could do everything right, but the patriarchy will find something wrong."
What do you mean he did nothing?
Topple the the patriarchy. Somebody commented and said, art imitating life. Another commenter said, if that doesn't speak volumes about where our society is at, or at least those in power, man, I don't know what does. And then here's another example.
Low-key, Ryan getting an Oscar nomination and like Margot and Greta not getting one just feels like the continuation of the Barbie movie. Like it almost feels like a bit that was part of the movie.
So true.
It's like obviously the point proven. We live in the reverse world of Barbie. Like we're in Ken's world.
Okay.
Obviously he's getting an Oscar. Duh.
I don't really think it's that deep. It's really not that big of a deal. Also, when did we suddenly start caring about the Oscars again? I thought that viewership was down, nobody was watching, nobody cared anymore because it wasn't woke enough. We weren't watching it because it was too woke. Like, genuinely, nobody cares except the actors and actresses and the producers. We don't need to be bothered with this. It's really not that big of a deal. I don't think it's that deep. Somebody else commented and said, 100%, we live in Ken's world. It's crazy. But here's the thing, guys. Like I said at the beginning, Barbie was not snubbed. America Ferrera got an Oscar nom for Best Supporting Actress in Barbie, so a woman got nominated. It wasn't just Ryan Gosling, it wasn't just Ken. Even though America Ferrera wasn't that great in my opinion, I think she only got nominated because of that one scene. Like, that's feminist in itself. Like, she was just nominated because she did a long rant about all the things women have to endure.
A little ego trip from the feminists?
The Oscars gave them that, basically. Barbie also got nominated for Best Costume Design, which it does deserve because it was amazing. Production Design, which it also deserves because it looked beautiful. And music for I'm Just Ken and What Was I Made For? It was not snubbed. And guys, on top of all of that, Greta Gerwig did get nominated. She got nominated for Best Screenplay, but just because she didn't get nominated for Best Director, oh my god, it's a travesty. Also, it was nominated for Best Picture. That is the most important nomination you could get. The whole thing is being recognized. And Margot Robbie was an executive producer, so if it wins that, she will get an Oscar. She will get credit. That is not a snub. No matter which way you put it, no matter how you try to argue it, it was not snubbed. Both of those women are being recognized for their talents, for what they did on that movie. This is not some sexist scandal about the Oscars.
I am shooketh.
But just because Margot Robbie didn't receive a nomination for Best Actress and Greta Gerwig didn't get one for Best Director, oh my gosh, it's an outrage. A sexist outrage and why we need more feminism. No, it's absurd. But the truth is, Ryan Gosling was literally the most memorable person in that entire movie. And I say that as somebody who genuinely enjoyed the movie, came on here and defended it, so I've talked about it a lot. I've thought a lot about Barbie, and he literally is the most memorable person. I loved that it was a musical, and his scenes and his songs and his dance numbers killed. They were fantastic. He was funny. He was endearing. There's a reason why so many men related to him and wanted to see the movie only because of him. Because they thought he was cool, and the character of Ken was interesting. And shockingly, some people online do agree. They do have the same take. They're tentatively commenting that under these heartbroken videos. One person said, I don't agree. Ken's song captured the suffering of men who have to deal with the loneliness and friend zoning. His performance during the song was thumbs up. Another person said, okay guys, I love Margot, but the Best Actress category this year is insanely stacked. Gladstone, Hewler, and Stone are all leaps ahead of Margot. Another person said, I liked Barbie, but Margot was not better than any of the nominated actresses in my opinion. And of her 3 films, this is Greta's weakest, I think. It's a tough year with lots of good movies. I completely agree. I love Margot Robbie. I think she is brilliant. I think she is stunning. Oh my gosh, I think she's the most beautiful actress in the world right now. But I don't think it was her most incredible performance. I also don't think it was Greta's best film. Like, I think Margot was better in I, Tonya. That was an incredible film, an incredible performance, and I would pick Lady Bird and Frances Ha, even Little Women, over Barbie for Greta Gerwig.
Why would you say something so controversial yet so brave?
Just because something did well commercially and had a huge marketing and advertising campaign, which was like the best campaign I've ever seen, doesn't mean it deserves an Oscar. Just because Margot Robbie totally embodied Barbie for the last year and walked around on all the red carpets matching Barbie dolls, doesn't mean that she just inherently deserves an Oscar. And not being nominated in those categories is an equality. Like, Ryan Gosling didn't take anything from a woman. He did not keep Margot Robbie from getting nominated, but that's too much common sense. And even though he doesn't need to, by any means, he's going out of his way to lean into this narrative and show people that, you know, he's a good man and he recognizes the absurdity of them not being nominated, and he released this statement and he said, I'm extremely honored to be nominated by my colleagues along such remarkable artists in a year of so many great films. And I never thought...
All your favorite brands are now at Petco. And at great low prices.
I'd be saying this, but I'm also incredibly honored and proud that it's for portraying a plastic doll named Ken. But there is no Ken without Barbie, and there is no Barbie movie without Greta Gerwig and Margot Robbie, the 2 people most responsible for this history-making, globally celebrated film. No recognition would be possible for anyone on the film without their talent, grit, and genius. To say I'm disappointed that they are not nominated in their respective categories would be an understatement, but they were nominated! It is nominated for Best Picture. Ryan, they got nominated. Okay. Against all odds, with nothing but a couple of soulless, scantily clad, and thankfully crotchless dolls, they made us laugh. They broke our hearts, they pushed the culture, and they made history. Their work should be recognized along with the other very deserving nominees. It is being recognized. How many times do we have to say this? It is being recognized. Having said that, I'm so happy for America Ferrera and the other incredible artists who contributed their talents to making this such a groundbreaking film. Now, of course, Ken can do no wrong. Everybody loves Ryan Gosling. People love what he said. They were, applauding him. Thank you so much for recognizing them. And their anger is more directed at the Academy and the suits who pulled this decision, like the suits in Barbie Land. And even though I think that the Academy is cucked, and I've talked about that before, and their diversity requirements have gotten out of hand and it's a ridiculous organization, they really didn't do anything wrong here except not nominate Barbie for every single possible category. And people are upset because it was a commercial success that they all fell in love with and they really, really wanted to win, and they're, very emotionally invested in the messages and the themes. But But shocker, the Academy has done this before. You don't see Marvel movies being nominated up and down the list every single year, and I kind of put that in a similar bucket. It's like they're commercial successes, normal audiences love them from existing IPs, but they're not, you know, Oscar worthy. They're not independent, indie, artisanal movies, but also still got nominated for Best Picture. So why are we even talking about it? Why am I even trying to make this argument? Because it did get nominated for the most important category. And that alone is an accomplishment, and true fans should be excited about that if they really want Barbie to be recognized. There is no reason to cry about faux inequality and try to make up some narrative about how they were snubbed and how this is just an arm of the patriarchy and this explains everything that happened in Barbie. No, it logically does not make sense. Get a grip, sit down, it'll be fine. Well, guys, I hope you liked that video. Make sure that you like and subscribe to the channel if you have not already. And if you want even more content, you can follow me on Instagram and on Snapchat and on TikTok. See you guys next time. Bye.
Looks like white is overextending in North America.
Ever since I've been streaming this, I've been getting a bunch of you attack white. I hope that he doesn't have a trade, and then I just go boom, 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 and kill the shit out of him. Because I don't have to deal with him. He'll have 4 cards. He'll be worth it for me.
Welcome back to the comment section. I'm Brett Cooper. So the Oscar...
We knew that Donald Trump was going to win in New Hampshire, although many people are surprised to see the margin by which Donald Trump won by. Nikki Haley actually scored a lot of votes. The big story, however, is that Donald Trump has shattered the record for most votes received in a New Hampshire primary. So how...
He might have a trade. Nope. Beautiful. Shit. Darn it. He might try to kill me now. Yeah, I'm dead. Nope.
How could it be that the margin a victory was small when Donald Trump broke a record. Democrats are cheating. Now, a lot of people have pointed out to me that Rush Limbaugh had a similar plan back in 2008. I don't know a whole lot about it. Never really followed Rush Limbaugh. He encouraged Republicans to vote in Democrat primaries. Again, not super familiar with it, but many people have brought this up to me. I'm not a fan of the tactic. I think it is manipulative. I think it is cheating. I believe it is dishonorable. And this is what Democrats are doing right now. The reason why Nikki Haley was able to score so many votes in a New Hampshire primary for the Republican Party is because, admittedly, Democrats were claiming to be undeclared, going into the Republican primary and voting for Haley. And even on one video, a man says it is intentionally to sabotage Republicans. Why? Because Republicans won't vote for Nikki Haley. That's the plan. If Nikki Haley wins the primary, these people say they vote for Joe Biden. And because Republicans don't want Nikki Haley, Joe Biden will win. Cheating. These are people that scream our democracy over and over again while actively trying to subvert the democratic election process. Now, I know we're not a democracy. I don't like democracy. We are a constitutional republic with democratically elected representatives. Democrats, in the minority, are claiming they're defending democracy from fascists or whatever, while actively seeking to imprison the frontrunner of the 2024 race, while trying to destroy the actual election process. It's amazing, isn't it? Let's take a look at the news, though. We have got a response from Donald Trump, response from Nikki Haley, who I have to imagine will drop out. Now, of course, she's claiming, wow, I did so well in New Hampshire, the race is not over. But come on. She's not going to be able to hold up in South Carolina. She'll get trounced. And not every state is going to allow something dirty like this. CNN, of course, we have to give credit to CNN, is lying. Caitlin Collins, one of the most despicable people. You know, I got to wonder if the Daily Caller ever regrets hiring such a despicable person. She claims, of course Democrats can't vote in a Republican primary, blah, blah, blah. You see, this is what the media does. They use technicalities to manipulate you. Democrats can't vote in a Republican primary. Well, that's in a formal sense. If you are a registered Democrat, that is correct. But if you are literally just a Democrat voter who changes your party affiliation, you can. And we have video, I believe it's even from CNN, where a person admits to doing this. Quite remarkable, is it not? First, let's give Trump credit where it is due. From the Post-Millennial, they report. President Donald J. Trump scored a decisive victory on Tuesday night in New Hampshire and also set a new record. Renowned pollster Rich Barris points out Trump demolished the record for most votes ever cast for a presidential candidate in a New Hampshire primary. The record was previously held by Bernie Sanders in 2016. In 2016, Sanders received 152,193 votes, crushing Hillary Clinton. At the time of publication, 152,565 votes were cast for President Trump, with 13% of the votes yet still to be tallied. Trump triumphed over his only remaining competitor, Nikki Haley. This win serves to further solidify Trump's position as the undisputed frontrunner in the race in the GOP's 2024 presidential nomination. Let's not waste any time, my friends. Donald Trump is not just the frontrunner for the GOP primary. There is no GOP primary. Republicans overwhelmingly support Donald Trump, and Nikki Haley is being propped up by Democrats in a total scumbag move. Now, here we have from the Wall Street Journal. This is Trump defeats Haley in New Hampshire primary live results. And as we can see, tremendous news for Donald Trump. Currently sitting at 163,716 votes, with 92% total votes reporting. We are hearing from various exit polls, 70% of the voters were Democrat. They were independent Democrat or Democrat voters. I want to play a video for you. I think I might have, where's this video? Charlie Kirk calls this one the smoking gun. A video clip from CNN where a man admits to being a Democrat attempting to sabotage the election. My friends, Democrats are cheating, okay? Let me explain. Let me play the video for you, and then I will talk to you about what it means to cheat versus what we should actually expect in an election and my views. Here's the clip.
Nikki Haley.
And why did you vote for Nikki Haley?
It's a vote against Trump. I think it would be better to have her against Biden in the elections than it would be Trump and her.
Do you consider yourself generally independent, Republican, or Democrat?
Democrat.
So when you undeclared, you voted for Nikki Haley. If it was Nikki Haley against Joe Biden in the general election, who are you voting for?
Joe Biden.
What is the...
You heard it right there. This guy says he voted for Nikki Haley. He considers himself a Democrat, and that if it comes to Nikki Haley versus Joe Biden, he will vote for Joe Biden. Charlie Kirk says, smoking gun. CNN has a New Hampshire voter who is voting for Nikki Haley in the GOP primary and will switch his vote to Joe Biden in the general election. This is an outrage. This must be fixed immediately. This is cheating. But I want to make sure something is very clear to you. It's cheating in the only the most formal sense. It's politics in every other sense. Many people say that in 2020, Donald Trump was cheated. The election was stolen from him. And, yeah, it was, right? But what does that mean? I am not saying widespread fraud or Chinese ballots or Dominion voting systems. By all means, adjudicate, investigate. There are a lot of weird things about 2020, and I take issue with a lot of how these things were run. No, but stolen in the colloquial sense just means it was his to lose, and he was set to win. Donald Trump received more votes than any sitting president in the history of this country, it still lost. Why? Well, it was rigged. But what does that mean? There's an article published by Time magazine called The Shadow Campaign. Let me make sure I pull this one up because I know the media is going to have a field day with it. And you know what they're going to do is they play this game where I already mentioned, Caitlin Collins, Democrats can't vote in these elections. What they'll do is they'll say, Tim Pool claimed the 2020 election was stolen from Donald Trump. Then they'll go on to say, there was no evidence of fraud, blah, blah, blah. Despite the fact I'm not saying that's the case. I'm making an argument that Donald Trump was poised to win. Sure, there were problems with COVID, but the economy was doing really, really well. People supported him more than the first time around. However, Time magazine points out there was a shadow campaign, which they refer to as a conspiracy unfolding behind the scenes to save the election from Trump. Prominent business, NGO, and political leaders colluded, conspired. That's Time magazine's words. Now, my point is this. I will clarify. I do not believe the election was stolen from Donald Trump. I am saying Time magazine says it was stolen from Trump. That a conspiracy unfolded behind the scenes to stop Trump from winning. How could they dare say such a thing? The secret history of the shadow campaign that saved the 2020 election. What a remarkable thing to write about. That the people in this country who wanted Donald Trump were the villains. 72, 73 million people. So if we're speaking colloquially, what does it mean that the election was stolen or rigged, and what does any of this mean? Okay, let's break this down. Politics is always cheating. There's no fair politics. Sorry. If you think we have elections where two candidates step up to a soapbox and say, if you vote for me, I will give you ABC. And the other politician goes, well, if you vote for me, I'll give you XYZ. And then everyone decides which is best for this country. You're a child. That's not how elections work. Unfortunately, I do think many conservatives thought that's how elections would work. And they believe currently that's how elections will work. Despite the fact that people have pointed out to me, and I don't know much about it, that Rush Limbaugh wanted people to go and vote in Democrat primaries. Yeah, dirty politics is the name of the game. And stealing power is how it's done. So I say it's cheating. I say it's rigged. But I also say it's politics as usual. It's getting a little bit more intense these days, what with the violence and all. But if you expected a clean bout, as described with the soapbox scenario, you're naive. It is going to be the dirtiest game you've ever seen. And everybody knows. I mean, if you were to compare this to like a wrestling match, both sides are hopped up on every amphetamine and upper and steroid and blood doping imaginable. And everyone's just kind of like looking the other way like, hey, this is normal. They are going to do everything in their power to prevent Donald Trump from winning because they don't believe in democracy. And they have no morals. It is an amorphous ideological group adherent only to the dominant structures. I refer to it as an ant mill, of course. An ant mill is when ants form a circle and then march to their deaths, just looping around over and over and over again. Now let's get to the news and figure out where we're heading with this. Nikki Haley congratulates Trump on New Hampshire win, challenges him to a debate. Why? Nikki Haley, look, I'll give her some benefit of the doubt. I will. I don't like her. Michael Malice called her a witch. That was funny. There was a post that said like Salem is cheering, or Salem is in uproar over Nikki Haley or whatever or something. He's like, that's because she's a witch. Nikki Haley is stealing a bunch of money from Democrats. So I'm kind of like, whatever, I guess. I want to wait and see what she does with it. Right now, Democrats are donating to Nikki Haley, who can't win. And this may, in essence, siphon off a bunch of Democrat donor funds, which can then be used for the Republican race. So I don't know. We'll see. But she challenges Donald Trump to a debate. It's a tremendous waste of time. Nikki Haley says, I want to congratulate Donald Trump on his victory tonight. He earned it. And I want to acknowledge that. She adds, New Hampshire is first in the nation. It is not the last in the nation. The race is far from over. The race is over. And this is so infuriating. Really, really pisses me off. The race is over. We know it's over. It is a waste of time that she is even engaging in this. I want to talk about Kari Lake and the leaked audio where a guy fears he's going to be assassinated after he tried to bribe Kari Lake. And this morning, as I'm looking over the news, man, I'm like, Trump broke a record for the most amount of votes. This is the top story. The more interesting story, however, is the conspiracy from the deep state powers, or back east, that guy calls it. But instead, because of Nikki Haley's scumbaggery, here I am talking to you about this instead. All right. Fair point. Trump takes the cake. Trump doesn't need to have this primary. He shouldn't need to have this primary. RNC should just say, okay. And Ronna McDaniel is now saying, Nikki, get out. But who cares? Because Trump won. Trump hits Haley after her New Hampshire defeat. Quote, wow, she's doing a speech like she won. What is going on? I don't know. That Nikki Haley can muster anything else out of this. People have pointed out that, sure, New Hampshire allows these Democrats to pretend to be Republicans, but other states aren't going to allow that. Certainly, Democrats could have changed their party affiliation, but if you couldn't win this way in New Hampshire, you ain't going to win this way anywhere else. Basically, the entirety of the Republican Party in South Carolina, has already endorsed Donald Trump. I don't know what Nikki Haley is doing, except perhaps siphoning money off Democrats to enrich herself. I'm not a campaign finance person. I don't know exactly what you can do with campaign donations. But talking to Roger Stone, he said, you can use it for any legal purpose. There are some limitations. And so I have to wonder, Nikki Haley exits this race with what, millions of dollars? And what can she do with it? I suppose she can use it to run for elections in other places, or give it to the RNC, or who knows. It would be remarkable if she gave the money to Democrats. That would be interesting.
That would be weird.
Former president noted
that would be crazy.
His Tuesday night victory was his third New Hampshire primary win, following his initial 2016 presidential bid. Quote, wow, she's doing a speech like she won. He said of Haley, she didn't win, she lost. Trump noted Haley's remarks following last week's Iowa caucus, in which he claimed the election results narrowed the Republican primary down to a two-person race. That's fascinating. Ron could not win in New Hampshire because Nikki Haley only got Democrat votes. Ron wasn't going to get Democrat votes. Fascinating, isn't it? Trump noted Haley's remarks following last week's Iowa caucus. Last week, we had a little bit of a problem. If you remember, Ron was very upset because she ran up and she pretended she won Iowa. I looked around and I said, didn't she come in third? Then I looked at the polls. She was talking about most winnability, he said. We have won almost every single poll in the last 3 months against crooked Joe Biden. Almost every poll. And she doesn't win those polls. And to be fair, she does. She wins some of them. The former president said Haley's remarks were not your typical victory speech, adding Haley had a very bad night. Now, what I find fascinating is that there are many Ron DeSantis people who are calling for scorched earth. They are tweeting about how they will never vote for Trump, and they're going to do everything in their power to make sure Trump loses. This is exactly why we were all correct when we said Ron DeSantis' base is bad, do not support Ron DeSantis, and we were all proven correct. I just want to say this for everybody who is a post-liberal, disaffected liberal, moderate, libertarian-leaning individual, those who are not the staunchest of Trump supporters, not diehards. There are a lot of people who are like, I'm Trump no matter what, Vivek, brr. And I'm like, I'm for the best candidate. It happens to be Trump. But Trump can do wrong and Trump should be criticized. But there are culty people. Whatever, man. I'm glad they're for Trump. I don't care. They can be as culty and creepy as they want. Trump's the right guy for the job. But there are a lot of people who lose their minds. And now there are these DeSantis people who are tweeting about how they will go scorched earth to make sure Joe Biden beats Donald Trump. That exemplifies everything about what was wrong with the DeSantis campaign and those who are supporting him. These are desperate, emotional, angry people who operate on the same frequency as wokeness. They don't care about what's true. They don't care about what's right. They don't care about what's best for this country. They care about emotional satisfaction. And we've long seen this. There are people who suffer the same, let's call it malignancy of emotional dispossession that support Donald Trump. Fervent, rage-filled, emotional people. Donald Trump is the logical choice from any sane person. Me, I think Donald Trump's got character defects. I think he is far from perfect. I think some of his foreign policy was bad, but his foreign policy was a net benefit and a net positive.
His
for
foreign
this
policy
His
was
economic
better
plans
than
were a
any
net positive
president
for
that
this
I've
country.
ever had.
And therefore, logically speaking, he is the best choice for the American people.
Like, since I've been
It
alive.
is factual, as far as I can tell. I think I have long had an emotional reaction against Trump's behaviors. That I feel like he's off-putting to many people, and that's a risk for us. But logically speaking, I think he's the right choice. And emotionally speaking, there are many things that they give me great satisfaction when Trump wins. So I'm not all just like, oh, Trump bad. No, I think Trump is funny. I think Trump does good things. Trump gives me a bit of schadenfreude when he defeats the corrupt and the people, he brings accountability or he pushes for it. I like those things. But these people right now, tweeting about how because DeSantis lost, he's never Trumpers. Same game we saw in 2016. These are bad people. Ronna McDaniel wants Nikki Haley to drop out. And she should. And everybody should get behind Donald Trump. I'm going to give a shout out to the best DeSantis supporter we had, and a friend, Will Chamberlain, because Will exemplified the best of the DeSantis base. He was smart, calm, articulate. He engaged in real conversations and real debates, and he announced he will be backing Donald Trump because he's not a child. And that's why I think Will is great. He's a good dude. And so, with that, it's unfortunate that they did not give Will a more prominent position within the DeSantis campaign, because I truly believe Ron could have done substantially better had they had someone like Will helping lead the charge. But instead, they went with Christina Pashaw, who was a vile, angry person on par with the other vile, angry Trump supporters. And they all claimed Trump supporters are nasty and vile. And I'm like, yeah, you're the same. You are doing the same thing. I care for none of you. But Donald Trump's the right choice. And here's where we are, my friends. Young voters, New Hampshire, turning out for Donald Trump.
Here's the plan. You sneak past the guards and grab the treasure. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna shop at thriftbooks.com, but there's millions of books for under $5. Even adventures? Adventures, fantasy, anything. Okay, new plan.
Johnson, you're fired.
Why?
It's not you. It's your shirt. But it's Casual Friday. Well, you've taken it too far. Look at Gibson. He's wearing a true classic tee. It fits him tight in all the right places, but leaves the perfect amount of room in the
Taking it too far.
Pixar has one foot in the grave already. After a chain of poor movies and predictable sequels, the studio's been in a tailspin for years. Like most of Disney's conquests, Pixar has been sucked dry and tossed aside, pillaged of its creativity and turned into just another part of the Disney empire. So where did the magic go? How did Pixar go from being Steve Jobs' invincible juggernaut without a single failure to the flop machine we see today? And is there any hope of a renaissance at Pixar, or have they already seen their best days? Well, to know exactly what's killing Pixar today, we need to understand why it was so successful in the first place. In 2 words, it was because of John Lasseter. His story is Pixar's story, and they've been floundering ever since he left. Unlike other movie executives that came from money and never had anything to do with the business they own, John began as a lowly animator at the very bottom of the ladder. Even as a student, though, his talent and his creativity were plain to see. At university, he was taught by retired animators who had worked with Walt Disney.
I've read a book about him. It's called Creation Inc. or Imagination Inc. I
Himself
forget.
in that golden age. His final project, Lady in the Lamp, showcased his talent for injecting life into the most mundane of objects. Out of 10,000 animator applications, he was one of the 45 that was offered a permanent job, but it wasn't the dream job that he'd hoped for. And so after just a few years at Disney, John was disappointed. He thought that the studio had plateaued and started to decline long ago. Now it was just repeating itself and pushing out unoriginal subpar films. At the same time, Lasseter had become aware of promising new technologies and techniques in computer animation. Immediately seeing the potential in the new medium, John was eager to get started. Unfortunately though, it was still the early 80s, and computer-generated graphics were in their early infancy. At the same time, Disney was still using an arcane tool called a multi-plane camera to create depth and a 3D feel in their animations. Using this setup, different pictures could be moved past a set of camera lenses at different speeds and distances, creating a 3D feel to the characters. John and his fellow animators were eager to finally reach true 3D, which they knew would be possible with CGI backgrounds and later characters. But when they tried to push the executives at Disney to back their plans up, it all blew up in their faces. After pulling out all the stops, working day and night and cashing in every favor they could, John and his colleagues finally succeeded. They got Disney to greenlight a project using background CGI with traditionally animated characters, but to do so, they went past their direct boss.
Welcome to Flatiron School. This is where you learn how the future works, where the whole point of education is to get you a job in a career you love. At Flatiron, you can graduate in as little as 4 months, not 4 years. The school of the future is finally here. Flatiron School. Change things.
Bosses and upset the hierarchy. Mid-pitch to some executives, John got called into his boss's office and was told he'd be fired. While it was crushing at the time, it would turn out to be a pivotal moment in John's career. Through his work with computer animation, John had made very valuable connections in the tech industry. It was through them that he quickly landed a job at Lucasfilm, who were at the cutting edge of computer animation. Here he kept working on CGI and the technology kept improving. A few years later, and after some excellent progress, and the first fully CGI character on film, everything went haywire again. George Lucas got divorced, and it destroyed his finances, so much so that he was forced to sell off Lucasfilm CGI and the computer animation studio. And in an odd twist of fate, it was bought by Steve Jobs, who put John into a commanding position at the company.
And I first got involved in this when I heard about this incredible group of computer graphics specialists that George Lucas had assembled at Lucasfilm that he wanted to sell. Told me about his dream, which was to make the first computer animated feature film someday, and showed me
What an annoying fucking cunt. not attacking Red. What a pussy. That's what happens when you try to
what his
take
team
too
was working
much.
on. And I was blown away.
The meeting couldn't have come at a better time for both the men. Steve Jobs' power at Apple was slipping. After poor sales with the Mac and being on the losing side of an internal power struggle, Jobs was forced out of his dream. Meanwhile, Lasseter had been pushed out of his world. He had big dreams, but he didn't have the money or the manpower to get off the ground. So when the two visionaries met for the first time, it was a match made in heaven. Jobs agreed to buy the struggling company off of Lucasfilms for $5 million, investing a further $5 million straight into the company. From there, they built the newly christened Pixar Studios from the ground up. First, they worked on side projects, adding CGI to other studios' films, and making short pieces to test the limits of the technology. Over time, they kept getting larger and larger projects, more generous contracts, and a larger staff to work with. It wasn't an easy journey by any means though. At first, Jobs led Pixar making technology and hardware to try and corner the industry as it took off. They were successful in some ways, creating a highly specialized computer graphics machine, but it only had niche use in hospitals and animation studios. That and the one.
This guy's trying to take. Fine then. Oh, nice.
$135,000 price tag meant it never sold more than 100 or so units. Jobs constantly had to keep the company propped up, putting more and more of his personal funds into keeping it alive. But unlike the domineering, results-oriented CEO some people at Apple described, Jobs was the opposite of Pixar. Despite bankrolling the whole operation, he was forgiving and receptive to new ideas. If Lasseter asked him to fund a short film, or another employee wanted to explore something else, he was happy to write the check. Jobs was often involved in the creative process itself, checking in to give his opinion on new projects or films. Some sources say he was losing $1 million a year on the company, but he knew that he had something far more valuable.
But before we continue, I want to talk about our video sponsor. Have you ever Googled yourself and was shocked to see your personal information exposed on one of those public listing sites? Data brokers are making a fortune selling your information to robocallers, spammers, and others who want to learn more about you, like where you live. And that's why I'm excited to tell you about today's sponsor, Aura. Aura can identify data brokers exposing your info and submit opt-out requests on your behalf. Now, brokers are legally required to remove your info if you ask them to, but if they make it super hard to do, let Aura handle it for you. And you can try Aura for free for 2 weeks using my link. Aura also does so much to protect you and your family from online threats you can't see. It's super easy to set up, and you don't have to download several different apps to get things like parental controls, antivirus, VPN, password management, identity theft insurance, and more. Instead, you get everything in one at an affordable price. So let Aura do the hard work of keeping you safe online so that you can focus on other tasks with peace of mind. You can either let people continue to exploit and profit off your private information, or you can go to aura.com/moon to start your 2-week free trial. Also linked down in the description below.
Other than the massive potential of Pixar, the short films that John Lasseter was making were one of the only redeeming factors. One of these films, a short called Lux Jr., was the first animation to showcase how seamless and captivating computer animation could really be. It was eventually nominated for an Academy Award, the first computer animation to receive the honor. Other than that, Pixar also applied their trade in commercials, bringing toys or products to life, and it was the...
Wow. Give me a second. That just makes you win. Lock yourself in. Fuck, he's not dumb enough to lock himself in. Damn it.
quality and the promise of these shorts, mostly spearheaded by John Lasseter, that convinced Jobs that Pixar should become a true movie studio. It was a dream that was shared by the employees and founders of Pixar.
You know, Spielberg and Lucas and Star Wars had come out, man, and like Raging Bull, come on, we could do this in animation, you know? And we were, well, that's how we felt. We said, we want to make movies for everybody. We believe in it. And we literally were the only ones that believed that.
and by the early 90s, John and his colleagues were in talks to turn the animation company into its own studio.
Be your own barista at Thriftway. Fuel for when you're on the go.
And the help would come from an unexpected source. Disney had regretted firing Tom for years. His aggressive plans and original thinking were exactly what they had needed, but instead they tossed him aside. Now that he was making it big with Pixar, they were desperate to get him back, but he refused every offer. John was determined to stay with Steve Jobs in Pixar, so they eventually reached a compromise. Pixar entered into a deal with Disney, but they would get a massive long-term contract to make 3 feature films entirely from CG animation.
Pixar has a 3-picture deal with Disney, so I'll be doing Toy Story's the first one, so I'll be doing at least 2 more computer animated movies for Disney.
Considering nobody had ever done it before, it was a big vote of confidence. Disney would bankroll the operation and get them some big names. Pixar would actually make the movie.
Pixar, who made the film, we were working with Disney, and they had the ability to call, Tom Hanks and Tim Allen and Don Rickles and the big stars to be able to work with us.
Jobs had his hand in the deal as well, of course. In fact, he made yet another genius decision, staking the whole company's future on their first film. Jobs had since come back into power at Apple, so seeking to focus on it fully, he was willing to hand over at least part of his share in Pixar. He put the company forward for an initial public offering, scheduled for 1 week after Toy Story's release. The entire company's value hinged on the film anyway. Poor results would lead to Disney cutting the contract short and Pixar going back to commercials. The first of these films was Toy Story, John Lasseter's personal passion project.
Toy Story is the first fully computer animated feature film. It being the first one, it's revolutionary. And it's also, by the fact that no one else had made a film like this, we were really kind of jumping into the deep end of a swimming pool to learn how to swim.
In hindsight, it's no surprise the film made over 13 times its $13 million budget. John had been bringing inanimate objects to life for decades by the time it came out. His vision and his direction were what made it a modern classic. Everything about it was original, the setting, the characters, the way they made it. Even the people making it were new to feature films. They broke through the limits of the time with the setting. The people might have looked weird, but the
I'm just trying to get it so that we generate equally. Is he just gonna slam me? He is, isn't he? Trying to make it fucking even, you dumb cunt. If you act like this again, I'm going to just slam into you.
Nature of Alice's
Because you're pissing me off. You think that you should be able to take up all of this and then me be the one who attacks white? What is his move here?
meant that the toys looked incredibly good. Even today, it still stands up. For Jobs, it was a dream come true as well. The IPO week after its release saw Pixar shares nearly double in value. At one point, the stock market systems got so overwhelmed with people trying to buy Pixar shares, they had to delay everything by 30 minutes to deal with all the trades. A company that had been struggling fruitlessly for years was now suddenly worth over $1.5 billion. And it was all because of John Lasseter, Steve Jobs, and the other talented animators and executives of the company. They'd all come together to create Toy Story, and it propelled Pixar into a new golden age. But what sealed its place in history was the story and its heart. John and his colleagues had all seen Disney's troubled decades. They knew that visuals and arts weren't everything. They weren't making a product, they were creating a world. Disney fought them at every turn, trying to make the characters more sellable, or trying to dumb down the story. Pixar resisted, and their insane success got Disney to leave them alone afterwards.
Toy Story is a success, not because it's computer generated.
Experience your new PC by Digital Storm. A faster workflow, allowing you to do more in less time. Pro performance, powered by the latest new components. An optimized solution, built for your software applications. Learn more at digitalstorm.com.
All right. It's a success because it has, the characters of Buzz Lightyear and Woody and in the storyline that really has captivated audiences. But what Pixar does is so
good. What the fuck? The fuck do you think I'm gonna do if you just keep breaking
extraordinary
my fucking
is
territory?
that we have taken a look at this new technology.
What the fuck are you? Is this person dumb or something? Like, here, let me break your territories.
Computer animation, and we don't look at it as a way to replace any of the creativity or any of the real art of filmmaking. We look at it as these are just a great new expensive pencils, you know.
Using Toy Story as a springboard, Pixar spent in the next 10 years making masterpiece after masterpiece.
I should have killed him, honestly. Because it was inevitable that one of us was going to kill the other one. What time is it?
It was a result of techniques and strategies they'd learned during the making of the film. Creative decisions hadn't been made solely by the setter or anyone else. Instead, everything was worked on collaboratively. Creative executives, who all had similar prestige and experience to the setter, would constantly critique and work on each other's parts in the process. And the next 3 movies were a result of this process. A Bug's Life released in 1998, Toy Story 2 a year later, and Monsters Inc. a couple years after that. Each release.
I haven't been this stress-free in a long time. check this out. My electric bill hasn't gone up all year.
This was a smash hit. People fell in love with Pixar's ability to make heartfelt films that enraptured children with just enough edge to keep everyone else entertained. And on the business side of things, the company was now in a transitional phase. As Pixar gained more accolades, its value shot through the roof. Disney and Pixar's original deal was a sort of partnership, with the two companies sharing the costs and the profits. But Jobs wanted to get out from under Disney's thumb, whilst Disney wanted more control for themselves. Plus, Steve Jobs and Disney CEO Michael Eisner could barely stand each other. Negotiations slowed to a crawl, until Disney's board stepped in to remove Eisner and appoint Bob Iger. Now Iger was more willing to negotiate, and he reached out with an offer. Jobs saw Disney for what it was, a monolith that eventually swallows and consumes everything it touches. He knew that without a concrete agreement about that creative autonomy, Disney would eventually take everything of value from Pixar and leave it as a husk of its former self. So when they finally reached an agreement, Jobs did agree to sell the company to Disney for $7.4 billion. Considering he had bought it for $5 million just a couple decades before, this turned out to be one of the most brilliant investments of all time. But what was much more important than the money was that Steve Jobs managed to preserve the unique company culture that made Pixar special.
You know, at Pixar, we make movies, the kind of movies we like to watch. It's not an auteur thing. It is because we love movies. We love the way movies make you feel. You know, when you go to those movies that just you cry in and just like, or you laugh, or you know, all that. It's like that's the kind of movies, you know, that we want to make.
Lasseter and his colleagues were left to control the company's creative future, something which would prove absolutely pivotal for the company. From 1995 all the way until 2010, Pixar was absolutely unstoppable. It's not an exaggeration to say that every film they released was worth its weight in gold. Finding Nemo was the 5th film by Pixar, and it's possibly their most influential. These films dominated culture ever since with its timeless stories and imaginative settings. But what really blew people away was how authentic the characters felt and how well the audiences could connect with them. Most other studios would have rested on their laurels and tried to just repeat their earlier successes. It's definitely the route that Disney would have taken. But Pixar were different. They knew that they needed to keep innovating and adapting to keep their winning streak. And the next 10 years would be defined by this need to stay original. Every film had a different story, a different world, and a different message. The Incredibles, Cars, Ratatouille, WALL-E, and Up all came out in this period. Each was the passion project of one of their creative geniuses at Pixar, brought to life by the talent and vision of their animators. But this wouldn't last forever, of course, and as Pixar kept going, Steve Jobs' influence began to fade, and Pixar's deal to stay mostly independent began to fall apart. It was doubtlessly Disney's meddling that led to Pixar's downfall, but it wouldn't happen all at once. Beginning with Toy Story 3, Pixar began to focus much more on sequels as opposed to original ideas. It didn't detract from the quality at first. Toy Story 3 was a great movie, giving a tear-jerking, satisfying ending to the series. Movies like Cars 2 and Monsters University also didn't disappoint. Lasseter was still highly involved in the process, lending his direction to Cars 2 and doing some of the writing for Toy Story 3. He was also instrumental in Disney's few successes in recent years. Frozen, which propped out the studio's reputation for years, was also spearheaded by him. And whilst the 2010s Pixar films still had the spirit of their earlier work, Disney's increasing influence was also clearly visible. Plotlines and stories were recycled, messages rehashed. The company was out of its golden age and into an age of sequels. From 2010,
a meeting.
Yeah.
What meeting?
Sister meeting.
A sister meeting?
to early 2017, Pixar released 8 feature films in total, but only 3 were original properties, and even they were reminiscent of earlier work by the studio. Some of them failed to impress entirely. The Good Dinosaur came and went with barely anyone noticing. Even Pixar themselves seemed like they just wanted to forget it existed, even as they released it. And soon enough, Pixar was turning into everything Steve Jobs and John Lasseter had been afraid of, a studio relying on its past achievements and nostalgia, rather than experimentation and new creativity. He wouldn't have to leave off his own record either. Lasseter would end up getting forced out over a harassment scandal. The man who turned Pixar into a cinematic juggernaut was tossed aside. Details of the allegations are murky, but they were far from criminal. Lots of people spoke up in his favor. After teams of lawyers went through it all, nothing truly serious ever came up. He would end up taking a role at an independent studio 2 years later, under Apple's control again. But with Lasseter gone, and lots of the old guard leaving with him, things would only get worse for Pixar, as Disney seemed determined to suck Pixar dry. They released sequel after sequel, taking the most nostalgic parts of Pixar's canon and using it for profit. Toy Story 4, whilst a good movie in a lot of ways, was unneeded. The third film had completed the trilogy and ended the story. The fourth felt like a step too far, and now they've announced that a fifth film is in the works. It made over $1 billion at the box office, but how much of that was from nostalgia? Then when the pandemic hit, Disney kneecapped Pixar by forcing all of their films on their streaming service, even after the cinemas began reopening. Desperate to take a chunk of the saturated streaming market, they killed the next 3 Pixar films to give Disney Plus a little more content. Soul, Luca, and Turning Red all failed to make a splash after bypassing a cinematic release. It hasn't worked, of course. Disney has been losing millions of subscribers as they hike the subscription fees over and over again. But even with these factors, the question still remains, why did these sequels feel so boring? How did Pixar start losing its magic? Was it just penny pinching from Disney that ruined the company? Well, not entirely. You see, in the realm of animation, certain movies have the power to redefine industry standards and shift the trajectory of storytelling techniques. And this is what made Pixar so successful. They were at the cutting edge of animation technology, but in recent years, they've lost their edge to companies like Sony. Now, Sony has infamously had a bad run of animation movies, making films like the Emoji Movie. But in recent years, Sony has pushed the edge, most famously with its movie Into the Spider-Verse, which did exactly what Pixar used to do. This film, with its compelling narrative and pioneering animation style, stood in stark contrast to the hyper-realism that's become synonymous with Pixar. By blending 2D animation over 3D and manipulating the frame rate, Spider-Verse captured the essence of a comic book, proving that the pursuit of realism wasn't the sole path to future animation. And the finances of the Spider-Verse also highlighted this point. With a budget of only $19 million, a fraction of what many Pixar films demand, Spider-Verse achieved both critical acclaim and commercial success, all whilst targeting an older demographic, not solely focused on children like Pixar, allowing Sony to pioneer a whole new genre of film. Its Oscar win was a testament to its brilliance, signaling a potential paradigm shift in the animation industry, as studios began to recognize the value of prioritizing unique art styles and narratives over exorbitant budgets and hyper-realism, all with flat plastic rehashed storytelling. And the Spider-Verse success raised eyebrows, because when a movie with such a modest budget could achieve monumental success without even focusing on just kids, questions about cost effectiveness and return on investment became inevitable, which was a wake-up call for Pixar, which is why Pixar has recently found itself at a crossroads. The studio is renowned for its unparalleled storytelling, has now begun grappling the challenges that seem to emerge in tandem with innovative films like Into the Spider-Verse. And Pixar's transition into the Disney Plus streaming model, Pixar has not only been milk dry by Disney, but has also been stunted creatively. And so at this crossroads, this begs the question, does Pixar innovate, target a new demographic, and change its style completely? Or would it, instead of innovating, continue to become a cash cow, making the money off its old name? Well, unsurprisingly, it chose the latter. Films such as Soul and Luca, despite their visual brilliance, came with such huge production costs that they were terrible investments. Nobody even remembered them. If you spoke to people on the street about recent Pixar movies, nobody would even remember their recent releases. With their limited cinema releases, coupled with their exclusive streaming in certain regions, completely hindered their profitability and creativity. And Lightyear only further compounded Pixar's challenges. At first, this movie was anticipated by many. A new sequel from the Toy Story franchise, one of Pixar's most beloved stories, ended up becoming just another woke flop, as it pushed progressive messaging and forced a woke ideology onto children, leading the movie to actually be banned in several regions and hated by families across America. Coupled with its astronomical production costs, and the film's financial performance was a disaster, causing layoffs to shake the foundation of the studio, as Disney was forced to cut the costs down. But in these layoffs included people who were instrumental in Pixar's golden era. Now they were being shown the door, and so the internal strife, along with the external challenges, has put the studio in a crisis, searching for its footing in a rapidly evolving industry. And it seems like Disney's decisions for Pixar are now dimming the once bright star of a studio known for its unparalleled cinematic brilliance, as Pixar's magic lay in its exploration of the unknown, crafting tales that touched not just children, but hearts across all age groups. Anybody could watch Pixar movies and be moved by them. They were pioneering creative ways to animate stories. In fact, the whole studio was just a haven for creativity and innovation. But with the setter and Steve Jobs' departure, and Disney's increasing influence, the foundational ethos of Pixar began to waver. The transformation of Pixar into a sequel factory for Disney underscores the dangers of a dominant corporation stifling a culture of ceaseless innovation. The decline of Pixar isn't just about the departure of John Lasseter, it's about the erosion of a culture that prioritized storytelling over revenue, ingenuity over wokeness, and Disney's overarching influence over Pixar has overshadowed the core principles that once set it apart, tethering Pixar to the commercial objectives of a parent company, making Pixar cash cow over a beloved filmmaker. John Lasseter and Steve Jobs weren't just producing films, they were creating legacies, but sadly the legacy of Pixar now appears to be auctioned to the highest bidder, serving as a stark reminder of the pitfalls of the corporatization of creativity, of when box office figures overshadows compelling narratives, when political ideologies become more important than creativity.
Why don't they have powers?
The superheroes in the world of The Incredibles have some impressive powers. These are the sort of supers who could probably go toe-to-toe with some seriously powerful villains. So why don't any of the villains of The Incredibles have powers? I wanted to find out, and I wasn't satisfied with fan theories and speculation, so I decided to go to the source, to the people who would actually know why no supervillain in the Incredibles movie universe is actually super. And when I started on this journey, I had no idea I would end up chatting with an Academy Award-winning director about superheroes.
And the Oscar goes too.
First, let's look at what we do know about the supers. We know that the supers are connected with a government organization called the NSA. Not that NSA. This one stands for National Supers Agency. The NSA's rep in the movies is Agent Rick Dicker, who has been shown to relocate Mr. Incredible and his family when necessary. We don't know the full extent of the NSA's role before the events of the film. However, the NSA files on the DVD bonus features do give us some clues about their involvement. The files mention that the NSA recruited supers. In fact, Blaze Stone was supposedly recruited by the NSA, but the NSA left instructions to watch her closely to make sure she operated within NSA guidelines. Notes on Gamma Jack say the NSA recommends close A-level monitoring on him. Statements like these make it seem like the supers were government funded. So does that mean the superhero teams like Beta Force, the Phantasmics, and Thrilling 3 were government funded as well? Even better. Notes on the Beta Force team state that the NSA actually created the team. The file on Thrilling 3 has notes on how the breakup of the team tarnished the national symbol of patriotism and leaves instructions to omit numbers in team names because of membership fluctuation. Elastigirl's file states that she refused an offer to lead a new super team, Heroes Incorporated, and Metaman's file says he requested to be put in charge of overseeing overseeing all superhero teams. So if the NSA created Beta Force and had the authority to change the lineup of other teams, how much control did they have in the everyday actions of superheroes? We know that they did assist the supers in various ways. Downburst file highlights NSA training, and Dynaguy's notes mention an NSA meditation regimen to help with his impulsive and reckless nature. The NSA also supplied gear, such as ion propulsion gauntlets for Dynaguy, and the iconic Incredibile for Mr. Incredible. However, Elastigirl notes that her action wear isn't funded by the NSA.
How come the NSA, the National Supers Association, isn't paying for my action wear, huh?
Just remember to save your receipts.
So the NSA was definitely heavily involved in superhero operations, which potentially makes the supers government employees. And that makes some of Gamma Jack's statements about villains pretty dark. In his file, Gamma Jack mentions killing villains.
Those ones, they're really, really hard to kill.
This makes me wonder if the NSA endorsed lethal force. Gamma Jack does seem to be a bit of a loose cannon, but the question remains, was he an outlier or the norm? Could this be why there are so few villains mentioned? There are a lot of theories that could come from this, but at the end of the day, it's all speculation. I needed to get some insight from the people who created the movie in the first place. I needed to know what the filmmakers were originally planning for these heroes and villains, so I decided to ask them. I did a deep dive into the production credits. I looked for anyone who might have been involved in storyboarding or character design, and it wasn't long before I had compiled a list of some animators and artists who I thought might have some answers. In all the inquiries I sent out, I asked two main questions. Number one, I wanted to know if these artists had any knowledge about why only the superheroes had powers. And number two, I wanted to know why there were so few villains even mentioned. These NSA files in the DVD bonus features listed over 20 heroes with fleshed out backstories and powers. So why not do the same for the villains? I sent out my inquiries and waited. My first response came from Michael Kachula. He worked as a storyboard artist on The Incredibles, and Michael had some interesting thoughts. While he said he hadn't noticed the lack of villains before, he thought you could consider society itself as a villain in The Incredibles, keeping superheroes from doing their job. He went on to say maybe it was that overriding notion that kept the spotlight off of individual villains in the history of the world of the film. Interesting idea, but I wanted more. Michael said a good person to talk to would be Teddy Newton, who designed Bon Voyage and Syndrome. Michael said Teddy is hard to get a hold of, but he gave me his Instagram anyway. Michael also directed me to Mark Andrews, who apparently would have an opinion, but is even harder to get a hold of. I've seen interviews with both of these guys in the behind the scenes of The Incredibles, and as far as I could tell, Michael was right. Both of them have been working with Brad Bird since the Iron Giant days, and Mark Andrews was the head of story on The Incredibles. So two people who would be a goldmine of information, and both were hard to get a hold of. I was worried. By this point, Michael was the only one who had responded to my inquiries, and if this was the end of the line, I was kinda out of luck. I sent messages to both Teddy and Mark, but I honestly didn't expect to hear anything back. And then this happened. That's right, Mark Andrews, one of the Oscar-winning directors of Pixar's Brave,
Mark Andrews and Brenda Chapman,
and head of story on The Incredibles, graciously took the time to respond, and he had some information. He told me that Brad Bird wanted to take a more conventional approach to the villains. Mark said Brad was very influenced by the old Superman comics, way back when the villains were typically just bank robbers. Brad was also influenced by Bond movie villains, he said, which makes a lot of sense, especially because I know Brad Bird initially wanted Bond film composer John Barry to compose the music for The Incredibles. But back to Mark. Mark said one of the first things he asked Brad Bird was where all the villains were. But Brad never wanted to go there. Mark said they never even settled on how the heroes got their powers to begin with. It was never important to the story, he said. And it turns out Mark was probably the person who would know the answer to that, if there was an answer. Remember those NSA files? Yeah, that was all Mark. He said it was one of his assignments as a story supervisor. To be honest, I was stunned. I had no idea when I first messaged Mark that he was the mastermind behind those NSA files that I obsessed over as a kid. But I didn't want to bother Mark too much. So I asked him just one more question. Because I had read about another villain, one that we never saw in the final version of The Incredibles, Zarek. It seems the villain went through several iterations before he was scrapped in favor of Syndrome. So I asked Mark if he could tell me anything about Zarek, and Mark delivered. He said the original idea about the villain was that a tech genius had it out for supers and hired an actor to play the villain named Zarek. And the big twist in the film was that we find out that the real villain is the tech dude behind it. It seems that Brad Bird might have incorporated elements of that idea into the villain's screenplay. But this information about Zarek was surprising to me, because I always heard different versions of his character, but the prevailing idea was that he was a villain from Elastigirl's past who was infatuated with her. But then again, I do know that Zarek went through quite a few changes before he was scrapped, so I'm guessing the version Mark told me about was one of the first versions. I did end up hearing back from two more animators after my conversation with Mark. Douglas Sweetland hadn't heard of any specific choice to make all villains powerless, and Jifui Bodo said from his perspective, Syndrome was the only villain fully developed. And the reason for not giving him superpowers was to heighten the whole wannabe aspect, which made him envious and spiteful of supers. To Jifui, the world implied that supers could be either good or bad, and he didn't remember Brad or anyone saying specifically that all villains shouldn't have superpowers. The film was focused on Syndrome and his personal vendetta, so he was the villain who was developed. So it sounds like there are no hard set rules when it comes to the villains of The Incredibles, but there is a theme. Brad Bird wanted them to feel more like early comic book bank robbers with elements of Bond villains. I wonder if this will hold true for any villains of any future Incredibles movies. With Toy Story 5 in development and Inside Out 2 on the horizon, I wouldn't be surprised if we see another Pixar sequel announced in the not too distant future.
Your time is limited. The time has come to wield your power and seal your fate.
What the fuck was that?
So Disney Star Wars is arguably the most nuclear of any franchise that Disney owns.
I didn't kill Han Solo. Wokeness killed Han Solo.
And any time that Disney announce anything around Star Wars, it seems to capture the attention of everyone from Gen Z to the boomers and from far left to far right activists.
So just chill out. Drink a 7-Up. Eat a moon pie.
So it's safe to say that choosing to make any new Star Wars project is one of the dumbest decisions a studio can make, as you know it's not going to go down well, and you know that any Star Wars movie at this point is so far from profitable.
Have you read the papers? Do you know what everybody says? It's suicide!
And due to recent reports, it's about to get even dumber for Disney, as after years of nothing but flop after flop for the company,
Why would you do this? Why does this person just want to be my enemy? I'm so confused.
they've been forced into firing almost everyone, it seems, at the studio corporate level, from Pixar Studios announcing massive layoffs this year, to them firing Marvel screenwriters after already beginning production. But still, after clearly being worried financially for the company and trying to save as much money as possible, they go ahead and announce another Rey Star Wars movie, which anyone with a brain knows is going to flop at the box office, and honestly, in my opinion, has potential to be the biggest flop in Disney history. Yes, you heard that right. I do think another Rey Star Wars movie could flop worse than the Marvels. And not only have they announced one more Rey Star Wars movie, due to recent reports, it's been revealed that it's most likely going to be a trilogy where Rey is going to star in 3 separate Disney Star Wars movies spanning over the next 5 to 7 years.
This is not okay. This needs to stop now.
So that's not just one massive flop, that is 3 huge flops for the company that they've announced after already losing money and obviously being worried financially. So the question still remains, why? Why are Disney continuing to announce movies where even if by a miracle they happen to be good, they still won't make money because they've driven away their whole audience for that franchise and no one's willing to give these movies a chance, so no one's going to know whether or not they...
Why is it just like their life goal to make me... Okay, cool. They had me confused for a
they
second.
are good. So why are they announcing these movies? Why do they continue to go down the same path, which has already been proven to lead to nothing else but absolute failure for the company? And the answer may have been staring back at us the whole time, from long before Disney ever even thought about buying Star Wars, and let me explain. As for almost the entire life of Disney, they've hardly ever actually told a new original story, and made most of their money and most of their huge successful movies from buying the rights to old stories that they could retell and reimagine on the big screen. And this was a massively successful strategy from Disney and gave them some huge all-time hits, and led to them also buying up other studios like Pixar and allowing them to do the creating of the story and then telling it under the banner of Disney, allowing Disney to once again have huge success. And this massive success definitely peaked with the MCU, where it seemed like the smartest decision ever for a studio when they did purchase Marvel and churned out billion-dollar hit after billion-dollar hit. However, it was during this peak period with the MCU that we did start to see the early signs of the Disney collapse, and those first signs came with the first Disney Star Wars movie. As following the release of their first Disney Star Wars film, it became very apparent that they had no real creative vision for this new imagined franchise, and they didn't really have a clear story that they wanted to tell. And so Disney decided that their only way to making the franchise unique would be to having it led by a female, which on the surface seems fine, because who cares about the gender of the lead hero, just as long as the story's good. However, that's where the problem lies, because they had no story. As they basically made the whole point of that modern Star Wars trilogy to show how good this female hero was, and show how amazing a female Jedi could be. But they failed to go any deeper, and never actually developed her character to the point of being likable or impactful in any way, because they seemed to stop the whole character development at her just being a woman. And once again, there's no problem with the gender, but the character still needs to be well written, because hell,
Why is no one talking about August 19th, 2024? That's the deadline my research has identified as a critical turning point for all of us. The day when I believe one man will emerge as the most dangerous person in America. This man, I won't name him here in this video, but I reveal his name and what I've uncovered in a presentation I've just posted. Click the link on your screen now and you'll get instant access to it. Because if my research is right, this man will soon roll out an agenda that could change our economy and your daily life forever, and in ways that will come at a cost that you and I can't afford to ignore. He'll promise a brighter future for all.
Is he
But
talking
what lies
about
beneath
like
the surface will shock.
Is he talking
everyday
about
American.
the
And I found evidence that points to it coming as soon as August 19th, 2024. If you're nearing retirement and are worried about making ends meet,
I think that
Kevin
he's
Hart
talking
was
about
so
the
close
Antichrist.
until this happened. When Kevin Hart actually opened his Bible. Kevin Hart has been accused of a lot of things, from infidelity and public spectacles, ran all over TMZ headlines, to flat out being an industry plant by Cat Williams. Some who believe in the Illuminati believe Kevin Hart is definitely in it. They point to things how he has a wholesome family brand, yet if you watch his stand-up comedy, it is definitely far from wholesome and family friendly, and definitely far from clean. But I believe Cat Williams and many others missed something. And despite all these accusations of being connected to the Illuminati and some underworld cabal, Kevin Hart actually has a very strong connection to Christianity that I didn't expect when I was doing research and reading this book. But first, check out what he was recently accused of by Cat Williams' recent viral interview with Shannon Sharp.
In 15 years in Hollywood, no one in Hollywood has a memory of going to a sold-out Kevin Hart show, there being a line for him ever getting a standing ovation at any comedy club. He already had his deals when he got here. Have we heard of a comedian that came to LA and in his first year in LA, he had his own sitcom on network television and had his own movie called Soul Plane that he was leading? No, we've never heard of that before that person or since that person. What do you think a plant is? Maybe people don't understand the definitions of these words. He just did his documentary with Chris Rock where he shows you that his whole upbringing in comedy was on the East Coast.
Yeah, it was.
So how simultaneously was he here in Los Angeles doing the same thing? It didn't happen. These people are not powerful. Satan can't create anything. That includes blessings for his people. That's why, you know what the #1 job of somebody that sold their soul in Hollywood is? What? Is to act like it didn't happen. They all do the same job.
Now, before we get into Kevin Hart's strong connection to Christianity that may shock you, we first have to go back and look at something that Kevin Hart himself said that may indirectly confirm some of Cat Williams' accusations.
Dave Chappelle, another great comedian, said that, you know, in the industry, they tried to make him wear a dress. Have you ever ran into that with scripts? And is there something that, you know, you wouldn't do, you know, for
I definitely haven't ran into to put on a dress. I mean, you know, you have to have boundaries. You have to have limits that you refuse to cross. You know, for me, I know what they are. They've yet to been challenged, so, you know, I don't have to speak on them.
The new pope is 9-year-old Oscar nominee, Babajane Wallace.
So it's interesting that he had a clear boundary of never putting on a dress. However, he ends up putting on a dress. Is this confirmation of what Cat Williams has been saying all along? But before we get into that, we first have to get into Kevin Hart's strong connection to Christianity that I discovered in these long-lost clips. And I knew I had to cover it because this channel exists to encourage, empower, and inspire people to live a life that blesses God. If you're new here, if you're not new here, please consider hitting that subscribe button. We're on the verge of 500,000 subscribers, and I'd love to celebrate that with you. Now let's examine this long-lost clip that Kevin Hart shared a story about his connection to Christianity, specifically from his mom. And pay attention to every detail, because I heard him tell this story in his audiobook. But notice how he slightly changes the details from when he told it on Oprah to when he told it on Conan O'Brien.
I told my mom, this is what I want to do. My mom said, you know what? Kevin, she said, I'm not a dream killer. Her exact words, I'm not a dream killer. If you're telling me this is what you want to do, I'm going to let you do it. She said, you got a year. You got 1 year to prove to me that this is what you want to do and that you can support yourself. Wow. This is a crazy story. So, like 6 months going by, it's at a point where, you know, I'm not really making money, but I'm loving it. I'm loving stand-up comedy. I'm making great relationships with comedians, comedy clubs. I haven't paid my rent in like a month. I'm like, Mom, you know, the rent, where's the rent at? She's like, are you reading your Bible? I said, Mom, come on. I don't have time to talk about that right now, Mom. I'm late. Like, I need the rent money. Are you reading your Bible? Mom, no. When you read your Bible, then we'll talk about rent. Another week, 2 weeks go by. Mom, they're going to evict me if you don't give me this rent money. Mom, I'm serious. Have you read your Bible? Yes. Okay, well, then let's talk about rent. Mom, I don't want to talk about the scriptures. I need the money. A month go by. I get an eviction notice on my door. They're about to kick me out. I'm like, Mom, I go to her house.
Bro, is this going to be...
Read your Bible. I can't talk to you right now.
Is this going to be the...
Open the Bible up. 6 rent checks fall out. She put all my rent checks.
I thought it was going to be... I wonder if Anthony Jeselnik wrote the joke off of that then. Because Anthony Jeselnik has a joke where it's that exact thing, except for in the back of it, it's like... says something like "fuck you" or something in there. I don't know.
Oh my goodness! She put all my rent checks from that 6 months throughout the rest of the year. They were all there. I opened it up. I felt like the biggest jerk ever. I sat there, and that was the first time I tried to read from the Bible. I read about 2 chapters. And I said, Mom, I'm sorry. I said, I just opened up the Bible.
That is a beautiful story. That is a...
She said, I asked you to read it because you need to stay faithful along your journey. I said, okay. I said, I get it. Mom, I will.
Now notice what he said. His mom, who was a devout Christian, wanted him to stay faithful along his journey. Now, before we get into how he slightly altered the story just a few months later, notice a couple key details. His mom supported him in his dream and endeavor to be a stand-up comedian, so much so that she was willing to pay his rent for a year as he got his career off the ground. All he had to do was look into the scriptures for himself, which would have prepared him for the incoming success that was coming, and perhaps would have saved him a lot of heartache that he then later on suffered in his personal life. He refused. And I think the crux of this refusal is actually anchored on an often misquoted and misinterpreted Bible verse that we're going to get into in just a moment. But first, notice how Kevin slightly changes the story when he shares it on Conan just a few months later.
Mom, okay, goodbye. I ain't gonna go with Mom. I ain't gonna do this. Another month go by, I'm getting eviction notices. Mom, stop playing. Like, if you don't give me this money, I'm gonna be homeless. Did you read your Bible? Mom, I don't want to read the Bible right now. I'm not gonna have a place to read it in a minute if you don't give me the money. She's like, look, I'm not gonna do this with you, Kevin. Read your Bible, talk to me. It gets close to the 3rd month. I'm like, oh my God, like they're really threatening to kick me out. I finally opened up my Bible. When I opened it up, my mom put all of the checks for the rest of the year in the Bible. So I open it and all of my rent checks fall out, and I just sat there with the dumbest look on my face. Called my mom. I said, Mom, I see what you did. You put it in the Bible. She said, did you read it? No, but I got the checks.
Did you notice the difference? Did you catch it? I'm not talking about a couple minor details. I'm talking about when he shared this on Conan, all of a sudden he didn't read a couple chapters. He made reading the Bible a punchline of a joke. Now, I don't know if Kevin Hart altered this story just for the sake of comedic relief, but I do know that if I was in a similar situation and my mom was trying to get me to read the Bible and funding my dream, and a situation like that happened, I would have dug into the Bible for myself. Not just read a few chapters, definitely not making light of reading the Bible or not reading the Bible. Now in a moment, we'll see how Kevin Hart's mom answers Kanye's most oppositional statement. But first, we have to look at the scriptures and how they directly tie in to something not only Kevin Hart was dealing with and thinking.
So there's a lot of different ways to learn data, but most of them, yeah. With DataCamp, you don't need to download Python to learn Python. You can learn right in your browser with hands-on exercises for coding and data analysis and visualization. All based on real-world problems, all in a way that makes data kind of fun. And if you don't code, check this. They also have interactive courses on data analysis fundamentals. Go to datacamp.com and start learning for free today.
We knew that the shaving industry was sort of intentionally broken, it feels like. It almost feels like product is made to not win. You've got your safety razors with a lot of blade exposure, and you've got your cartridge razors that are almost designed to fail. And, you know, even after you use them, they feel.
But what a lot of people are deceived by with regards to this entire process of pursuing your dreams. There are certain phrases and sayings you hear in cultural Christianity if you've been around the church long enough. And a lot of times, they're just flat out of context. One of them is, I know the plans I have for you, plans to prosper you. How many times have you heard that in church? But another one is something that is so egregious that if you just look at everything it says before and after, it absolutely changes the way this next passage is applied. And the phrase is, God will give you the desires of your heart. Now, can you spot why that phrase is so problematic? Let's look at it together in full context to better understand the true meaning behind that passage. So Psalm 37:4 is the verse, but all you have to do is look at what it says right before the quotable. Take delight in the Lord, and he will give you the desires of your heart. So we know that the verse actually says, if we take delight in the Lord, then he will give us the desires of our heart. But if we just go back and read the verse before and after, it says, trust in the Lord and do good, dwell in the land, and enjoy safe pasture. This is encouraging us to trust in God, to trust in his way, and to do good. Then it says, take delight in the Lord, make our hearts delight, make our hearts predisposition towards the things of God, and he will give you the desires of your heart. And then verse 5 drives home this point even more. Commit your way to the Lord. Trust in him, and he will do this. He will make your righteous reward shine like the dawn, your vindication like the noonday sun. Be still before the Lord and wait patiently for him. Do not fret when people succeed in their ways, when they carry out their wicked schemes. So this entire passage hinges on the fact that God will give us the desires of our heart once we've aligned ourselves with God's heart, once we've aligned ourselves with living his way, trust in his purpose, not in our dreams, not in our visions, not in our desires, but in his purpose, which is to know him and make him known to the nations. Now, let's look at Kanye's most oppositional statement and how Kevin Hart's mom clearly answers it in the most simplest of terms.
Why don't you empower yourself and don't need them and do it yourself?
How, Sway?
Take a few steps back.
You ain't got the answers, man. You ain't got the answers. You ain't got the answers. You ain't got the answers, Sway. I've been doing this more than you.
Doing what?
You ain't got.
Come on, chill out.
You ain't got the answers. You ain't got the answers.
I'm asking
you
a
ain't been doing the education.
Bro,
you ain't been doing the education.
So Kanye asked how, Sway, you don't have the answers. But you know who did have the answers? Kevin Hart's mom. And you know where the answers were? In the Bible. And you know that all of life's questions, whether we're looking for finding our purpose, whether we're looking for self-help, whether we're looking how to have a more fulfilling marriage, or how to be a better parent, or how to advance in our career, or how to do better with our finances. Did you know that all of those answers, that the world is counterfeiting, like Cat Williams initially said, that all of those answers are actually found in the Bible? And it's so tragic that Kevin Hart had a mom that loved him so much to illustrate that his dreams and his goals were actually on the other side of digging into God's word, and he still missed it, claiming to only read a few chapters or making a joke about the entire thing. And so, friends, I don't want you to miss it. I'm not saying that you're going to get all your dreams and wildest desires and become a millionaire and a famous comedian for Jesus. What I am saying is everything that you desire, is everything that you truly want, is actually found in the words of God. And this is where the world has everyone confused, specifically about what your purpose is and what your purpose isn't. And so you need to see this next video so you can deprogram the brainwashing that's been happening all across culture. I'll see you over there, all right? Peace.
For over 40 years, Life Extension has been helping people like you to find their healthy balance.
welcome to Stickamule.
Okay, in other words, I'm a bit of an agnostic about what the brain is, what consciousness is. Now, I must say I'm a few steps away from believing that consciousness will be put inside of a new body that will be resurrected in the New Jerusalem. But that's not to say that I'm totally ruling out the idea that there's some kind of continuity of experience after the decline of a physical body. I don't think that will happen. I don't believe that will happen. But because I'm not firmly convinced that it won't, maybe that's what's enough to keep me from being totally scared of it.
If you need that 1% doubt, and I think that's really interesting, and it's a great argument. It doesn't provide me with solace, because I think the thing I love is just being able to go and breathing and going like that and just being alive. I love being alive. Some people don't. I do. I love, and I don't mean because I'm so happy and my life's so wonderful. There's loads of stuff I'm miserable about. I'm miserable all the time. But I love breathing. I love touching. I love moving. I love having consciousness, and that can't go on. But I have other ways to try and deal with it, with the 1%, and that is a tiny religious 1% belief in curing mortality, that in science, and that might work. Or putting us into virtual reality.
That was really weird.
30, 40
I wonder if anyone else had that
speed up
happen.
The mind to such an extent
or
that
if it was just
what
me.
you would experience in virtual reality will seem like thousands and thousands of years, but is only on Earth in real life several seconds, and that's a way of seemingly living forever, and will give us time to actually solve death itself.
It'll give you longer. I don't know if it'll give you forever. I mean, it certainly can't give you forever in a physical sense. I mean, the sun's going to expand and eat the Earth, and if we manage to escape the Earth, then the universe is going to experience a heat death.
I think I'd be clinging less to life after 10 million years or several million years.
But are you sure about that? Because
no.
if people only lived until they were 50, do you think they might say, "Oh, she gave me 100 years, 150. I think I'd stop clinging to life so much."
Yeah.
Maybe, but if everyone was used to 150, they'd want 100. They'd want 1,000, and then they'd want 100,000. I think people just get used to it. I don't think, especially given the exponential rate with which the years are felt as going more quickly. Like, it amazes me when my phone goes off and says 1 year ago today, and it's a picture of something I did yesterday. You know what I mean? And I'm 24.
Yeah.
I already feel what people say, that cliche about the years starting to sort of fly by. And when you get to 50 and 60, people talk as if the years are like weeks. It's like nothing. We can't even comprehend what that subjective experience would be like for someone who's 1,000 years old. Imagine what a year feels like to them. It probably feels like absolutely nothing. And so that subjective experience near the end of their life, when they know they're about to die at 1,000 years old, they'll probably say the same thing of like, gosh, it all just went so fast.
We don't know if there's a limit to the sort of exponential increase in how quick a year seems.
Yeah, I mean, we can exponentially increase the number of years that we're alive, but I think we'll exponentially also at the same time
we don't know that, though.
Increase the speed with which it's felt. We don't know that, but I would hypothesize that's the case based on an extrapolation of how people feel about years in their lives that they do currently lead.
But if that was exponential, then it would really, I mean, a day would, I suppose we're talking about memory after the fact, but when you're actually living a day, you're waking up, you're having your breakfast, that can't possibly start to feel just like, whoop, and then you're the next day, and so
that's
on.
true, but that's true right now. I mean, right now, this conversation, it feels like we've been talking for about an hour or whatever it is. Like it feels very much. I mean, maybe later tonight I'm gonna think, oh, today flew by. But right now, here in the moment, no, I feel like time is running at its normal pace. And maybe just paying attention to that more often makes us realize that we don't need 100,000 years to sort of feel like we've lived enough life. If you spend enough time, people always, it's a big cliche to live in the present, but there's some great wisdom in it, because by doing so, you waste less of the present. I mean, the big problem that you get near the end of your life, probably, I presume, is that you feel like you've wasted so much time. You feel, if only I had more time. The time was there, you just weren't living in it. You were looking back on it more than you were actually experiencing it as it went along. Cool, fine. That's all a bit hippy-dippy, though, isn't it? I mean, death is still pretty terrifying. Of course it's terrifying. But, I mean, people have pointed out, there are lots of lines on this, and none of them quite do it for me, but there are lots of things for people to consider. The sort of Mark Twain quip about not being alive for billions of years before you're born and not suffering the slightest inconvenience. Okay, that sounds more like a stand-up bit than a bit of consolation. But there is some truth in the fact that days are more valuable the less of them you have. In the same way that if you have $100 in your bank account, $10 is quite a lot. But if you've got $1 million in your bank account, $10 is nothing, and you'll just waste it away. And that's what you probably end up doing with your life if you had an eternity ahead of you. I mean, would you be here making this podcast? Would you be, or would you think, oh, I'll do it tomorrow, I'll do it next week, I'll do it in 1,000 years? It's arguable that the only reason that we do anything in the first place is because we have this awareness of our immortality and fear of death. This is terror management theory, Ernest Becker's denial of death, all of this kind of stuff. Maybe the only reason we ever actually do anything is because we're aware of our immortality. Maybe that's what's really separating us from the rest of the animal kingdom. We know we're going to die, and so we constantly engage in things that are sort of symbolic attempts to escape our own death, like writing books and stuff, because we think it's going to outlive us. I mean, look, if I told you you're writing your magnum opus, you've worked your whole life on it, and you're nearly done, and you're about to finish it before you die, and then I told you that after you die, let's say a week after you die, a meteor is going to hit into Earth, and it's going to kill everybody. Everyone's just dead instantly. 1 week after you finish your magnum opus and die. Are you more or less motivated to finish your
If you live in Montana, you could lower your electric bill to less than $30 a month. How? First,
Magnum opus.
Before you die?
Yeah, before you die.
Well, yeah, obviously.
If you know that as soon as you finish it and you die, a week later, everyone's just going to be dead. No one's probably even going to have time to read the whole thing.
No, it's a crazy thought. I suppose that's a really difficult. I don't actually know the answer to that because that's really interesting.
Well, how would it make you feel if you like? Would you be?
Because I don't care once I'm gone. I don't care about my legacy. I don't care about because once I'm gone, a second in time is the same as billions and billions and billions out of years. So what difference?
Trying to
does it
think
make to
on
me?
if I
And
should
yet,
make a run
I'm still
and kill
slightly
everyone.
motivated to finish my work.
Yeah, but do you think it would affect your motivation?
Might do, yeah.
How do you think it would affect your motivation?
Once
It would make me
Red
feel like everything pointless.
has...
Right. And it's weird that because you can cognize, so rationally you're thinking, well, it doesn't matter after I die, I don't care about that. But at the same time, it would probably decrease your motivation to finish a magnum opus, which means that maybe a reverse corollary of this is that part of the reason why you're writing the book in the first place is because you think it will outlive you, and because it's an exercise in trying to outlast your own death. And maybe that's sort of what's motivating all human behaviors. If that's the case, then if we were to remove this fear of death, if we were to get rid of it, no one does anything. No one writes books. No one makes podcasts because there isn't that motivation anymore. And maybe that would be a more sorry sight than having to face your own mortality.
We are evolutionarily, maybe, like as a society, motivated to build things that will outlast ourselves as part of this kind of legacy.
So it seems. And I also wonder, I mean, neither of us have children, and we spoke before about how when people talk about sacrificing themselves for their children, it's difficult to understand. I mean, I understand it in the sense that I know that people do that.
Yeah.
I've seen the passion, I've heard the stories of people who do that. I understand it in that sense, but I don't understand what it's like experientially to look at someone and think, I would, without even thinking about it, I would die for you. And I have a suspicion that maybe if we have children one day, you know,
me and you,
separately with our, you know,
or
respective
let's see how it goes.
Spouses.
Ooh.
Yes.
They're offline.
Yeah, these days anything's possible, but a bit forward. Take me out for dinner first.
What handsome children we'd have.
Yeah, and they could all wear turtlenecks and tweed jackets.
Yes.
That'd be awesome.
Okay, well,
even
I
girls,
kill Red
because it is
next.
21st century after all.
It is.
Next
I
go.
think
Because I know I
we
can
might
take a
find
bot.
that the sudden shift that people often report, suddenly after having children, everything becomes about the kids. And that's what puts people off a lot of the time. They think, oh, God, am I really willing to put everything else on hold? Do I want to do that? Oh, I don't know. And then they have a kid, and it's like, it's not even a question anymore. So, yeah, of course. I mean, not everybody experiences this. You know, there are right. But a lot of people do report this. They say, no, everything in my life is now about this kid. And that's the way I want it to be, because I could never have even predicted the amount of love that I would experience for another person. I just had no idea that kind of thing was possible. Maybe after experiencing that, we might begin to relate to how a lot of people in their old age seem to deal with their mortality by looking to their children.
I hope so.
Children are a kind of immortality.
That's solace for me.
If you liked that clip, then you'll love the full conversation, which you can watch right now by clicking just here. Go on.
There we go.
I am today suspending my campaign.
The populism question is central to understanding kind of libertarianism right now in 2023. We had this conversation. We went into this topic with Dave Smith on the first episode of the show.
That
I wanted
little
to just
shit.
play.
He did the strategic bot out move, where he bots out so that I kill. Wow. Is he gonna bot out again? What's he doing?
A little bit of.
He should be moving really fast right now.
Dave's he's very much in the pro-populism camp, and this is a debate that stretches back to kind of the beginnings of modern American libertarianism. I want to have Dave articulate his case for libertarian populism, and then kind of delve a little more deeply into this. So let's roll that fast.
I'm a big believer in the Rothbardian kind of like populist idea. And look, I think you see this with Javier Milei, right? Like, this is the way it can be done. Like, this is the way to do it, is to tap into this kind of populist streak, particularly at a time when the elites have so mismanaged everything, and kind of like talk to people about how they're being ripped off. How they're being ripped off and these guys are doing it to you. And then the problem with populism always is that it's completely devoid of any type of theory. Trumpian movement in general. There's just no. It's always like he's railing against everything that is pretty horrible, and then it's like, so what's your? And it's like, good deals. Make the best deals. Only I can do. It's like there's nothing really there. But libertarians already have that. It's like libertarians have all the theory, but we're missing all of the like populism to make it like appeal to people. So
what do you think of that argument that you know, at the end of the day, there is a sort of, you know, managerial elite, or at least people who have that ambition to plan our society, and that libertarians should be defining themselves in opposition to that agenda?
I think a lot of things about that. One is that I should always preface that my job or my self-conception is not about the attainment or the wielding of political power. And so when I am asked about, you know, how should we attain and wield political power, I don't have great answers, or at least you should take them with all the grain of salt. My job is to do journalism, libertarian journalism. A lot of that can be very righteous and angry and frothing and pointing out the just brutal mismanagement by the elite political class. It's a huge percentage of what we do at Reason, and what I've done in my life before. And I ever worked for Reason, or really knew much about the place. So it's part of it, yeah, but also journalism is just a different thing. It's gathering of facts. I would point to, if we're going to be talking about Murray Rothbard's strategy as being something that is helpful, you should point out that it wasn't always helpful. Murray Rothbard went to some bad places in the early 1990s. That is what happens when you go towards the attainment of political power, and also like this sort of attempt. And there's something elite about this attempt as well, or at least not elite. It's like it's a temptation that intellectuals and people who work in the knowledge class always are tempted by, which is that if I can just harness this populist feeling out there, I'm going to produce my intellectual ideological outcome.
Yeah.
You see this with Murray Rothbard and Lou Rockwell in the early 1990s with the Rockwell-Rothbard report. They were talking about Senator Joe McCarthy, Tail Gunner Joe, as being a role model. They were saying nice things about David Duke. They cozied up to Pat Buchanan at the time as a kind of predictive element of where a segment of
they were
the
around at the
population
same
was going
time
to go
as
as sort of John the Baptist figures for Donald Trump. They were onto something, absolutely, and they were onto something much more than I certainly expected. So hats off for, you know, sort of like describing a world as it exists rather than the world than I thought it was, but as a place where a person can go and hold on to one's libertarianism or one's ideology. It was corrupting. Those types of things are corrupting. It's going to lead you to positions.
All done.
Like
all right, I'm gonna end my. I'm gonna be done with the stream now.